Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The Public Sector Quality and Productivity Improvement Forum 2022 will start at exactly 9 a.m. I am Edmond G. Legua from the Productivity and Development Center of the Development Academy of the Philippines. I am one of the hosts in this forum. While waiting for the program to start, you may want to access the pre-event conversations via Facebook page #QMSGovPH. This could be a good opportunity to explore the topics to be discussed in the forum. In the meantime, while we wait for other participants to join, let us watch this video about the Development Academy of the Philippines and the throwback video of the PSQPIF 2020 and 2021 events.
After 45 years, the Development Academy of the Philippines has much to be proud of. From its small but ambitious beginnings in 1973, the DAP has grown even beyond its founding fathers' vision and expectations. Over the years, the DAP was led by these men and women whose values, passion, and innovative ideas have greatly contributed to its growth. Their competent leadership laid the foundation for the DAP's place in history. Initially, the DAP was created to train career executive service officers in government. Later, the mandate has also included strategic and policy-oriented research and idea generation, in essence being the think tank for the government. It was a good connection. What started out as small ideas have today become institutions in themselves. They were innovations that identified needs and offered solutions, and which now continue to serve the public in many different ways. The DAP's early training and education programs for government executives were also unique and legendary. They can largely be credited for a bureaucracy that has remained professional, competent, neutral, even through numerous administration changes. The DAP also contributed to national productivity and introduced the concept of wiser use of resources for better results. It was instrumental in helping local governments rise above the disasters that hit them. Today, with its cutting-edge training and education programs, the DAP not just develops high-potential executives and managers, it is also molding transformative leaders in the public sector. Leaders who are quietly and efficiently responding to people's needs.
We need to open up our graduate school to visiting professors from abroad, and also to take advantage of the technical experts coming from the APO countries of which we are a member.
The DAP continues to help the government become more effective by pushing for the results-based performance management system, which ensures that the President's vision and goals for the country are implemented correctly. In 2015, the Philippines was recognized by the APO as the Center of Excellence for Public Sector Productivity, mainly because of the programs built to streamline processes and make service client-focused. Eventually, the public can expect shorter lines and quicker service. While keeping a low profile and being content to work in the background, the DAP remains relevant and sensitive to the public's needs and expectations.
DAP as a knowledge institution is a solutions provider. DAP as an institution is exactly what our bureaucracy needs at this time. An institution that creates the best ideas for our bureaucracy to work. And that is exactly what we need in governance. Unless there is such an institution, we do not expect change to come automatically.
After 45 years, DAP's founding fathers must really be smiling.
We respectfully request everyone to check the audio and video functions of your equipment to ensure smooth participation in the discussions. For us to know if you can see and hear us well, please answer our questions using the Zoom poll and chat box on YouTube. Do you hear me well? Please type in yes, not good, or no. Can you see the screen clearly? Please type in yes, not good, or no. Or do you need assistance from our virtual ushers? Please type in yes or no. Thank you for responding to our questions. We are glad to know that our screen projection and audio are all working based on the Zoom poll and YouTube responses. But in the event, you will encounter technical issues. Using our virtual platforms, please feel free to inform our project staff, Ms. Marilyn Vocalos and Ms. Margaret Reyes in Zoom, and Mr. Pedrito Garcia and Mr. John Principe on YouTube. They will be glad to provide you assistance. Or, if you wish to contact us via electronic mail, here is our email address. When uploading your photos on social media, We encourage you to use the hashtag GQMP 2022 to enable better engagement in our respective social media profiles. The forum presentation materials and other program details, like the speaker's profile, will be made available through the Google Drive folder sharing, which will be accessible by the end of the forum. Please refer to the screen and the chat box for the link. Please be informed that everyone participating in the forum, either through Zoom or YouTube platform, will be issued an e-certificate of attendance upon attendance registration and accomplishment of the evaluation form. That will be provided by the DAP project team daily. Please log your attendance through the link shown on screen. Our team has also shared it in the chat box for your easy access. The information you provide in the attendance form will serve as the basis for the details in your electronic certificate of attendance. Please make sure that you have provided us the correct name spelling in the attendance sheet, as it will be the basis for the issuance of certificate. We also request everyone to please type your identification through the format agency_name in the YouTube and rename in Zoom, so we may properly acknowledge you during the discussions. And to have a glimpse of the PSQPIF 2022 speakers, let's watch this video. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall begin the program in 5 minutes. Right now, we have approximately 250 Zoom participants and 50 in YouTube. Some of the participants who are already here are Bureau of Customs, BFAR, LGU Muntinlupa, DPWH, DepEd, DICT, DRMC, COA, FTPI, HDMF, LTFRB, SSS, LGU Bayambang, LMRH, LGU Naga City, LGU Solana, LPGH STC, LSPU, MTRCB. We also have participants from NTC and NTA, and several other government agencies from Metro Manila, Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. A resounding good morning shout out to our YouTubers from University of Antique, Professional Regulation Commission, Region 9, PPA PMO, Zamboanga del Norte, Camarines Sur, Calamba, Laguna, DFA, Social Security System, UP Manila, LGU Imus, and NAMRIA. Thank you, YouTubers. Participants from the private sector, please make sure or make use of your presence and be felt by typing a heart reaction in the chat box. Hello sa mga kapuso natin from the private sector participants. We are glad that you can join us today. A pleasant morning to you all. Maayong buntag, maayong aga, maarhay na aga sa ating lahat. We hope that everyone is having a good morning. Indeed, it is a great morning, and we thank each one of you for being here today. Please take note that this event is being recorded. Rest assured that the Development Academy of the Philippines fully recognizes the value of your personal and your organization's information. Upon joining this webinar, you acknowledge and agree that your information may be used by the DAP for its documentation and/or publicity materials, following legal and regulatory standards for data protection. Are you ready to start the forum? Tell us by typing in the chat box the word ready and a smiley emoticon if you are very excited to start. Great! It seems that participants are beyond ready to delve into the forum. With the many smiley responses we are receiving. At this juncture, we request everyone to kindly set your microphones on mute to avoid distractions during the forum. Likewise, we will utilize the chat box for queries and requests for assistance. Also, we encourage participants to use the Zoom reactions or YouTube emojis as we go through our session today. This will be a good way to show our speakers our appreciation. Now, let's watch the webinar etiquette video to guide us all in this virtual forum. Thank you in advance for your cooperation.
Welcome to the Public Sector Quality and Productivity Improvement Forum 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, let us have a moment of silence for the invocation.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم فقال ربكم ادعوني أستجب لكم آمين يا رب العالمين الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين اللهم اجمع شامل المسلمين والكريستيان والأمة في مدينة دباو وسلم دائما مجتمعنا هذا بالسلم والأمن والتقدم في بلدنا هذا آمين يا رب العالمين ربنا لا تزغ قلوبنا بعد إذ هديتنا وهب لنا من لدنك رحمة إنك أنت الوهاب ربنا إنك أنت الوهاب ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله على خير خلقه سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين آمين يا رب العالمين.
In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Amen. Our most gracious Heavenly Father, we come to you today to praise and worship you and give you thanks for all the things you continue to provide for ourselves and our families. Father, we humbly ask for forgiveness for all the times we have offended you, when we forget to acknowledge your presence in the image of our brothers and sisters and for moments we failed to be good stewards of the blessings you have given us. Continue to guide and protect each one of us, Lord, that we may always walk in the lights of your everlasting love and mercy. Grant us, Father, with your comfort in times of distress and with your strength in times of weakness. Bestow upon us your unending grace and healing, that we may in turn become instruments of gentleness and compassion to others. We ask all this in the name of your Son, our Lord Jesus Christ, with the prayer and the intercession of our Blessed Mother. Amen.
Manama, mawantog ka. Warag po ko iling ko'y ko. O Diyos, kahibulungan ka. Busa ikaw lang ang simbahon ko. Busa ikaw lang ang alagaran ko.
Distinguished secretaries, undersecretaries, assistant secretaries, agency and institution officers, Government Quality Management Committee or GQMC principal members, fellow servants in the government, guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. We welcome you all to the virtual Public Sector Quality and Productivity Improvement Forum 2022. Thank you to each and every one of you for being here with us today. We are pleased to be able to welcome those of you that you have been attending the forum for years now, as well as those of you who are new to this event. We are proud to say that the forum is packed with outstanding speakers. We hope you are looking forward to the discussions as much as I am. I am Maria Veronica P. Angeles from the Productivity and Development Center of the Development Academy of the Philippines. I will be your host for this morning. We thank all of you for connecting virtually as the event utilizes Zoom and is also aired live on YouTube. It's never too late to still ask your friends and colleagues to join us via YouTube. Shown on the screen and shared in the chat box is the streaming link. The PSQPIF 2022 is a milestone year for us, being the 10th forum that we are implementing, as well as it's the third year that we are holding it virtually. Through such modality, the forum is able to share more and reach more. To quote Bill Gates, back then, when we wanted to learn something outside of school, cracking open the encyclopedia was the best way. Today, all you have to do is go online. At this point, let me call on Dr. Ralph Sherwin A. Corpus, the Director of University Research and Development Services of the Technological University of the Philippines and an ISO 9001 technical expert of DAP, to do the great honor of introducing the speakers who will deliver the welcome remarks and keynote message.
Thank you, Veronica. Good morning, everyone. As we come together today, we are privileged to be welcomed by none other than the President and the Chief Executive Officer of the Development Academy of the Philippines. Let's all give a warm welcome to our attorney, Engelbert C. Caronan Jr.
to our distinguished guests, members, alternate members, and the representatives of the Government Quality Management Committee, as well as its oversight agencies, officers, the staff of government agencies at the national and local levels, and participants from the private sector organizations. Ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant morning to all of you. It is my distinct pleasure and privilege to welcome you all to the annual forum on the public sector quality and productivity improvement, hosted and organized by the Government Quality Management Committee through the Productivity and Development Center of the Development Academy of the Philippines. We all know that this forum, with the theme Advancing Public Service Quality to Accelerate Recovery and Transformation, comes at the best time. As we emerge from the pandemic, innovation and inclusive engagement are deemed vital pathways for successfully improving public service quality. Today, we are joined by public and private sector organizations to discuss crucial factors or drivers that accelerate quality and productivity of public service delivery amidst recovery from the pandemic and emerging challenges. Fortunately, we have with us local and foreign experts from the public and private sectors who will present or discuss A, the results of studies on key issues affecting public service delivery, B, productivity agenda and strategy focusing on public service quality improvement, and C, recommendations on advancing public service quality to accelerate recovery and transformation along the following sub-themes: better public service through productivity and innovation, and inclusive engagement in public service quality and productivity movement. With the presentations on public service challenges and key options to respond to the challenges, we hope that public sector agencies will see what is possible even in challenging environments, and to encourage innovative ways to tackle international and domestic issues that affect service quality delivery. Let us ask ourselves, what are some plausible scenarios concerning global and national issues that affect the delivery of quality public services? How can the public sector improve quality service delivery amidst these challenges? To improve public sector performance, productivity, and innovation, we should be able to bear in mind that innovation does not always require state-of-the-art or high-cost technology. On the contrary, many of the innovations use as a supporting resource. Ed Bernanke from Apolitical, a social learning network for government, explains that calling an improvement innovation does not make it an innovation. Innovation is more than improvement. Improvements are important, but innovations are like a quantum improvement that breaks new ground to create value in new ways. Breaking new ground, the change in the public service or system must be meaningful to clients and stakeholders. This is about unique, different, and truly novel solutions for the user. Creating value in new ways, the change must lead to unexpected benefits created by the solution as defined by the users of the solution. Increased diversity and inclusive engagement in public service quality and productivity movement should be amongst the priority concerns for public sector organizations. Diversity in the civil service can enhance people's trust and strengthen transparency. The forum discussions will be complemented by the recognition of validated, successful, outstanding, and innovative practices demonstrated by public sector organizations nationwide. The government best practice recognition, slated in the afternoon, is amongst DAP's numerous efforts to improve organizational productivity and performance in the public sector by recognizing innovative best practices of government institutions and organizations. It complements the Public Sector Productivity Innovation Laboratory, or PSP InnoLab, under the Government Quality Management Program by capturing innovative and transformative ideas, approaches, and solutions of other government agencies in improving the quality and impact of the respective services to the public. Further, let us brace ourselves for the second day as we learn from the recommendations to affect quality improvement initiatives identified based on paper presentations and focus group discussions. So therefore, I encourage our esteemed speakers and panel reactors, together with the audience, to collaborate on some service quality improvement recommendations that can be proposed as policy options. Again, I express my gratitude to everyone for attending this milestone event. I look forward to a very meaningful discussion and exchange of ideas as we go through this day 2 activity. May we be able to learn from each other and continue and contribute to improving citizen satisfaction driven by government-wide quality improvement and building capacities in fostering quality across public sector organizations. Thank you.
Thank you, President Caronan, for our insightful opening remarks, emphasizing that to improve public sector performance through productivity and innovation, we should be able to bear in mind that innovation does not always require state-of-the-art or high-cost technology. On the contrary, many of the innovations use technology as a supporting resource. Everyone, let's give him a virtual round of applause, please. This year's PSQPIF, with the theme Advancing Public Service Quality to Accelerate Recovery and Transformation, has gathered relevant public and private sector organizations to discuss crucial factors or drivers that accelerate quality and productivity of public service delivery amidst recovery from the pandemic and emerging challenges. While the delivery of public services has mostly been digitalized, key strategies, capability building, leadership commitment, and development of citizen-centered processes and services are important factors to be considered to ensure success of transformation initiatives in the government. While we have local and foreign experts presenting in this forum today, it is both a privilege and honor to have an excellent figurehead in understanding what advancing public service quality to accelerate recovery and transformation in the public sector is really about. With us today is the Secretary of the Department of Budget and Management and the Chairperson of the GQMC. A Maranao with roots from the South, Pangandaman always aims to give Mindanao a voice in her capacity as a public servant. Having served in the legislative, executive, and the central bank, she has a deep understanding of the Philippine bureaucracy, specifically the economic sector. As the Secretary of the Department of Budget and Management, she offers diversity and fresh perspective to an otherwise male-dominated team of economic technocrats. Pangandaman is not new to the budget process. She was the undersecretary at the DBM during the Duterte administration. Acting as the functional group head of the Office of the Secretary, she pushed for crucial budget reforms such as the Green program. Now, as a DBM chief, Pangandaman vows to pursue prudent management of the government's fiscal resources, the modernization of the budget system, and incorporation of sustainability and green principles in the government spending, and also the promotion of inclusive and sustainable economic growth. She has a degree in economics from the Far Eastern University and has a diploma and master's degree in development economics from the University of the Philippines. She is pursuing her Executive Master of Public Administration from the London School of Economics, but is currently on leave to serve in the DVM. Prior to her appointment as the budget chief, Pangandaman has served as assistant governor, concurrent head of strategic communication and advocacy, and executive offices coordinator at the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, championing financial inclusion and digital transformation. Would you please join me in welcoming Secretary Amena F. Pangandaman? Please give her a virtual clap. Thank you.
A pleasant morning to the President and CEO of the Development Academy of the Philippines, Attorney Engelbert Caronan Jr., our fellow workers in the government, partners from the private sector, and everyone watching us today. Anchored on the Government Quality Management Program, this event is designed to steer the bureaucracy towards a more citizen-centered service delivery. If realized, then we hear less ang haba ng pila, ang gulo ng sistema, ang bagal ng serbisyo, remarks from our fellow Filipinos. I believe this is what we all want to achieve. Hence, I want my message to revolve around the main stakeholders that will help us advance public service delivery to accelerate the country's recovery and transformation. First, the business community, owners, entrepreneurs, managers, and their representatives, which serves as our partners in providing services to our fellow Filipinos. They have direct interaction with the public and have the means to connect us with them. Today, we have the opportunity to gain knowledge from them. Second, the government offices, where the majority of us belong. Throughout my years of service in the government, I had learned from my mentors, especially the late Senator Edgardo J. Angara, that we must always strive for reform-oriented public service. We must focus on providing people with better lives through well-thought-out and strategic reforms. Hence, may we all learn and adapt the recommendations on improved productivity, innovation, and inclusive engagements, which will be presented later. Lastly, our most important stakeholder, the public. I hope that we all welcome their realities, no matter how distant they may be from our experiences. Let us evaluate their responses objectively and keep in mind that they are not merely complaining, they are voicing out their experiences and needs. Our role is to act on them decisively, intelligently, and with utmost integrity. That said, I would like to share what the Department of Budget and Management has been doing to contribute to bureaucratic efficiency and improve public service delivery. For the fiscal year 2023 proposed national budget, a total of 12.47 billion pesos was allocated for our ICT and digitalization programs and projects to transform and digitalize government processes, records, and databases. At the DBM, we will fast-track the development and implementation of the Budget and Treasury Management System, or the BTMS, so we can record real-time information on financial transactions across government agencies. Let me also share that we are embarking on digital transformation for the government's procurement process to enable more efficient and transparent public procurement. All these initiatives redound to making our public financial management system work for the people by strengthening the integrity of our systems, diminishing human discretion in government transactions, and strengthening interagency coordination. We will also work with Congress towards the enactment of the PBBM Governance Bill, which stands for Progressive Budgeting for Better and Modernized Governance Bill, which shall facilitate the development and implementation of the Integrated Financial Management Information System and the gradual implementation of the Cash Budgeting System, or CBS. These are just some of our mechanisms which we hope will enable the government to provide the quality of public service that every Filipino deserves. Let's make the most of this opportunity to engage with everyone and learn from each other and work towards a better Philippines for all. Assalamualaikum, mabuhay ang bawat Pilipino.
Thank you, Secretary Pangandaman, for taking time out of your busy schedule. We certainly appreciate the call to action for public sector organizations to deliver better government services for post-pandemic recovery through policy responses and citizen-centric measures, which you mentioned in your keynote message. Let's give her a virtual applause, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Corpus, for the wonderful introductions of our esteemed guests. From the insightful and inspirational messages of DBM Secretary Pangandaman and DAP President Caronan, we hope that we have clarified what this forum is all about. This forum hopes to specifically achieve 4 objectives: convene, collaborate, commend, and contribute. Convene. Bring together individuals such as experts or representatives of public and private sector organizations to discuss crucial factors or drivers that improve quality of public service delivery. Collaborate. Serve as a platform for knowledge sharing and working jointly on identifying recommendations to effect quality improvement initiatives. Commend. Recognize government agencies with best practices. And contribute. Raise awareness on public sector quality and productivity improvement strategies, standards, programs, framework, and approaches to improve citizen satisfaction. Now, please allow us to share the expectations that we have gathered from you as you registered for this forum. Here they are. Learn trends, studies, best practices in improving public engagement and providing government services to clients in the presentations. Next, have speakers who can clearly discuss and share their experiences on the topics. Speakers that are engaging towards the participants and able to articulate information in simple ways and short lectures. The panelists will give reactions that can help participants in understanding difficult topics and expound on related discussion points that were not discussed by the speakers. And lastly, the focus group discussion is relatable to the actual situation in the government and focuses on actual experiences. We are indeed grateful to all of you for sharing your insights, and we look forward to a very interactive and engaging session. And today, we will be talking about, first, public service challenges as a situationer to set the tone for the succeeding presentations. Second, key options to respond to the challenges. And third is the government best practices. Should you have questions and clarifications, you may type them in the chat box. Kindly indicate your name and agency. Our speakers will address them during the open forum and Q&A after each segment of the forum. But before we start the presentation, allow us to record the session to allow us to capture your questions and insights later. In the first segment of the forum, we contextualize the discussions by answering the key question mentioned by DAP President Caronan. What are some plausible scenarios or events concerning global and local issues that can affect the delivery of quality public services? Can you share with us in the chat box? What's at the top of your mind to answer this question? So some of the responses are pandemic, natural calamities, bureaucracy, inflation rate, war, corruption, disaster, too much politics, ease of doing business, internet connection poor, climate change, inefficiency, terrorism, high fees in government, traffic congestion, reform and education system, national health, legislation, mismanagement, incompetency, insufficient facilities, knowledge transfer, and bureaucratic regulations. Thank you for your responses to have a better grasp of the current challenges we are facing. We hope you are interested to know the 10 issues that shaped the international agenda, published by CIDOB Spain in December 2021. CIDOB is an independent think tank based in Barcelona, dedicated to the study, research, and analysis of international affairs. Let's play this video. So how did you find the video? May we ask you to please share with us your insights through the chat box? Let's read some of your responses. Those are true situations right now. Sunod-sunod mga problems. Hindi lang po 10 yata dapat. Hehe. Amazing. Interesting. On point. Relatable. Informative. Eye-opener. Deep internalization. Factual. Reality. Very true. And facts. Yes, indeed, seemingly, we are facing a crisis on top of a crisis. First, the pandemic. It turned our lives and economies upside down, and it's not officially over. Second, the war. Russia's invasion of Ukraine, devastating the Ukrainian economy and sending shock waves throughout the globe. The economic consequences from the war spread fast and far to neighbors and beyond, hitting hardest the world's most vulnerable people. And for the first time in many years, inflation has become a clear and present danger for many countries around the world, which can be a setback for the global recovery. If we are seriously interested in improving public service quality, it is most ideal to start from where the public sector is right now. We are all in the midst of recovery and transformation. At this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, to kick off the presentations, let's all find out how optimistic are the citizens in the country's current state and what is the current status of the trust rating among government agencies. We will delve into these data in the next presentation entitled Pahayag 2022 Third Quarter Survey, to be discussed by the esteemed Research Director of Publicus Asia Incorporated. Our speaker is currently the Research Director of Publicus Asia Incorporated, the country's leading political consultancy company specializing in lobbying and campaigns management. He became an assistant professor of marketing in De La Salle University from 2013 to 2022. He also taught in the Graduate School of Business in Adamson University and is currently professor in Fiati University. Previous to his academic career, he had been a corporate executive and consultant in the field of opinion research, corporate communications and marketing, public relations, and corporate social responsibility. Dr. Ganyak earned a doctorate in business administration and is a cum laude graduate in mathematics. He authored consumer behavior research papers in reputable academic journals, and his research interests include corporate governance, consumer psychology, and media. Let us all welcome Dr. Claro G. Ganyak.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for having me in this DAP Public Sector Quality and Productivity Improvement Forum. It is our pleasure to present the results of our third quarter survey of Pahayag. Maybe just as a preface, coming from the CIDOB presentation earlier, it does look like issues, expectations, demands from the macro and micro sector are relevant to improving quality of services in the government. So without further ado, may I move forward to our first slide?
Can you kindly share your screen, please?
Oh, I didn't know. I thought you would be. Wait. I
Okay,
thought you would
sir,
be.
we will just share your screen.
Oh, yeah, good.
Don't
Oh,
worry.
oh, there.
Thank you.
Okay, good. So can I manipulate this from here? No. First slide, please.
Go ahead, sir.
There. No. So
Dr. Ganyak, your presentation is already on the screen.
is it?
Yes, sir. Do
Yeah.
you need any other assistance from us?
Yeah, I'll just share what I have. Uh,
Please do
is
let
that
us know.
visible? Okay. So
Yes,
let
sir.
me just.
Thank you. Just make it presentation mode, sir.
Wait. Okay, there you go. So the Pahayag is a quarterly survey that we started since 2017. The only time that we failed to conduct it on a quarterly basis was in 2021 during the height of the lockdowns. But it is a national poll encompassing 1,500 respondents from a national sample of a market research panel provided by Pure Spectrum. No, the poll encompasses Filipinos of voting age. Our mission is to determine their political beliefs, attitudes towards the government and leaders, and national and micro issues of general concern. Let me just describe quickly the respondent profile. 12% of the 1,500 respondents come from the NCR. 23%, the largest percentage, come from Mindanao. And then almost equally, just slightly below, would be Northern and Central Luzon, Southern Luzon, and Visayas respondents. In terms of age group, it is the 18 to 29-year-old that comprises nearly 40% of the total population. So what we have in the Philippines is basically a young population. No? The survey was conducted last September 16 to 20 this year. No? So this is fairly recent, the findings. So let me just start reporting the findings. we asked respondents, what do they feel about the current state of the country? And 51% said that the current state of the country is strong. In terms of current direction, Filipinos assessed that 71% of Filipinos assessed that the country was moving in the right direction. So that's nearly 7 out of 10. And then in terms of outlook, in regard to the fourth quarter this year, 65% said that the national economy will actually improve. So that would be the economy will actually improve. And in terms of their individual household financial prospects, 72% said that their outlook of their financial prospects, when we say next quarter, this would be for the fourth quarter this year, which is now ongoing. We also asked them, the respondent to express their approval of national issues. And the top 5 national issues that are most relevant to Filipinos is the use of renewable energy. Equally popular, that would be almost 90%. Just slightly below, an equal concern would be to penalize text spammers and scammers. I think that has become media, and therefore the national population think that that is doing something about this would be very important. They also approve, 78% also approve of the Libreng Sakay program, which is a holdover from the past administration of President Duterte. Almost equally, also a legacy of the past president, the granting of ayuda or financial assistance to marginalized sectors of society. And then lastly, in the top 5, preventing sexual offenders in the teaching profession. So that is also ranking high on the top of mind of approved issues. The top 6 to 10, the implementation of the hybrid work arrangement, meaning combination of physical reporting and work from home. That's 7 out of 10. Nearly equally, 71% said that they approve the full implementation of the face-to-face classes starting this November. In fact, a number of universities, me coming from the academe also, I know of certain universities that are already conducting face-to-face classes. They also approve of the SIM card registration, which was a law that was recently passed last quarter. And 2 out of 3 said that they favor or approve of the continuation of the National Task Force to End Local Communist Armed Conflict, NTF-LCAC, which is, again, a holdover program from the past administration. And then number 10 would be the mandatory ROTC program for senior high school students. So that ranked number 10 in the top 10 approved national issues. Number 11 to 20, ranking just between 60% to 48%. Number 11 would be the use of Filipino in government-issued documents. 60% also said that they approve of allowing the Marcos family to present their defense on the ill-gotten wealth issue. About 57% said that they favor repealing the oil excise tax. This, I think, is in relation to the current high prices of gasoline and diesel products in the country. They also, almost equally, they also favor the imposition of excise tax on single-use plastics. And so this is a matter that would probably require some legislation, but that is high also, more than 50%, in the approval top of mind of Filipinos. And then about 56% said that they favor the construction of nuclear power plants in the country. So if you correlate that with the earlier data that we have about prices, nuclear power plants, as we know, promise lower prices for electricity in this country. About 55% favor the reimposition of the death penalty for heinous crimes. And then for foreign-owned digital services, Filipinos actually favor taxing them. And then more than 50% said that they favor civil partnership union of same sex. And then less than 50%, a shade under 50%, still approve of the voluntary no face mask policy. And then just about 48% said that they approved of allowing divorce. The least relevant issues are listed down, so I don't need to probably line them up. But I just like to make mention of since the CDIOB indicated the pandemic as a global issue, nearly 50% said that we should continue with the complete booster shots for vaccines against COVID. And then just next would be approving of the revision of the Constitution to transition from the centralized form of government to federal. So that would be, ironically, rising prices of basic commodities was only mentioned by 12%, and even sugar. So it was not high in the top of mind of Filipinos. When asked, what should the president focus on? This is an aided listing of macro issues that that would present expectations of where this administration should focus on. And top of mind would actually be the Philippine economy. As you can see in the chart, it's 23%. So if you actually total the third ranking macro issue, poverty, jobs, even prices, these are all related to the economy. The number two macro issue is corruption. So corruption still appears to be an important top of mind issue that needs to be addressed by this administration. And then number six would be education, peace and order, wages, which is also again a subtopic of the economy, the environment, the general environment, natural environment. Then lastly would be constitutional reform. So that would be the top 10 issues that were identified by respondents as very important, very relevant. In terms of micro issue, meaning what are the needs, basic needs that Filipinos consider very important. No? Important in the sense that the government should probably address its attention on. So the most important would be basic needs, affordability. Can we afford to pay for our needs? No? Food, shelter, utilities, 18%. No? Number two would be losing a job. No? So, and not having enough pay. Again, part of the top of mind issue of the economy. Number four would also be in the same universe of the economy. And then number five, top rank, most important household issue would be getting sick. No? I think this has, again, something to do with not having enough money to pay for hospitalization and other medical bills. So in terms of approval rating of agencies, number one highest approval rating was earned by TESDA. This was followed closely by the Armed Forces of the Philippines, at 2 out of 3, having Filipinos actually approving of the performance of the Armed Forces of the Philippines. Number 3 would be DepEd, the Department of Education, at 63%. BSP likewise at 63%. And following very closely would be the DSWD, Department of Science and Technology, CHED, DSWD. Number 7, in terms of ranking, would be the DFA, DOLE, and then number 8 would be the DNR, DOH, and the Supreme Court. And then number 9 would be the Philippine Senate, on the same level as the Department of Trade and Industry. Number 10 would be the Department of Agriculture and the DILG at 55% approval rating. Then number 11 would be the House of Representatives and the Department of Transportation, Department of Justice, COMELEC. Following closely behind would be the Philippine, at number 12 would be the Philippine National Police, 53%. The Department of Finance, the DPWH, stood at 52%. The DICT, NEDA, and Department of Agrarian Reform garnered 51% approval rating. Then the DBM last, and the newly created Department of that would be the ranking of the approval rating of the concerned government agencies. And then this would be my last slide. We just wanted to take focus on the gainers, and versus the losers in terms of improvement in approval rating, from Q2 to Q3. The biggest gainers are DepEd and the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas at 10%, which is a Q2. The DOH that there has been no Department of Health Secretary, it actually improved its approval rating by 7%. And then the Supreme Court, the DOJ, and the Department of Housing Settlements improved by 5%. Then lastly, DAR actually came in third at 7% improvement. In terms of losing approval ratings, the COMELEC actually declined by 12%, the DPWH by 10%, and TESDA by -4%. So that's the last of my slide. I'm ready to take questions.
Marami pong salamat, Dr. Ganyak. It was actually a delight to know the hard facts on statistics related to citizen perception of public service delivery from you. Ika nga po ng taong bayan ang nagsalita ng problema nila. Ano po, sir? Sila po ang nagsalita
ma'am.
niyan. Opo, medyo
Yun ang
revealing nga
pahayag
lang po.
Yun ang pahayag ng ating mga mamamayan. Statistically, it only has a margin of error of 3% because of the sample size of 1,500. We would be pleased to, maybe if you have another forum next quarter, to share the results of the fourth quarter pahayag, which is now currently ongoing.
Oh, okay po. So medyo revealing din po yung mga data, lalo na po sa ranking of relevance. And I think we have received a lot of reactions in Zoom and YouTube. And congratulations to the high approval rating of several government agencies. No, sir. So later, I think, sir, we will have an opportunity to ask some questions with you and more about the results of the Pahayag 2022 third quarter survey.
Okay.
So
thank you very much for having me. So I'll just stick around for any further questions from the participant. It's an honor and privilege to be part of your forum. Thank you, and have a good day.
Magandang umaga po muli. Pasensya na lamang po at kami po ay nagkakaroon ng technical difficulties dito po mula sa Tagaytay. Yan, medyo maulan po kasi. Sige po, so let's continue. After making some realizations in global and local challenges, it is given that the world around us is fundamentally changing with massive shifts in geopolitical, economic, climate, and health and safety areas that leads to reshaping public services. At this point, we pose the question, how can the public sector improve quality service delivery amidst the challenges? The next segment of the forum tackles key inputs for identifying options in advancing public service quality to accelerate recovery and transformation. On to our next presentation, we are very fortunate to have with us the Secretary of the National Economic and Development Authority to discuss the topic titled Top Priorities in the Philippine Development Plan. Our presenter is an economist with extensive development policy, governance, and administration expertise acquired from over 35 years of professional work as a government official, non-government organization executive, economic advisor, researcher, professor, and consultant to various international development institutions. A former economics professor at the University of the Philippines for 3 decades, and is presently a cabinet member of the Philippine government, serving as Secretary of the National Economic and Development Authority, a post he had previously held from 2012 to 2016. He also served as the inaugural chairperson and chief executive of the Philippine Competition Commission from 2016 to 2022. Previous to his initial cabinet appointment in 2012, he was Dean of the UP School of Economics, Director, Chief Executive of the Southeast Asian Regional Center for Graduate Study and Research in Agriculture, and Undersecretary for Policy and Planning of the Department of Agriculture. And before joining the UP faculty in 1987, he was a research fellow at the East-West Center in Honolulu, Hawaii, and economist at the World Bank in Washington, D.C. He has served in various capacities in many academic professional organizations, including as president of the Philippine Economic Society, president of the Asian Society of Agriculture Economists, Secretary General of the Asia Pacific Agricultural Policy Forum, and advisory council member of the American Committee on Asian Economic Studies. He has authored and co-edited several books and published both locally and internationally close to 100 academic papers and book chapters on various development issues, particularly in the Philippines and East Asia. A member as an academician for life of the National Academy of Science and Technology since 2008. He holds a doctorate in economics from the University of Hawaii, master's degree in agricultural economics from the University of the Philippines, Los Baños, and a bachelor's degree in agriculture from the Mariano Marcos State University. It's an absolute honor to learn from the National Economic and Development Authority Secretary, Arsenio M. Balisacan, and everyone, please give him a resounding virtual clap.
officials and colleagues in government, colleagues from the Development Academy of the Philippines, distinguished experts and representatives from civil society and the private sector, good morning. I thank the DAP for inviting me to participate in this year's Public Sector Quality and Productivity Improvement Forum, which espouses the theme Multi-Sectoral Policy Collaboration and Advancing Public Service Quality to Accelerate Recovery and Transformation. As we navigate this new and challenging period of post-pandemic recovery, we recognize the importance of a whole-of-government approach in ensuring our economy's recovery in the delivery of better public service and better governance to the Filipino people in the coming years. In light of the pandemic's short and long-term impact on our nation, leaders in the public and private sectors have recognized the significance of improving and innovating public service. In addition to the effects of the pandemic itself, policy response challenges resulted in socioeconomic scarring for our people. The crisis was due in part to poor planning, the inefficient delivery of assistance to the poor and vulnerable segments of the population, and the inadequate provision of public services. The pandemic brought to light the widespread inequalities in people's access to health care and insurance, education, and critical infrastructure like telecommunication. It revealed the precarious nature of employment and livelihood for millions of Filipinos. Across the land, many left jobs by force, closed their businesses, deferred expansion, or shifted to less productive sectors and occupations. Many have yet to recover fully. Learning from these missteps, the Marcos administration is set to gear the country towards enhanced public service delivery through better governance and improved bureaucratic efficiency as it lays out the critical strategies in the upcoming Philippine Development Plan or PDP 2023 to 2028. The National Economic and Development Authority, as the country's premier socioeconomic planning agency, is tasked to formulate such a plan with other government agencies, experts, and stakeholders in the public and private sectors. Anchored on the 8-point socioeconomic agenda of the Marcos administration, the plan will articulate the actionable strategies you can take, including the projects, programs, and legislation we ought to prioritize. These actions will enable us to address sectoral constraints and reach our short and medium-term socioeconomic goals. We will monitor key indicators or metrics to ensure we are well on meeting such targets. Of course, all of the strategies and laid out in the PDP are in pursuit of our medium-term goals, which are to reinvigorate job creation and accelerate poverty reduction in the country. The PDP 2023-2028 emphasizes the need to transform the public sector into an efficient bureaucracy that will result in lower transaction costs for businesses and the public and provide high quality and effective public services for the Filipino people. This transformation incentivizes participation in economic activities and improves overall welfare and quality of life. In light of today's theme of advancing public service quality, the plan champions reforms that will promote regulatory efficiency, resulting in better responsiveness to public concerns and creating an enabling environment within government. In the coming years, the Philippine government aims to improve its frontline services quality by streamlining bureaucratic processes, eliminating redundant operations, and improving accessibility through digital transformation. In the medium term, we want these strategies to elicit stronger investor interest and confidence, encouraging business expansion that will lead to more better, and more resilient jobs for Filipinos. Ensuring the smoothness and predictability of transactions with and between government agencies will help us in achieving these goals, as improving the ease of doing business will lower the risk faced by potential and existing investors, lower their transaction cost, and thereby raise the profitability of their operations and the viability of their long-term investments. Bureaucratic efficiency shall therefore be part of our efforts to create an enabling regulatory environment for investment and job creation. Businesses, micro, small, medium, or large enterprises are seen to benefit from such an environment. The proposed right-sizing of the bureaucracy shall foster harmony and seamless operations by eliminating redundancies, overlaps, and duplications among agencies while ensuring that government allocates appropriate resources to critical functions. Our efforts will also involve properly capacitating local government units to deliver essential public services at the local level following the Mandanas-Garcia ruling. Ensuring the efficiency and quality of public services is also a crucial building block in our efforts to reduce poverty and vulnerability. Our administration's thrust toward digitalization will ensure the interoperability of systems and databases, enabling the efficient and targeted delivery of cash assistance to the poor or the most vulnerable groups. These systems will provide more opportunities for Filipinos to become part of the economic mainstream once they are registered into the Philippine Identification System and given their national ID. Utilizing the national ID will not only pave the way for the efficient delivery of direct assistance, but will also ensure that we avoid leakages that result in the suboptimal use of scarce resources. In the longer term, these strategies aim to foster public trust. A high-trust society makes people feel safe, secure, and invested in their communities. This goes in line with the Filipino people's long-term vision, the ambition natin 2040 of a matatag, maginhawa at panatag na buhay para sa lahat. We must work hard towards building this high-trust society where people believe in the effectiveness of the bureaucracy and are willing to contribute to nation building by working hand in hand with the public sector. The upcoming PDP involves chapters on good governance and regulatory reform for this very reason, to promote a trustworthy governance system that underpins a productive, dynamic, and resilient economy. Efficient and effective government agencies assure the public that the Philippine government is working for and supporting its citizens' overall welfare. An important message during normal times, but especially during crisis. As I conclude, allow me to tie all these points together and redirect your attention to our overall goal: to transform our economy into one that is more prosperous, inclusive, and resilient. Our plans to raise the bar for our public services go beyond promoting efficiency alone. It is also about ensuring a better quality of the services we provide to the public, and more importantly, meeting the intended objectives of our policies, plans, and strategies. Ultimately, it is about fulfilling the mandates with which we were entrusted and laying the groundwork for fulfilling our collective and long-term ambitions for the nation. Transforming our bureaucracy will mark the beginning of a crucial chain of events for us. It shall encourage private sector trust and collaboration with the government, increase opportunities for investments and job creation, and ramp up the improved delivery of targeted social assistance. This will contribute to the return of our economy to the high growth path of 6.5% to 8%, while simultaneously ensuring that this growth will be made more inclusive by creating more, better, and more resilient jobs, and that poverty will fall to a single-digit level by 2028. Without a doubt, the Philippine Development Plan acquires greater significance during this time of post-pandemic recovery and uncertainty, given the recent global economic headwinds. This plan will affect us all, and it will serve as a roadmap for our efforts over the next 6 years as we seek to achieve our socioeconomic targets. The government must ensure the efficient and effective delivery of high-quality public services to the people. The upcoming PDP, which the NEDA has been tasked to release by the year-end, shall allow for precisely that. As we continue navigating our post-pandemic recovery, the plan shall be an indispensable tool in charting the nation's course toward a more prosperous future where all Filipinos can enjoy a firmly rooted, secure, and comfortable life. Thank you once again for inviting me to speak. I bid you all a good day and an insightful discussion ahead.
Maraming salamat, Secretary Balisacan, for giving us a primer on the Philippine Development Plan 2023 to 2028, economic transformation for a prosperous, inclusive, and resilient society. And of course, highlighting focus areas for driving public service quality. Thank you very much for your very informative presentation. Let's give him a resounding virtual applause. And before we proceed with the next segment of the forum, let us all have a quick 5-minute break. And as you sit back and relax, allow us to play the Government Quality Management Program video in the background for the appreciation of participants who are not yet familiar with the program.
What do people actually expect from the government?
It's a government that listens to its people.
It's all about lakas, talino, at buhay.
Would be one that would have more of government, less of governance, that would have the welfare of the Filipino people as is primordial concern.
A government that has a very clear vision.
Para sa akin, ang gobyerno, dapat lahat ng kawani ay lingkod bayan.
Passionate about its vision and responsive to the needs of its people and country as a whole.
My idea government is very trustworthy, government that you can rely on, may malasakit sa kapwa mong mamamayan.
Ambisyon Natin 2040 reflects these expectations of the Filipino people through this collective long-term vision for the Philippines. To achieve this vision, the government has to step up to improve services geared towards the people. And this can be done through the Government Quality Management Program, or GQMP. Institutionalized through Executive Order Number 605 in February 23, 2007, the Government Quality Management Program directs government agencies to adopt ISO 9001 Quality Management System, or QMS. GQMP aims to strengthen the institutional capacities of public sector organizations in delivering citizen-focused public services and implement international standards-based QMS. The adoption of the ISO 9001 QMS in the public sector will empower government institutions to provide quality, innovative, efficient, and people-centered public goods and services. Create an enabling environment for the business sector to sustain economic growth, deliver quality health care for Filipinos, and provide quality education to prepare the youth for the future. Over the years, the program, through the Development Academy of the Philippines, or DAP, has been strengthening institutional capacities of public sector organizations in delivering citizen-focused public services through the implementation of the international standards-based QMS. Government agencies which had implemented ISO 9001 QMS attest to the benefits of the standard.
The mandate of DepEd Mandaluyong is to deliver quality basic education services to all of the 23 schools in the city. True to its mandate, we have ensured that we will be certified to a quality management system such as ISO 9001 2015.
Before QMS, yung PSA kasi came from 4 different agencies. So you can just imagine anong culture ang dala-dala ng bawat isa. So with QMS, there's this sort of unifying effort kasi now we have one system, one process that everybody should follow. So it helps us be more productive, be more conscious in customer service. Isang klaro sa amin yung pagiging more conscious about satisfying yung customer. But now we are looking also at certain KPIs na nagpo-promote ng comfort level ng mga customers namin. Kumusta ba yung cleanliness namin, timeliness, even yung temperature, we monitor it. Kasi nga, dapat maging comfortable yung customer. These are part of good things coming from QMS.
Sa healthcare, walang room for error. Kasi pag nagkamali ka, napakalaki ng impact. Ang quality, ang pinaka-core dapat ng lahat ng trabaho at operation sa ospital. Nagiging ingrained sa lahat ng empleyado namin. Pagpasok pala ng pasyente, paghiga niya sa kama, pag-deliver ng services at paglabas. Kalidad yun ng serbisyo.
A testament to all of this is the number of awards that Muntinlupa has received through the years. Most noteworthy is the back-to-back win for most business-friendly LGU. Speak highly of the level of competence that the city has manifested. And people have come to appreciate that. Not only businessmen, but ordinary folks. They want to start a new business, entrepreneurs who want to engage in a business.
The mandate of the Basis Conversion Development Authority is actually to transform former U.S. military bases, identified military camps like Fort Bonifacio, into economic hub and help the government economy. BCDA, with its current implementation of the QMS, actually help the government in developing a sustainable economy and also the Build program of the government.
For any quality management system, it's very important to monitor what your customers are saying. So, yung customer satisfaction surveys namin, so far, with the implementation of our quality management system, the customer satisfaction is quite high. Actually, we average even above 95% of our customers being satisfied with the extra mile that we provide, their experience.
What kind of service do individual citizens expect from frontline government agencies? Were they happy with the services they received? Through a nationwide citizen satisfaction survey in 2018, frontline government services received an overall rating of 8.37, where 10 is the most satisfied. This means that the efforts of the government to improve the quality of how they deliver frontline services through the QMS are starting to produce good results.
SDO Mandaluyong has always been aware of the needs of the teachers. They conduct needs assessment. So, malaking bagay para sa mga teachers, lalo't ang daming mga innovations ng DepEd. Kung di kami tutulungan ng SDO Mandaluyong, di kami makakasabay.
Napaka-comfortable ngayon kasi aircon na siya. Swabe yung transaction, napaka-smooth lang. Then, napaka-hassle-free.
Dito sa PCMC, ang mga pasyente nagkaroon ng unity, naging isang pamilya dahil alam mo po ano yung mga nasa puso ng bawat isa.
Dito ngayon sa BPLO kasi mabilis na ang pagkuha. So in 15 minutes, makakuha mo na yung mga permit mo for business. And then, pag-renewal naman, mas mabilis na. Unlike before na marami kang pupuntahan, ngayon meron silang one-stop shop.
Accommodating naman sila. Tuwing pumupunta ako rito pagka kumukuha ako ng result ng examinations, mabait naman yung nag-assist sa akin kasi in-entertain niya kaagad ako, tapos tinanong niya kaagad ako kung ano ang kailangan ko. Satisfied po ako dito sa Civil Service Commission.
Thank you, QMS! Thank you, QMS!
This is what QMS can bring. A government that will work better, serve better, a government comparable to the best in the world. Government Quality Management Program, bringing quality government service closer to the people.
Welcome back from the quick break. Are you interested to know about the strategies of other Asian countries in accelerating recovery and transformation amidst the challenges? For our last topic this morning, here with us today to present the topic titled Strategies to Recovery and Transformation Amidst Challenges, Malaysia Experience, is the revered Malaysia Productivity Corporation Director General, National Productivity Organization Head, and Asian Productivity Organization Alternate Director for Malaysia. He assumed the position of Deputy Director General MPC in February 2010, which also oversees the Department of Regulatory Review, undertaking comprehensive review of business regulations. He began his career with MPC as a training and investigating officer in 1984 and had served as Assistant Regional Head of MPC Sabah and a Senior Consultant at the Directorate of Policy Research, MPC HQ. He has vast experience as lead assessor for the Prime Minister Industry Quality Award, Quality Management Excellence Award, the Sarawak Chief Minister Quality Award, and the Federal Secretary Award. He was made Manager of Best Practices Division in August 2000, Director for Promotion and Joint Venture Division in 2002, and MPC Sarawak Regional Director in February 2005. He holds a Bachelor of Economics, majoring in Public Administration from the University of Malaysia, and a master's degree in Policy Studies from Saitama University, Japan. In 2008, he attended the Advanced Management Program held at INSEAD, France. It is my pleasure to call on the virtual stage Director General Datu Abdul Latif bin Haji Abu Saman. Good morning, sir. I hope I was able to pronounce your name correctly.
Yes. Good morning, Madam MC. Just address me as Latif. I think that would be suffice. Latif.
Latif.
Yes.
Okay, so let me introduce you again. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a virtual clap for Latif.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the MC and also the participants of this program, the Productivity Sector Quality and Productivity Improvement Forum for the year 2022. I would also like to big welcome to also the other colleagues, especially the other paper presenters and also panelists of this session. Now, my paper will be talking from the Malaysia's perspective amid the challenges which the country is facing, especially past COVID-19 pandemic, and also the movement control order that was put into place. So we have just started opening up our border this year, and for the first time in history, during the pandemic, in the year 2020, our productivity growth declined by minus 5.5%. So, which is something that we have never seen before. But through the right, strategies, actions undertaken by the government, but of course, some of the activities were also spearheaded by MPC Malaysia, the Malaysia Productivity Corporation, which oversees, on productivity improvement initiative. We were able to go back to our earlier performance. We improved to 1.8% of productivity growth for the year 2021. So from minus 5.5 in the year 2020, we improved to 1.8. But it is something very happening. We continue to strive on. And for the second quarter of this year, 2022, our productivity has improved further to 3.2%. And the last figures that was released by the National Bank of Malaysia, the Bank Negara Malaysia, productivity had leapfrogged further to 5.3. And this is where we could see that Malaysia's performance in terms of GDP growth, because productivity is the game changer and the contributor to economic growth. For second quarter of this year, Malaysia's GDP growth grew at 8.9, and the third quarter, the most recent figures that was released by the National Bank of Malaysia, we grew at 14.2. So this is something that we should be thankful, though we have got the COVID-19 pandemic, but I think it is something which we can say blessing in disguise, because we were forced to embark on doing things differently, at the same time to really leverage on other ways of how we can achieve results, especially on digitalization and using digital technology to continue to spur productivity of the nation. Now, the earlier slide you have seen about the outline of my presentation. I'll be talking about what is the document that we have been referring to that guides the whole nation to improve productivity of Malaysia. And second part of my presentation, I'll be talking about policy recommendation, which is something that we use our Malaysia Productivity Blueprint as the main agenda, the main document that all Malaysians are referring to, not just from public sector, but also the industry. And third, along the line of presentation, I'll be sharing also some of the best practices and success stories, that we have came across in the process of improving productivity using the Malaysia Productivity Blueprint as the guideline. Now, can we move on to the next slide, please? Yes. Now, we always like to see, Malaysia compare against, Korea, because in many cases, there are things that we learn a lot from the Koreans too, but at the same time, we can see that we are competing very much with Korea today. Now, in the 1960s, if you look at this figure, I know you could see the dates only, from 1980, but in 1960s, Malaysia's income per capita was double of the Koreans. I think it was hovering around $650, while the Korean was just around 300. But somewhere in the mid-80s, you could see that Korea has overtaken Malaysia, and you could see that the gap, gets wider. And the most recent figure shows that Korean, income per capita, I think, if you look at figure here, they are now hovering, I think, the income per capita is hovering around 30,000 US, while Malaysia, we are still around 12,000 US dollars. Now that brings us to the big, question here. Why is it that Koreans are, improving, much better over the years, while Malaysia, yes, we do increase, but at a lower pace. So this is where we have to look at things on how we do. We have to look at different way of doing things so that we can produce better results. So this is where we are against Korea. Next slide, please. Now, the document which guides the productivity agenda of Malaysia is the Malaysia Productivity Blueprint. It is a blueprint that was launched by the then Prime Minister in 2017. Now, the spirit behind the blueprint is to move productivity of the nation by holding industry or the private sector accountable to productivity. Right, gone are the days where government, takes the lead, and we introduce policy, we introduce regulations, and the industry, they adhere to it, they follow whatever that the government put into place. But under the Malaysia Productivity Blueprint, we hold the industry accountable for productivity. So since 2017, when the blueprint was launched, we have established what we call sectoral productivity nexus, headed by what we call productivity champion. And we started with 9 nexus, productivity nexus, covering 9 main economic sectors, which are considered having high impact to Malaysia's economy. And these productivity nexus are headed by industry captains. So the gentlemen that you see here, they are all industry captains. They have been nominated by association, business chambers in that particular sector to represent interests of that economic sector. So they become productivity champion and also chairman of the productivity nexus. They are not working alone. Then they then appoint members in the nexus governing committee meeting for each of the nexus, which will help this productivity champion or the chairman, to undertake improvement initiative in productivity. So you will see this gentleman, let's say the first gentleman here, Dr. Architect Ezumi. He's the president of the Malaysian Institute of Architects, but he has vast experience in agro-food. And the agro-food fraternity, in this sector, they nominated him. Right, of course, there were some of the names we vetted through. We look at their background, their competency, expertise, and then the names were then, escalated to the Prime Minister office. Because by virtue, they become productivity champion. They are also council member to the National Productivity Council that's chaired by the Prime Minister, and all of them. All these productivity champion, their appointment also go through that process, and the National Productivity Council meets once every 6 months, and all these productivity champion representing each of the economic sector, they will present on progress. They will present also on issues at the same time, bringing to the attention of the minister whether the public sector, is giving the right facilitation support to ensure that each of the economic sector gets the right support to improve productivity. So these are the gentlemen from the 9 productivity nexus, where we the first 8 on the left hand side and in the middle, they were first appointed when we set up 9 productivity nexus, and then we went on to set up 2 more. We have 11 based on the success that we had. We started for the last 2-3 years, and then we were asked to set up 2 more nexus that is on construction and logistic. Right, so these are the 2 new ones. But earlier this year, we have got instruction from the federal government because the nexus are doing well. They're able to undertake a lot of improvement initiative, and also progress is also seen. So we have also been asked to set up 3 more productivity nexus that is for the automotive sector, pharmaceutical, and also aerospace. So we are in the process of identifying the productivity champion. We are doing consultation with the relevant industry and also from the government side. At the same time, also the association members in that economic sector, so that we can then identify a few best candidates, which will then vet through, and we will then escalate to the Prime Minister office for appointment. So the appointment coming from Prime Minister, they've got a very strong mandate. They will get the support industry dealing with each of these economic sector. We will deal with this productivity champions. So they represent rather than we have to deal with so many parties, in each of the economic sector. So we have got one focal point as far as productivity is concerned with regard to the specific economic sector. Next slide, please. Yes. Now, as I've mentioned, it's good to see that private sector is driving, but you need to have a governance structure. Whatever that we do, you need to have an oversight body. You need to monitor. You need them to report. At the same time, you do assessment and also evaluation. So you can see that at the top there, as I had mentioned, the National Productivity Council, chaired by the Prime Minister, where members are from the key government agencies overseeing economic, issues and also matters regarding to business. And members are not just coming from the private sector, which are from the ministries and agencies, but also from key industry associations. So you have got, representation, also people from the academia. Now, the next level, which is the National Oversight Productivity Committee, this is a committee that looks very much, at the working level. This is chaired by the Senior Minister of the Ministry of International Trade and Industry, where MPC is agency under that ministry. All right. So a lot of initiative undertaken by the Nexus. They will report the activity here. And before commencement of the National Productivity Council meeting, the National Oversight Productivity Committee will have their meeting first, where we will then identify what would be the progress report issues that we need to highlight. All right, there are going to be many issues. We want to make sure that we will bring the right issues there, because at the council meeting, we would like to get the mandate and also decision on some of key, salient, and also significant issues where we need decision to be made there. Now, you can see there's another level there, the black box at the bottom. That is the Delivery Management Office. Delivery Management Office is the office that really monitor implementation on the ground floor. Delivery Management Office also provides the secretariat support to each of the nexus. And Delivery Management Office, which is MPC, and MPC is an agency under MITI, Ministry of International Trade and Industry. We have our monthly meeting. We never miss having monthly meeting where all these nexus will report progress together with issues that they have that need to be addressed. Right? So it's more really on working level on the ground, on ground, floor. Really on the ground that we see things, whether they are moving or not, and also identifying issues. And of course, beside the National Oversight Productivity Committee, you've got also the Advisory and Policy Support Committee. The Secretariat is the Economic Planning Unit. As compared to the National Oversight Productivity Committee, Secretariat is MPC itself. So at the bottom, you could see that these are initiatives taking place on ground. These are the nexus covering the construction, logistic, retail, F&B, machinery. We also have a productivity nexus on digitalization, electrical, electronics, tourism, professional services, and the rest. And the one which is in pink color, these are the new productivity nexus, extreme left, bottom, which we are now in the process of helping them to be set up. Right. So, of course, we do get some seed funding from the government to set up this nexus. But in the long run, after 5 years, the nexus are going to be independent, they are going to be on their own, they are going to be self-sufficient, and they're going to be industry-driven, and funding will be coming from the industry themselves. Right? So this is what we are doing, and we have seen that especially for electrical and electronics productivity nexus, the first among the first that we have started, I think since this year, we could see that they're quite independent. They are on their own. They can then, be operating without any support from MPC anymore. But of course, MPC will still play the role as the oversight body at the national level, we will still facilitate, we provide policy direction under the guidance of the National Productivity Council. Right, on the right-hand side, I won't dwell into it. We also have strategic partnership between government organization and also some of the private agencies on collaboration with regards to innovation, and a lot of initiative undertaken by the government is also driven by the private sector. For example, you could see that Federation of Malaysian Skills Development Centers. These are all privately funded and privately operated. They support government initiative, and they are also identifying to address, some of the issues with regards to productivity improvement. Next slide, please. So, having said about the governance structure, let me just share a glimpse of what the Malaysian Productivity Blueprint is. Right, in that blueprint, it is a blueprint that was produced through a robust research undertaken by the Boston Consulting Group, and it was commissioned by the Economic Planning Unit, a central agency under the Prime Minister Department. And in that report, it highlights about the 5 critical challenges facing Malaysia, and which we need to address to ensure that productivity grows not just at the national level. We should also be having initiative at the sectoral and also firm level, where we have set targets for each of these level. Now, one is on talent. Yes, I think every country is also is a global issue. We do have shortage of talent required by industry. We want to make sure that we have got a pipeline that can really produce ever ready and also sufficient a workforce with the right talent that could fulfill industrial requirement. Secondly, we like it or not, we are now living in this global digital technology community. I think a lot of things these days are operated using technology, what more, especially after the COVID-19 pandemic. A lot of things have gone online, a lot of things have gone digital and all that. So this is one area, I think, which Malaysia has been talking about this thing under the Malaysia Productive Blueprint since 2017. It was launched. We need to ramp up technology, because we also believe that through technology, which is also an enabler that can also spur a lot of innovation, for the country. Now, we talk about industry structure, as I mentioned, industry-driven. So the existing structure that we have need to be reviewed. We want to make sure that industries are really looking to higher value added kind of products and also services, which will include very much on research, development, and design activities, so that we can have products which are of high value. At the same time, it is going to be industry-driven, so it will be government-driven. So they are going to operate also under the guidance of the Nexus. Third is on regulations. We like it or not, for a conducive economic environment, we need to have a conducive, climate. I think regulations, having the right regulation in place, that would also facilitate, doing business climate, which is going to be fertile for Malaysia. And of course, the last challenge that we need to address, living in a very dynamic environment, we want to make sure that productivity mindset remains, at the top of every Malaysian's, mind. And we also need to address issues, especially at the firm level, because we have to look at productivity in context. Every sector, every organization, they do have their own challenges. They do have their own, idiosyncrasies. I think we have to look at within the right context and coming up, with the right understanding, right example, right practices to support, creating the right culture, productivity culture in every organization in Malaysia. Next slide. Now, on talent, right? So, having spoken about challenges that we face, I think this is about the implementation, stage. We have came up an initiative which we call Academy in Factory. And now, this initiative is actually to address improvement in our education attainment performance, because Malaysia was not being, ranked well as compared to some of our neighbors. So this is one area we want to make sure that we are not just only capturing education, years of education, just universities and school, but at the same time, even in the working environment, that is also part of education. So this is a triple helix collaboration, not just with the government industry, but also with the universities to address challenges on the talent required. And what we do is that the approach is to use the place and train. Rather than we have, Malaysians, when they have left school, they have to go and join some technical and vocational institution before they join, the employment market. But this is a different approach. We are working very closely with more than 50 companies. They have participated who need workers, right? And we have this open day session. We bring all the Malaysian youth who are looking for jobs. And then they do the interview, they do the screening and all that. They will offer the employment letter. And once these youth, were placed into the factories or companies concerned, the companies themselves would then provide the right kind of training and to develop the kind of talent that they require, from the youth or from the workers that they're taken in. So they themselves train, they themselves, mold the kind of talent that they want, from the recruited, workforce. So as you can see the figure, as of today, more than 300 candidates have registered. They've got 50 companies, and this is just something we have just started this year. You could see there's a photo there where our senior minister had launched this initiative, August this year. Next slide, please. Yes. Now, still on talent, we also have issues over dependence on foreign workers. We have also used this approach where we're able to get more than 100%, target that we are able to achieve. We got more than 2,000 participants, to replace foreign workers who have gone back to their countries, especially after the COVID-19. They have gone back. They did not, return to Malaysia. So we're looking into our local youth. Now, another initiative which are looking to graduates. Yes, universities are producing graduates, but industries are saying that graduates that they are getting are not the graduates that they wanted, that industry require or the company require. So it's the same approach, not just academy factory, but also graduate factory. You employ the graduates, 70% of their time, they work, another 30%, they will undergo training to develop, the kind of talent that they required. So as of today, we have got 500 placement of graduates under this initiative, which is 25% rate. This is something that we have also started, very recent. Now, eShare Prosperity Organization, looking into organization that practice profit sharing, productivity linkage system. We also do, certification of this, but it's something which we do electronically. And at the moment, we have got more than 20,000 companies being recognized and also certified under this initiative. So this will show that if you have got good system in place that can really support this initiative, you will be able to see targets are being realized. The next slide. Next slide, which is on technology. As I've said, we want to make sure that companies in Malaysia, firms in Malaysia, really embark on digitalization. We have a program which we call My Reskill IoT, Internet of Things, which helps to build capacity, and it is a hand-holding initiative with the micro SMEs to implement IoT applications. And this also helps to support Malaysia's industry forward policy, which we have in place, and also to prepare companies so that they are ready to adopt and also exploit technology and also digital initiative. Now, this is something that we have targeted for the year 2022, about 3,300, but we're able to achieve 5,000 participation. And we are not working alone. We are working through strategic collaboration with close to 50 other technology centers, which are private-driven, the industry. So it can be something that NPC as a government organization spearheading, but driven by the industry and also through collaboration with the industry. Next slide, please. Right, and we talk also about innovation. Right, we would like to position Malaysia's industry on higher value add. segments along the value chain. Collaboration is being undertaken, with electronic companies, and you could see that we have set target of 2 patented IC since we initiated this initiative, but to date we're able to successfully produce 15 patented IC, and these are have been sold to semiconductor companies, United States and China. So you do have targets, you do have process, a governance structure to ensure implementation is successful, and with some KPIs that we need to realize. Next slide, please. Now, I would like to share with you the My Mudah initiative. It stands for, it comes from the word Malaysia Mudah. Yeah, Mudah means simple English, making doing business simple in Malaysia, but at the same time, we ensure that also the environment, safety, health, all right, and sovereignty of Malaysia is also well protected. It's a whole of government approach to address, regulatory constraints, imposed on businesses. It is a mechanism. It is an online portal that we have set. At the same time, it is a unit that we are not just setting, in all government agencies, but also in industry association. It's a platform where we address issues and complaints, challenges that industries are facing through scientific approach. We collect data, we do a lot of engagement, we do a lot of listening, and then we resolve those issues by identifying the best option. As of today, since we launched this thing in the year 2021 during the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, we received close to 600 issues, and we were able to resolve 51% of them. All right, and at the moment, 86 organizations comprising ministry agencies have got the My Mudah unit being set up, and 36 business associations nationwide today have business, a My Mudah unit being set up in their organization. Next slide. Now, this is one initiative. I think I've got just 1 or 2 more slides to go. On dealing with construction permits, investors are saying that they find it very difficult to get the necessary approval to set up factories in Kulim. So using the My Mudah approach, we listen, we collect more data, we even bring in the investors who provide us that feedback, and we work together with all the relevant authority through a scientific approach. We get data, and then we map out the whole process. We look at options together with investors, together with the industry, together with the academician. Then we started challenging the status quo, and you can see that before the year 2020, it takes about 24 to 36 months to get the necessary approval. But through My Mudah initiative, addressing regulatory burden, we are now having in place 10 months process where you get all the necessary approval, and the impact has been very tremendous. You could see that for the state of Kedah, investment coming into the country has also increased by 32 times. Jobs creation, just for one company alone, they were able to set up a factory. They were able to provide 2,500 jobs for Malaysians. High-skilled jobs, where they require engineers and also technicians. And of course, revenue for the local authority, when you have got companies operating in their area, have also, increased by 7-fold. So key success factors, I think, is about collaborative innovation, working with industry at the same time, using this regulatory experimentation. We experimented in this municipality of Kulim. Once it is proven successful, then we proliferate throughout the whole state, and then we report to the National Productivity Council to get mandate, so that we can then proliferate or again extend it throughout the whole nation, which we are now doing, engaging with all the state government and also local authority across the whole country. Next. Now, for private healthcare, to develop a private hospital, we got feedback. There were also cases taking 800 over days to get the necessary approval. We were able to cut down to 3 days. There was also issue where private hospital, you cannot build more than 12 floors. We were able to address that issue because the law says that you can't build more than that due to safety reason of patients and all that. If there is a fire break, especially concern coming from the fire department. But now we are having a hospitals being developed more than 12 floors. For example, like the city of Shah Alam, there's already a hospital called Abisen Hospital. 18th floor is built, and also another southern part of Malaysia in Johor, We have got a Thompson Hospital built, on 12th floor. So this is again, I think, is about collaboration. It's about collaborative innovation. It is about experimenting. Once proven successful, then we proliferate throughout the whole country. Next slide, please. Right. Now, I think this could be the last slide, which we are talking about productive mindset. I think we should be thankful with the COVID-19. It's a blessing in disguise. We were using technology to reach out. We produce videos. We do a lot of recording. We have productivity pep talk, right, to drive the productivity culture into mindset of every Malaysian. And thank God, just for this year alone, we set target of 8 million. But we have reached more than 12 million through digital technology. So we do a lot of videotaping, a lot of case study we develop, we capture a lot of good practices, and these are information that we disseminate throughout the whole nation. At the enterprise level, using the approach of productivity in context, we want to make sure the right example, right explanation, right understanding, because in every organization, in every sector, the way they look at productivity may be a little different because of the business that they are in. So this also that we are able to do, with the assistance of the 11 productivity nexus to address issue, to ensure higher level of awareness and also understanding on what productivity is and the need to address productivity in a holistical manner. Next slide. So to conclude, ladies and gentlemen, now, the Malaysia Productivity Blueprint provides the national agenda for Malaysia. And through this blueprint, we're able to enhance cooperation, not just between government agencies, and ministries, but I think together in collaboration with the private sector. And we coined this term, which we call collaborative innovation. We do a lot of innovation, doing things differently through collaboration together, right? Public and private. Now, evidence-based policy is important. As I mentioned, scientific approach, you need to have data, you need to do a lot of listening, you need to do verification, discuss together with all parties involved. Businesses should not look at government as an adversarial partner. The same way as how government look at business, they thought business is just making money. So we are able to work together, evidence-based, and we are able to identify the best option. So that whatever that we put in place is going to be the best for the country. And of course, thirdly, from our experience, you need to have good regulation, quality regulation, because this is vital to accelerate, national recovery and also national development. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director General Latif, for providing value-added information in productivity, quality, competitiveness, and best practices for nurturing an innovative and creative culture. And it's also wonderful to learn the strategies and actual experiences of Malaysia. Everyone, let's give him a virtual round of applause. Thank you, sir.
Most welcome.
And to reinforce the topic, strategies to recovery and transformation amidst challenges, next up, we have the presentation on the Thailand experience. With us today is the International Relations Department Manager of the Thailand Productivity Institute to speak on the topic. She is a senior consultant and is currently the International Relations Manager of the Foundation for Thailand Productivity Institute. Her objective is to live with productivity. Mainly, she is involved in consulting and is a trainer in the areas of human resources, master's degree, and organization development from the National Institute of Development Administration, Bangkok, Thailand, and her bachelor's degree on communication arts at Chulalongkorn University, also in Bangkok, Thailand. Without further ado, I'd like to call on the virtual floor our next speaker. Please welcome, with a virtual round of applause, International Relations Department Manager Rachada Asison Disakul. Good morning, Madam. Was I able to pronounce your name correctly?
Yes, very clear and very familiar with the type words like this. Thank you, MC, for introducing me. Okay, good morning, everyone. I hope that all of you can hear me clearly, right? Okay. Yeah. Okay, let's start with the Thailand cases for the COVID and after the COVID pandemic right now. May I share my screen?
Yes, you may now share your screen.
Okay, just wait for a few minutes. I think I lost it. Maybe could you help me in that, because I think I got a lot off screen right now.
Okay,
Okay,
we will help you.
Okay, thank you.
Just let us know what other assistance we can give you.
Okay. Please go to the first one.
Excuse me, ma'am, may we request also your camera to be lowered? We can only see half of your face.
Okay, is this okay?
A little more. I think it's your monitor. Can you make it towards you? A little bit towards you.
Okay, let's.
We can only see half of your face.
You cannot see my screen. Okay, just a few minutes. Sorry for that.
No worries.
Okay, can you see my screen now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, sorry for a few minutes interruption for that. For Thailand, I think maybe we can bring you to the overall the government policy about what we do before the pandemic and during the pandemic, and what we plan to do after this. So before the pandemic, the government of Thailand, we provide the strategy for 20 years ahead. And we have the vision, to achieve within 20 years, because we have the key problems that is we face this for quite a long time. And so that the government at the time of the General Prayut, they provide to have the vision to achieve to be a developed country with security, prosperity, and sustainability in accordance with the sufficiency economy philosophy. I think you may not, some of you may not heard about the sufficiency economy philosophy that was founded by our late king, the King Rama IX, who already passed away. And from his experience and knowledge that helped Thailand in development, especially for the poor people and in the rural area as well. For his period is about 70 years. He did a lot in that area. And then the government of Thailand bring the success case and would like to enhance and bring it in the National Development Plan as well. And before the government of Thailand announced the 20 years development plans and vision as well, we found that we have the 6 key problems that is the national level. The first one is maybe you know about the Thailand conflicts for many years. We have the politics conflicts in many levels, so that the first goal we would like to create a national security, so that we would like to reduce the conflict between people, especially for the rural and urban area as well, because of the problem in the poverty as well. The next one is that Thailand will have in the middle trap income for decades. Although we have the success case in the manufacturing as well, but our manufacturing is based on labor intensive rather than it's the technology or the innovation for years. So that the government would like to leverage the manufacturing and to be the high technology instead. Another one is about the education. Thailand, we have the law that every people can have, many people have the right to study higher, especially in the higher education like the bachelor degrees. But we also have the problem that many Thai students, they come to the social science instead of science and technology. So that is the problem that we cannot leverage our manufacturing into the high technology as well. And also another problem is that we will go into the aging society within 2 years from now. So that is a big problem in Thailand, that we will have the many people who are seniors and they will not work anymore. Why? They don't have enough saving or pension that will bring them in the good quality of life. That is the big problem, and that costs the government in terms of taking care of senior people. Another one is that we face about the environment problems, and because we have the big issue in 2 or 3 areas. The first one is right now is about the air pollution. We have the problem of the PM2.5 that's caused a lot of problem of the Thai people in terms of the disease and healthcare as well. Another one is about the natural resources, especially water resources. We faces about the water for the farming and agriculture. That is bring the low income in for the farmer as well. That is our big problems. Another one is about the energy, because we don't have much resources, energy. We have to depend on the our neighboring countries for importing the energy, especially for natural gases and also the electric that we depend on other countries as well. Another one is our government is quite low in the productivity as well, and sometimes cannot serve the private sector, especially when the government would like to enhance the investment from overseas. That is the sixth problem at the national level. So that from the 20-year strategy plan from the government, so that the government initiated 6 national strategies to be the focus area, so that we will have the initiative and also the strategy or the master plan in the 20 ministries, as well as the working with the other public and private commission to work with that. So this is the 6th is aligned with the our national problem as well. And as a whole, that to bring you to understand the situation of Thailand, right? We are the country that's based on agriculture economy for quite a long time. That's we call that is the Thailand 1.0. This stated is still right there in some area because many people in Thailand, we have more than 5 million people who are in the agriculture business and actually in the typical way. And then we have we're going to be the industry and have the manufacturing, but at the time, this might be 40 years ago, we call it the period of Thailand 2.0. We have invest light industry, especially that is the manufacturing based on the labor intensive, like the garment and home appliance at the time. But the knowledge and technology that come from the overseas, from the investment from many leading companies, especially from Japan and the Europe, including the US as well. But right now, we lost that kind of manufacturing because of the labor cost in Thailand right now is quite high, especially last 10 years. So that the government of Thailand would like to invest more in the heavy industry, especially in the automotive as well, and also the electronics industry. But we're still in the middle income track because we cannot leverage our manufacturing as well. But at the time, Thailand, we expand into other industries like the hospitality and tourism industry as well. That brings us a lot of the GDP and a lot of revenue from overseas as well. But right now, the government, they aim to become the Thailand 4.0 so that this is the aligned with the 20 years strategies to achieve the goal of prosperity, security, and sustainability, so that the Thailand National Development Plan, we aim to invest more in terms of innovative, value-based industry and high income, and to become the high income industry as well. So, next slide, please. Sorry. Our four objectives of the Thailand 4.0, we aim to become the countries that has the value-based economy that driven by innovation, technology, and creativity, so that the government, they issue the law that encourage the private sector to invest in R&D. So the private sector or the organization who invest in R&D, they will have the tax reserve back, and they can claim the investment from R&D for the tax exempt as well. So the government plan to have more investment in terms of manufacturing, not just only from the economy as well. The next one, the next plan is to create the social well-being. The government and the Prime Minister, he announced that the Thailand Development Plan, we will not leave anyone behind. That means a lot of walk of life, and especially in the rural area. The government put a lot of budget into the rural area, especially we would like to change the farmers from the typical way of farming to be the smart farmers, so that the Ministry of Agriculture, they got a lot of projects for the young smart farmer as well. And at least the government aims to help the household, at least 20,000 families to become more using the technology as well. The third objective is about the raising human values, and the government would like to aim and change the competency of people, of Thai people, to be the 21st century as well. And they become to have the more technology and increase the university faculties working in terms of building Thai students in terms of scientists, more scientists as well. And the last one is about the environmental protection. We would like to a livable society so that people have more happiness and in a good environment. Especially, we would like to change the low carbon society as well. This is aligned with the circular economy. That is the government objective in that area. This is the 4 objectives in terms of Thailand 4.0, aligned with the 20-year strategy. This is the draw of what the government tried to do in terms of the manufacturing, because we have planned to focus on S-curve in the 5 areas. That is the next general automotive. As you may know that Thailand, we got a lot of manufacturing in terms of automotive industry as well. But we would like to change it to another one from the diesels, automotive, benzene. We right now we have the electric EV car as well. After the APEC, there we got the investment from China and Japan in terms of EV car. We have working with us for quite a long time and just success in that area. And we also focus on the smart electronics as well as a affluence, medical and wellness tourism. Because as you know that we have the good healthcare services as well, and we would like to become a healthcare hubs, especially for the inviting the patient from overseas, because our healthcare expenses is lower than Western countries. And we also would like to change our agriculture aligned with the biotechnology as well. Especially, we would like, especially we have the good practice in terms of bioenergy for quite a long time. And also, we have the strength in the food processing and food manufacturing as well. And right now, the government focus on the food, future foods as well, because we encourage our food industry to invest in the plant-based food manufacturing as well, and also to leverage our manufacturing into the high technology, and to reduce the labor-intensive manufacturing. So that this is a new S-curve that the government and the Ministry of Industry focuses on. That is robotics. So that the university in Thailand will work with the manufacturing, especially for the high technology manufacturing. They work together to create the robotics manufacturing to reduce the purchasing from overseas. Another one is like the Malaysian. We have to focus on aviation and logistics as well, because you may know that in Thailand the government invests a lot of railway, especially for the high-speed train, and we would like to become a link with the neighbor country as well, including Malaysia and the neighboring country. Our aim is to link into the China, the southern China as well. The biofuels and biochemicals still is the focus area. We have the big companies working in that area, so that the Ministry of Industry working with the top manufacturing like PTT and STT in that area, because we would like to reduce the plastic and create more biochemical instead of plastic. Another one will become, we would like to, as I mentioned, we would like to become a hub of medical, especially we know that Middle East, Saudi Arabia, that we have the good relationship in terms of the country, so that we got a lot of the patients coming back to Thailand again. And also the government would like to implement more digital technology in many areas, and would like to encourage our manufacturing, especially for the small SME. And the government would like to change from the traditional SME to be the startup in terms of many unicorn startup as well, so that the government put a lot of the investment and the budget into that sector, because for the private sector in Thailand, 90% there are the SMEs, and they cannot have the investment, so that the government put the budget on that area. That is what we do. This is the to make clear about what Thailand manufacturing would like to change the focus area. We focus on the new S curve. That is but we still keep the first S curve still doing that, because a lot of SME will be doing that in that area as well. And during the pandemic, what the government do, especially as I mentioned, that is we have the 20-year strategy plan, but during the pandemic, the plan is still there. We don't change much about that, but the government provide the plan as an emergency to help the Thai people and business, so that they will, I don't know what, they will, I don't know, change, sorry. So that during the pandemic, the government would like to aim into some goals that help the small business, as well as the farmers that got the migrate from the urban area, because in Thailand, after the plantation period, they come to the urban area and do some careers, and then during the pandemic they go back, because they don't have the career in the urban or in the city right now, so that the government would like to help them, so that they can have the earning to run the life. So that this is quite the urgency goal, that is to expand employment, especially in the rural area, instead of just stay in the city as well. And also increase the new area, implementing the agricultural theory, that is the sufficiency economy, because from the labor that will lose their job in the city, they come back to their hometown and don't know what to do for their earnings, so that the government put a lot of the training them, and also help them in the community, so that they can run their own farm in a small plantation, so that they can live, and many of the new farmers can pay their own debt. The another goal is about the farm development for food security, and because we have the strength in terms of food, so that the government, especially the Ministry of Agriculture, working with the Department of the Community Development, they try to help the new farmer, especially young farmer, in terms of food security, because some people, they cannot live without them. And also this is enhance the national strength, because of this food value chain, so that Thailand, we can export more in terms of food processing as well. And also we have the problem of water for the farming, so that the government put more budget to help the community to provide more water resource or water source for farming, like the pond and the small dam in the small community, so that the farmer can get the benefit from water resources, and they so that they have the enough water for farming as well. And also the government increased national forestry, because this is a kind of a source for employ the labor that they lose their job as well. And we also, the government has the initiative to reduce the agriculture and farming costs, the government has the strategy in terms of combine the small farms into the high scale farming, so that they can share the cost, so that the farmers got the more income from that area. And also because the tourism sector, we got the big problem because of pandemic, so that the government they focus on 5 key areas as good practice, and helping the community to become more in terms of tourist development as well, so that the government increase more strength and help them to develop, especially for tourism and hospitality within the domestic tourism. So that the next slide, we will, during the pandemic, the government had the 3 plans to help the Thai people in strengthening. The first one is strengthening grassroots economy plans. That is what the government would like to enhance and create more jobs for Thai labor as well, especially for support agriculture business and farmers. That is what about the plan that we got more in terms of farmers. We have the new farmers and young farmers, and that in that way, because they go back to their hometown, as I mentioned earlier. And the plan is aimed to reduce the poverty and equality, so that the budget, the government changed the budget into the poor people, especially for the people who lose their job, and disability, as well as the senior guy as well. And also the government developed the market channels, especially for e-commerce, and the promote the community products. You may heard about the Thailand projects for 20 years, and we have a lot of top products that come from the community, and the government help them in terms of e-commerce as well. And also the Thai government, they promote a community tourism, that we put a lot of the expert helping the village to leverage their tourism standard in that way. And also the government strengthening community with the funding and logistic and digital platform, so that we have the Ministry of the digital technology. This quite new ministry. They got a lot of the funding for the tech digital platform in terms of that area. Another plan is about the rural sustainability plan. The Thailand, we aim for the new industrial park in the eastern part of Thailand, so that you may heard about the EEC project. That's the Eastern Economic Corridor. That is the combination of academia, public sector, and manufacturing, as well as the community. They're working together and created new manufacturing. And that is the success still have, because we can invite a new and a big investor from overseas, especially in terms of new technologies, especially aerospace and the electronics, as well as the EV car, and they start the business right now. Another one is to develop the production and trading in specific sectors. That is, the Ministry of Industry and Ministry of Commerce, they're working together in promoting the new platform, and also they bring the manufacturing and leverage of Thailand factories in terms of the industry 4.0 as well, so that the manufacturing is not in the city or the city around the Bangkok as well. They're going to the rural area. The third plan is about domestic economic stimulus plans. It's focused on the consumption and tourism sector. The government of Thailand, they provide a trillion budget in terms of stimulate the purchasing power of the Thai people. The Prime Minister himself, he created the co-pay scheme, so that the Thai people, we have more purchasing power in terms of the promote the small scale on SME. So that is the we have the e-wallet platform, the government that put the budget to Thai people. This is about nearly 20 million people who have the direct purchasing power from the government as well. And another one, the government provide a tourism package for village health volunteers, because during the pandemic, they work very hard. We have the volunteers that they work in this village or their community without the salary, so that the government would like to make some kind of like incentive, so that the government pay the tourism package for them after their work hard. So that is the urgency plan that is the government doing during the pandemic. But for the public sector development, the government still have the plan for quite a long time. We call that the public sector development. And the latest one is about the 2 years plan for the 2021 until the 2022, so that the government agency, they have to develop itself to achieve the goal in 3 strategy. That is, the first one is about the developing of the government agency services. The government, they have to improve their services. They have to reduce their process to achieve the citizen satisfaction. And the second one, second strategy is about the revised role and mission strategy. This is kind of like the Philippines and Malaysia as well. They have to reform and reform itself and reduce the public they have to to increase the productivity for public sector as well. And another one is the efficiency and the integrated of public administration, so that the indicator to achieve in 4 measures. The first one is the 80% of the satisfactory level of the citizen with the public services. So after they provide the e-services as well and one-stop service, the satisfaction of the citizen should achieve at least 85% as well. And the 20 ministries, they have to issue the e-service and including the 120 government services to be improved in that way. And another one is quite challenging as well. It's about the Thailand rank for the e-government development index. We aim to achieve the rank of the 50s by this year, from the 57 in 2021. But actually, at this year, we just improved to rank from the 57, so that right now we rank in the 55th rank. Another indicator that we aim to achieve is about the Thailand's competitiveness ranking for the government efficiency, rising to the top 20 by this year. But right now we think we don't achieve for this year. So this is the guidelines under the 3 strategy that we don't. I don't want to put more details in that, so that the government of Thailand, leading by the Office of Public Sector Development Commission, that's it, OPDC, they encourage the government agency to improve in key area. The first one is about the key e-service and the one-stop service, not just only the central government, but including the local government as well. So that this is the objective that every ministry have to focus on that area. And especially the government, they encourage all government agencies to implement the digital technology as well, especially for the government big data analytics, and also for the building the digital skill across the government, not just only working by themselves alone. They have to work in the cluster and helping the local government. That is the aim for the agency, government agency. And for the encourage the public service, public sector, the OPDC, they encouraged by provide the award in 3 mentions, in 3 categories. The first one is the public service category. I would like to mention earlier that the OPDC working closely with Thailand Productivity Institute for nearly 20 years to implement the business quality award from the Malcolm Barris from the USA, and they implement the category in 7 categories and in terms of the business excellence. But right now they provide the award for 3 categories, because to achieve in the same level like the 7 categories like the Malcolm Barris or Talent Quality Award is not easy for the public sector, because they have the specific mission as well. So that right now, the OPDC encourage the public sector to apply and get the award in 3 categories. That is the first one is about the public service. That is to improve of the public service as well, to achieve the citizens' satisfaction as well, that is about to achieve in the convenience, promise, and transparency as well. The second one is about the Public Sector Management Quality Award. That is the total award that is very similar to the Malcolm Boris in terms of the quality of management as well. The third one is about the participatory government category. That is about the development of effective public administration. And most of the government agency who got the award is from the tax collection, is like the Department of Revenue, the Department of the Excise, including Department of Livestock. They already got the award from the OPDC as well. So that's all about the Thailand during the pandemic and recovery plan. And right now, Thailand, we have the National Development Plan for the economy and the societal development plan. That is the 13th one and start from next year for the next 5 years plan. And we focus on the societal and the S-curve and new S-curve, as well as the tourism industry. And also we focus on the digital technology development and the inclusive development as well. That is the key message from the new National Development Plan. That's all for Thailand aspect. Sorry to take quite a long time for the presentation.
Thank you, Department Manager Asisante Sakul, for sharing the key strategies for post-pandemic recovery in Thailand. We realize that although the current situation remains dire for many, there are also opportunities amid the ongoing crisis. Let's all give her a virtual round of applause. Let us now move on to the open forum portion. Our moderator is the distinguished Dean of the Graduate School of Public and Development Management and Navy Reservist Chair, MSAB Philippine Air Force, Dr. Lizanne E. Perante Calina. She is the president of the Philippine Society for Public Administration, or the PSPA, the president of the Philippine Futures Thinking Society, and one of the advisory board members of the Washington Global Institute. She is also part of the Philippine Navy Reserve Force with the rank of Chief Petty Officer. A distinguished academic scholar, an international publication awardee, an author of books and journals, both local and international, and a resource person in capacity building programs and conferences in the field of public administration. Dr. Perante Calina is an alumna of the University of the Philippines, Diliman, where she finished her master's and doctorate degrees in public administration, and of the University of Negros Occidental, Recoletos, for her undergraduate degree, where she finished cum laude. She enriched her expertise through vast educational experiences, including her attendance in various executive courses. She will moderate our open forum and Q&A portion and will provide a synthesis of the presentations this morning. Let's give her a round of virtual applause. Ma'am, you're on mute.
Yes, there you go. Finally, I'm muted. A pleasant morning to everyone. That was another edifying, practical, and functional sharing of insights and perspectives from our distinguished speakers. So now, if you have questions, please put them in the chat box, although we received a lot already, and these questions are all interesting. So allow me to read out some questions from the chat box and from our Zoom and YouTube platforms as well. So our first question, if Dr. Clara is still there, and Director Latif and Ms. Arachada, we have a few questions for all of you. So let me share this first question or pose this first question to Dr. Claro. This is from Lovely in Saban. Earlier, you presented regular government agencies as to satisfaction survey. Are there GOCCs that were included in that satisfaction survey? And likewise, very briefly, can you share with us, do you have available data showing the trend of approval rating of all agencies? Is it available online? Yeah, so let me call on Dr. Claro, if he's still there. Maybe we can spotlight Dr. Claro. Okay, I think he's no longer in the platform. So while waiting for Dr. Claro, let me pose this second question to Director General Latif. And this question is from Leon Luzanias of DBM. How does Malaysia account for improving public sector productivity in line with its productivity nexus? By the way, I really love that nexus framework of yours. It's really interesting, and that maybe can be applied in other jurisdictions as well. So aside from regulations, governments also have programs and projects that may also affect productivity.
Okay, as you can see that MPC is under the Ministry of International Trade Industry. When you say trade industry, you're looking into the private sector. There is already an agency called MAMPU, Management Modernization and Planning Unit. So their job is to modernize the public sector, management that includes productivity. But nevertheless, before the Malaysia Productivity Blueprint was launched in 2017, we already have a platform which we call Pemuda. It's a special task force to facilitate business. In Bahasa, Pemuda means to facilitate business, to ensure that people find easy to do business in Malaysia. Now, Pemuda is co-chaired by the #1 public servant in Malaysia, that is the Chief Secretary, and co-chair together with the Captain of Industry, who is the President of the Federation of Malaysian Manufacturers. Members are from private and public sector. So the private sector industry, they will bring issues there, and issues are to be addressed by the government side. And Pemuda will then monitor implementation of the decision made. Now, the Secretariat to Pemuda is MPC Malaysia, right? Because issues are coming from the industry. So we are under MITI, which is an agency that oversees, industrial development. So we provide the secretariat support. Now, from the experience of Pemuda, because we're able to address so many issues with regards to doing business, Pemuda is also the platform that monitors on Malaysia's performance in the World Bank report on doing business. That's why Malaysia was ranked. The last report that came out in the year 2020, we were ranked number 12. So it's the work that we do by listening to the industry and address the issue together, with the government. Now, from that experience, that is where we developed the Malaysia Productivity Blueprint, holding industry accountable. So rather than they bring issues to the government, and the government, drive together with the system of industry, but now we set up what we call Nexus. Nexus are driven by the private sector. The government facilitate. So to answer the question, yes, there is already Pemuda, which will address issues brought up by industry. And to ensure that we can assist the industry, we have to improve our government delivery system, regulations, process, procedures. That is where productivity of the public sector comes in. So we do measure also productivity performance of the public sector. We cannot hear you, Dr. Kalina. I think you are muted. I think you are muted, Dr. Kalina.
Yeah, actually, I'm being muted by the host, by the technical team. Technical team, kindly don't unmute me. Yeah. So thank you for that, Director General Latif. Actually, I was impressed with the blueprint, the Malaysian productivity blueprint that you presented earlier, and it talked about productivity mindset. And this productivity mindset, looking at it as a long-term approach towards really improving productivity and strengthening productivity. Can you just talk a bit about productivity mindset? Because this one is very interesting. Actually, according to the United Nations, one of the strategies towards sustainable development is changing mindset. And it is mentioned in the blueprint, the productivity mindset.
Right. You see, we realize, yes, productivity, simply understood about, doing more with less. We need to say, your output must be bigger than the input that you're using. Producing more, with less resources. Now, but then we have to look at within context. It's easy said and then rather to really explain. So, for example, I give you a very simple example. I've got my mother asking me, "You are working this product. What is this productivity?" Now she's a full-time housewife. She's never worked, in any, office or in any profession. So I just have to explain to her. I said, "Mom, I remember those days. You have to go, into, the woods behind to get some firewood, and then you have to start to blow, to get the fire, burning, and then you have to wash, the rice and all that, and then you have to do washing. But now with technology, Mom, everything's just within, your fingertips. You just press the button. You got your rice cooker, you got your washing machine, you got even vacuum cleaner which can operate on its own. So what do you do with the time that you have in excess?" But she said, "Yeah, of course, I read more, books with regard to religion. I learn about new, cookies, new food, that your father likes and all that." I said, "That is productivity because you are managing your time well. Two, that give you budget that you need to manage, on household chores and all that. And I know you go very early to the market, wet market, you get fresh, items and all that, and you get the cheapest price possible. That is productivity," I said. So the same thing when you go to an organization which is dealing with services, industry. I think context will have to be explained, in a proper manner. You go to the hospital, it has to be explained together with the right example. So this is why when we talk about the right mindset, we want to make sure that every Malaysians, they are accountable to productivity, they have got role. But we must make sure that they understand context and how do you contribute. The same that when you talk to a student, they are not people in the labor market, but they are still studying. So we talk about managing their time, managing their resources, getting good marks, studying, a smart manner and all that. So it is important. Yes, it is something that we are doing ongoing. Now, to be effective, we have started by creating what we call models or example. For example, we went to one hotel. We developed, good example, good cases, good stories. We have got proper pep talk. The same example for that hotel, we can use also for the other hotel. For hospital also, we have got publication and all that. We have got our own studio, we do recording. That also we can disseminate, through our social media and all that. So, Dr. Karina, it is important. We have to do continuous engagement. We are living in a very dynamic environment. Challenges, come and go. Challenges can be very different, but we have to keep on understanding productivity within context or in context and use the right example.
Yeah, I totally agree, Director General Latif. Thank you for sharing that. And of course, technology is one of the indicators, major indicators really, that would lead us to a more productive society. And that was also mentioned before under the re-engineering framework. If you want to be productive, the next step there is technology. Thank you for that. I'd like to go to our resource person, Ms. Rachada from Thailand. And we have here a question from Dr. Bombita. And this one is, how is the ASEAN economic or regional integration considered in the preparation of the growth or development plans in Thailand? yeah, in particular, Thailand. And I'm impressed with the sufficient economy principle. I've heard that also before from one of our colleagues, and I'm glad that it is still continuing. So how the ASEAN economic regional integration considered in the preparation of the growth development plans in Thailand and of course Malaysia and Philippines. Though there are similarities in concepts and strategies, but they are seemingly confined to the national interest of individual states. How these plans directly attributed to the ASEAN interest as original bloc.
Thank you. Actually, Thailand, we work with the ASEAN country very closely, right? You know, and also when we have the strategy or we have the objectives to do something, especially in terms of the government. The government, we have two levels. The first level is about the government with the government, G2G as well. And another one is the B2B, or the state enterprise with the state enterprise. But they have the same direction. For example, some initiative or some strategy may be initiated by the government. Another one might be initiated by the big private sector as well. But they will have the same goal in terms of how we can work with the other organization, not just only in Thailand, but with the ASEAN countries, because many state enterprise and the big organization private sector in Thailand, they invest a lot in the ASEAN countries. That is how they not just only making or doing the business, but they also doing something that to reduce the gap of Thailand as well. For example, that might be something about the energy or power that we use, so that the private organization in Thailand and state enterprise, they're talking with the Thai government, and the Thai government then will have the forum with the neighboring countries or ASEAN countries in some, and then we come to provide the goals or strategic plan for that. So that is the common practice in Thailand. I'm not sure whether I respond to the question right.
Yeah, thank you for that, Mr. Chada. There's another question earlier presented about government strategies after pandemic, and also Thailand's Vision 2037, and it really talked about unity, security, prosperity, and sustainability under that principle of sufficiency economy. Regarding the second strategy for public sector development on revising roles, mission, and structure of government agencies, downsizing organizational structure was mentioned. What are the strategies of Thailand in helping affected personnel of such downsizing efforts? And this question came from Leon Luzianes of DBM.
Okay. Actually, for the government agency, we did for quite long times, because we have the law that mentioned that if the private sector do something better than government agency, the government agency have to move that service to the private sector instead. For example, for the national lab in some area, we have in the past the government agency there provide the test lab. For example, to test the standard of the products and or also some equipment, especially to calibrate the QC equipment, something like that. But right now, the government say that no need to do that by the government agency, so that the government agency they do not do that anymore, and they invite the public. They invite the private organization, especially from the university or another laboratory, to do that instead. That is one of the examples. Another one is that for investigation or survey. In the past, the government agency, they have their own team to do the survey. For example, they did the land survey or the quality of the soil survey. They have their own team, but right now they don't have. They just recruit the public organization that meet the standard of the government to do that instead. And many services, you may see some service in Thailand that there's no more government officer there. For example, the passport issues. This is belong to the outsourced company, not belong to the Department of Immigration anymore.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. And this is really in line with public-private partnership, the privatization of some government services under the principle of steering rather than rowing. So the government is there to provide directions, and then on the rowing side, there's the private sector. So thank you for that, Madam Rachada. And let me go back to Dr. Claro. Dr. Claro, are you still there? There are two questions, very briefly, you can answer these. And the question is from Loveline Saban, where GOCCs included in the satisfaction survey, and do you have available data showing the trend of approval rating of all government agencies? And is it available online? Can anyone access that? Okay, kindly unmute Dr. Claro, please. So our tech team, or Dr. Claro, we can't hear you yet. Kindly unmute your microphone. There you go.
There. Okay. The Pahayag survey is actually available in the Publicos Asia website. So you can access the data through this website. No? But having said that, the earlier question, I think, was about satisfaction, no? Of a certain government agency. What we do conduct in Pahayag is actually just a line-by-line aided question, no? Asking respondents to rate on a 5-point scale the approval, how much they approve the performance of a certain agency and how much they trust that agency. Normally, the approval and trust rating correlate with one another. If a certain agency would like to, for example, know more about how their clients, their customers rate their services, then that would need a more detailed study. That would not be available in the Pahayag. I hope that answers the question.
All right. So thank you for that, Dr. Claro. And to our participants, you can access that. We have so many questions in our chat box, but we would like to thank our speakers and our experts for sharing their insights and perspectives about productivity, innovation, and agility in government service with the participation, of course, of the private sector. And to all our participants, thank you for sharing your questions and insights. It was very engaging. And at this time, let me synthesize what we've discussed briefly so that I will be able to have a sumptuous lunch. So to encapsulate our learning from all the presentations this morning, I'd like to quote a Zen proverb stating that just when the caterpillar thought that the world is over, it became a butterfly. End of quote. We are seeing the other side of the river as the world recovers from the pandemic and faces critical global and domestic issues. The question really is, how are we going to move forward, going beyond this pandemic? Although we are facing uncertainties in stepping into the new normal, but the presentations this morning have assured us that we are ready, and we should be ready. And with that, we are equipped with the data, knowledge, and that knowledge should be co-created so that we'll be able to introduce innovation and agility, and definitely the talent to come up with best practices and breakthrough innovations. So may we be inspired and be able to take these concepts with us as we open the world to the new way of doing things. And based on the presentations, likewise, we can derive that certainly knowledge management, data analysis, and proper planning are amongst the key factors for accelerating recovery and transformation in public services. With the right tools, public sector organizations can learn from our citizens and strategies of other nations. So this is about looking at best practices and with our experience as well. And these concepts, tools, and data will help us create a new mindset in productivity, which according to Director General Latif must be inculcated in every citizen. And of course, the ability of the organization to harness information from internal and external sources, we have to be outward looking as well while we look at the inward factors in our organization. And this is through the process of learning, unlearning, and relearning. So it is important that digital transformation will be our driver, especially in the 21st century. So on that note, let me turn over to the host for the awarding of Certificate of Appreciation.
Thank you, Dr. Lizal. We would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to all of our speakers, and most especially to everyone here who contributed their presence, understanding, and active participation. At this point of the forum, we would like to present the Certificate of Appreciation to the guest speakers. And the certificate reads as follows. The Development Academy of the Philippines awards the Certificate of Appreciation to the speakers for their invaluable contribution in the Public Sector Quality and Productivity Improvement Forum 2022, given this first day of December 2022. Signed, Attorney Engelbert C. Caronan Jr., MNSA, President and Chief Executive Officer, Development Academy of the Philippines, and member, GQMC. May we call on our esteemed speakers. Honorable Arsenio M. Balisacan, Director General Latif, NPO Head and APO Alternate Director for Malaysia, Malaysia Productivity Corporation. Ms. Rachada Asison Tisakul, International Relations Department Manager, Thailand Productivity Institute. And Dr. Claro G. Ganyak, Research Director, Publicus Asia Incorporated. Our heartfelt gratitude to all of our speakers for their valuable time and expertise shared in this forum. And may I now invite everyone here in Zoom to please turn on your camera for a brief photo opportunity with the speakers. And we shall be assisted by Ms. Margaret Reyes, who will provide instructions.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's already 12 noon, so good afternoon. May I request everyone to open their cameras and give us your sweetest smile as we capture your attendance to today's forum. We have several forums today, panels today, so please maintain your sweetest smile as we capture your attendance. Okay, for our first panel, second panel, third panel, please maintain your smiles. Fourth panel, you can still open your camera so we can capture your sweetest smile at the moment. I'm already on my seventh panel. And last but not the least, thank you very much. Back to you, Miss Tina.
Thank you for the assistance, Miss Margaret, and kudos, everyone. Please excuse us on the time extension. The Q&A was very much engaging. But we will now have our lunch break. But before we continue with the presentation of the government best practices. So everyone, let's all have a happy lunch. Participants who have completed the daily attendance sheet and forum evaluation will receive the e-certificates. The evaluation form will be available before we end daily. So see you all again at 1 p.m. Thank you.
Maraming nagagawang produkto, binhing itatanim sa ating mga puso, tutubo't lalaki at lalago. Kapag ang puno ay matibay, mga sangay mayabong at malabay, hitik sa mga bunga ng ating paglikha, biyaya ng sipag at tiyaga. Mabuhay ka, mabuhay ka, mahusay at marami kang nagagawa. Mabuhay ka at mabuhay rin ang ating adhika, paunlarin itong bansa. Magbuhat sa iba't ibang larangan, karunungan at wastong pamamaraan, mula sa kanayunan hanggang kalunsuran, isulong ang ating kaunlaran. Mabuhay ka, mabuhay ka, mahusay at marami kang nagagawa. Mabuhay ka at mabuhay rin ang ating adhika, paunlarin itong bansa.
Good afternoon. We hope you had a very good lunch. Yeah. Wait. Anong page? Mm. So to continue with the next part of the PSQPIF 2022, we now come to one of the most exciting part of the forum, the much-awaited presentation of government best practice finalists. Please make sure that you have also registered your attendance. And to properly introduce the GPPR, allow me to call on the Director of the Productivity and Quality Training Office. Please welcome Director Maria Teresa A. Agustin. Let's give her a virtual round of applause.
Good afternoon to everyone. So as we start the government best practice recognition for 2022, let me just give you a brief background of the GPPR. Okay. So The GBPR has been spearheaded by the Academy in 2015 as one of the components of its business excellence program for the public sector. The Academy serving as the award administrator for the Philippine Quality Award for the public sector. So we have this business excellence program, which covers the Philippine Quality Award for the public sector. And we have the government best practice recognition, or the GBPR, and also the government excellence class organizational self-assessment. So the GBPR supplements the Academy's efforts to improve organizational productivity and performance in the public sector by recognizing innovative best practices of government agencies. Thus, we have been very happy that on our 7th year this year, 2022, we have been receiving a very positive response from the public sector through the submission of the best practice entries. Next. So the GPPR is not merely an opportunity for public sector organizations to obtain recognition for their best practices, but it serves as a building block for a learning culture for continuous improvement, because we have seen that our government excellence class organizational self-assessment will allow the organizations to look into the organizational health and be able to identify their strengths and opportunities for improvement. These organizational strengths can later on be translated into best practices by government agencies. And so it can be showcased, it can be shared through the government best practice recognition. And so this GBPR serves as a pathway for the journey to excellence to the Philippine Quality Award, so that we encourage government agencies to nurture their strengths, and be able to move forward to the journey to excellence and vie for the PQA. Okay. Next, the GPPR was an offshoot of the Academy's request to the Asian Productivity Organization for technical expert services on business excellence for the public sector. And so this GBPR has been patterned after the International Best Practice Competition, or IBPC, of the Center for Organizational Excellence Research of New Zealand. And this IBPC has been pioneered by Dr. Robin Mann. He's the APO technical expert who has helped us set up the implementation of the GPPR through the Academy. And the International Best Practice Competition provides an opportunity for GBPR recipients to be recognized at the international level. And we have already some public sector organizations that have joined the IBPC and has been given recognition at that level. Okay, so on our 7th year, this 2022, okay, we are really very happy about the turnout of applications or submitted best practice entries from public sector organizations. And we are also very thankful for the support of our management from the Development Academy of the Philippines for advocating and supporting the implementation of our government best practice recognition. That's why we have it today. So to continue for further details about the GBPR, let me share with you the GBPR video.
The Government Best Practice Recognition. To promote, showcase, and recognize outstanding, innovative, and benchmark practices demonstrated by public sector organizations. The Development Academy of the Philippines, as the National Productivity Organization, launched in 2015 the Government Best Practice Competition, or GBPC. The GBPC was launched in 2015 to provide an opportunity for agencies to share and learn from each other's experiences, setting up a learning platform to improve the quality of public service and foster competitiveness among government institutions. Since 2015, every year, a call for entries is being published to invite public sector organizations to submit their best practice entries. All entries are assessed by an in-house screening committee composed of seasoned DAP officers based on the level of deployment, 10%. Innovation, 20%. Best practice performance, 30%. Best practice evidence, 20%. Replicability of practice, 10%. Sustainability or next steps plan, 10%. Qualified entries are then invited for the final judging and presentation to the panel of judges, composed of no less than 3 productivity and quality experts. In its first year, a total of 28 entries were received from 16 organizations. Out of the 28, 8 best practice recipients were chosen. To focus on the recognition of excellence rather than the act of competition, the program was renamed as the Government Best Practice Recognition in 2017. Best practice entries are judged for their own merits rather than in comparison with other entries. In 2018, the GBPR was implemented as a component activity of the Government Quality Management Program, a national government-funded program implemented by the DAP for the promotion of quality improvement in the public sector. Out of the 5 major activities of the GQMP, the GBPR was implemented under the Public Sector Innovation Laboratory. There were a total of 5 recipients that year. In 2019, the first GBPR Best Practice Forum was rolled out. Selected GBPR recipients were invited to discuss their best practices and deliver updates in the sustainability and continuous innovations of their best practices. A total of 154 best practice entries from 2018 and 2019 were submitted and uploaded to the Knowledge Bank, accounting to the majority of the accessible content of the public. That year, out of the 146 best practice entries submitted by 96 government agencies, 6 entries were selected as recipients.
I am Attorney Lolibeth Ramit Medrano, the Director of the Bureau of Patents of the Intellectual Property of the Philippines. We joined the Development Academy of the Philippines Government Best Practice Recognition in 2018 with our initiative and the issuance of Early Search Report as our entry. The Early Search Report is an innovative office intervention and policy change to benefit Filipino inventors by providing timely search report on the patentability of inventions within 6 months from the filing date. The implementation of ESR is a proactive measure to help Filipino inventors maximize their inventions by pursuing international protection and commercialization. The ESR was conceptualized mainly to support the National Development Plan to promote and support Filipino innovations, in the process helping build a national culture of innovation. Pilot implementation in November 2016 up to the end of December 2021, we have issued 1,767 ESRs to our local applicants, covering around 80 to 85% of our local filings for each year. Thank you to the Development Academy of the Philippines for this recognition. Maraming salamat po.
In 2020, the GBPR pivoted to another program track, the GBPR COVID-19 response. This captured the best practices of public sector organizations in addressing the challenges of the pandemic with fortitude, resilience, and agility. Out of a total of 76 submitted entries, 10 were selected as recipients of the GBPR. The GBPR continues to inspire, share exemplary practices of the Philippine public sector to the world, and be the pebble that start the ripple effect. We now come together to celebrate those who continuously dedicate their efforts to improve organizational productivity, to further strengthen the performance excellence movement in the public sector. Thank you very much for taking part in this year's GBPR. Congratulations to all recipients.
And that was a glimpse into the history and background of the GBPR. Thank you, Director Agustin. Historically, we are seeing an increase in the number of best practice entries being received. There were 8 entries in 2018, 145 in 2019, 110 in 2020, 29 in 2021. And that's understandably because of the effects of the pandemic. And now an unprecedented 219 entries are received this year. This just shows how innovative best practices have been crucial in the delivery of public service at the time of the pandemic. The GBPR call for entries was announced last May 17, 2022, and received several applications until August 15, 2022. We would like to acknowledge the 219 best practices entries this year. And you can see on the screen the names of the applicant public sector agencies that have submitted their entries. Their submissions are very much appreciated, and they all deserve a virtual round of applause. Again, let's all give all the applicants from the public sector agencies that have submitted their best practices a virtual round of applause. Again, good afternoon, everyone. We would like to welcome you all to the Government Best Practice Recognition portion of the PSQPIF 2022. As part of the final judging, finalists will be presenting their best practice entries. Each finalist will present an 8-minute video presentation to be followed by a question and answer portion, but that is as time permits. All selected finalists will be endorsed to the prestigious International Best Practice Competition, or IBPC. In the judging of entries, the same set of criteria in the International Best Practice Competition and the Philippine Quality Award will be used. And here are the criteria for judging. Level of deployment, 10%. Innovation, 20%. Best practice performance, 30%. Best practice evidence, 20%. Replicability of practice, 10%. And last but not the least, review or next steps planned at 10%. Well-selected and respected experts from the government are here today to serve as judges for the GBPR recipients. They are Attorney Engelbert C. Caranan Jr., MNSA. He is the President and CEO of the Development Academy of the Philippines. Ms. Magdalena L. Mendoza. She is the Senior Vice President for Programs of the Development Academy of the Philippines. Ms. Lillian G. Salonga. She is currently the Director of the DTI Competitiveness Bureau and has also served as a member of GBPR 2021 Panel of Judges. And last but not the least, is Mr. Engineer Raymond C. Tan. He is an independent consultant, a member of the PQA Board of Judges, and has also served as a member of GBPR Panel of Judges since 2019 to 2021. Thank you very much to the esteemed panel of judges who have made time in their busy schedules to join us today. Let's give them a resounding virtual applause. So let's start the ball rolling, and we have 14 GBPR entries to be presented today in alphabetical order. To manage the time, clarification questions from the judges will be responded by the applicant within the allotted time. We shall remind you with the timing. To start off, we have the best practice presentation of the Cagayan Economic Zone Authority with best practice title, Community-Based Sustainable Tourism in Palawi Island Protected Landscape and Seascape from Santa Ana, Cagayan. Let's watch their presentation.
The Cagayan Economic Zone Authority is a government-owned and controlled corporation that was created by virtue of Republic Act 7922, otherwise known as the Cagayan Special Economic Zone Act of 1995. It has been tasked to manage and supervise the development of the Cagayan Special Economic Zone and Freeport. And from 1997 to present, CEZA continues to initiate several projects to promote the development in the Cagayan Freeport. The The Palawi Island in Santa Ana, Cagayan has been declared as a marine reserve through RA 7586 or the National Integrated Protected Area System, also known as the NEPAS law. It is further categorized as a protected landscape and seascape. The island boasts a rich biodiversity, including primary and secondary forests, mangroves, coral reefs, caves, grasslands, and seagrass meadows. The agency has adopted the Palawi Environmental Protectors Association or PEPA. It is originally formed by the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, comprising of residents who volunteered as caretakers of the protected landscape and seascape of Palawi Island and extended its role in the tourism development of the said island. Seeing the fascinating natural beauty of Palawi Island, CESA has recognized its potential to be a key player in the country's tourism industry and eventually set the Palawi Island protected landscape and seascape as the pilot site for CESA's community-based sustainable tourism program. As soon as the Palawi Island Protected Landscape and Seascape or PIPLS was set for the implementation of the program, CESA proceeded with a number of activities to fulfill its objectives. Since then, CESA has been monitoring the operations of PEPA and its subgroups closely, ensuring that they would maintain their standard procedures, implement their protocols, continually expand their products and services, and generate income. The community-based sustainable tourism program now contributes to environmental management and provides alternative livelihood to the residents. The community enterprises benefited by receiving fair price in exchange of high-value tourism products and services. Since 2011, the income generated by the Palawi Environmental Protectors Association and its subgroups has already totaled to over 15 million pesos. As a tourism destination, Palawi Island was included in CNN's Top 10 Best Destinations in 2010 and in 2013. It was chosen as the location of 2 seasons of U.S. reality show Survivor, Blood vs. Water, and Survivor Cagayan. The community-based sustainable tourism program itself was also recognized many times. CESA's community-based sustainable tourism program has become an inspiration and used as a benchmark by 55 ecotourism enterprises in 22 sites of DENR's Protected Areas and Wildlife Bureau or PAWB's Integrated Coastal Resource Management Project's ecotourism sites in the provinces of Cagayan, Davao Oriental, Cebu, Masbate, Siquijor, and Zambales in 2013, as well as by the LGU of Atok Benguet in July 2019. CESA, in its commitment to capacitate the community residing in Palawi Island and make them economically self-reliant, is one of the most significant measure of success of the community-based sustainable tourism program, and for Palawi Island to emerge as a gem for sustainable tourism, an ecotourism model of the country that safeguards its socio-economic future. That is why it is important to sustain the conservation, collaboration, education, and protection that will sustain the livelihood of the community in the Palawi Island.
Malaki ang naitulong sa amin ang community sustainable tourism dahil marami ang kabuhayang naidudulot nito lalo na sa mga turista na pumupunta dito sa amin. Hindi katulad nung araw na farming lang at saka fishing ang nangyayari dito sa isla. Pero nung dumating itong mga turista na pinaabot sa amin ng DOT, tulong ng CESA, ng LGU, ng DNR, lahat ng mga trainings na kailangan namin, lalong napabuti ang pag-handle namin sa mga turista ang pumupunta dito. Kaya wala akong masasabi kundi taos pusong pasasalamat sa mga taong tumutulong sa amin dahil napakalaki ang nagbibigay sa amin ng mga turista dito sa isla ng Palawi Island.
So, napakalaki ang tulong ng turismo dito sa Palawi Island.
Thank you, CESA. Let's give them a virtual round of applause. And to further clarify the best practice, may we request the finalists to respond to the question on the screen. We have with us our representatives from the CESA, Ms. Grace Burbano Ruiz, Community Affairs Officer 5, Gaudencio A. Fronda, Senior Community Development Officer, Mark Lester I. Pira, Community Affairs Officer 2, and Secretary Jaime R. Escaño, Administrator and Chief Executive Officer. Do we have any questions from the panel of judges?
Okay, let me start the first question.
Go ahead, sir. Engineer Tan.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Very clear.
Okay, thank you. First, I'd like to congratulate the CESA for a very nice presentation. Nakakataba ng puso na nakita how you've been doing your sustainable ecotourism. CNN pa kayo because naging twice survivor for two seasons of survivor. Anyway, my first question is, ang dami yung ginawa, ang dami-dami. I just like to know, what would you like to highlight as a best practice? Ang dami yung ginawa ninyo. Na kaya because of that, ang dami nakipag-benchmark sa inyo. You mentioned that you had 22 sites, no? and 55 ecotourism enterprises that was benchmarked by a lot of other LGUs, Cebu, Davao, Siquijor, Zambales. So what would be the top best practices that you'd like to highlight?
Thank you very much, sir, for that question, Consultant Tan. With regards to the question of what we would like to highlight with regards to our best practice, I think the best or the highlight that we want to emphasize is the engagement of the community in the undertaking that we did. Engagement means we recognize the participation of the community in the decision making of what they would like to undertake in order for them to be one participating for the development, not only in economic side, but on the social side and the environmental side of their participation as members of the host communities.
So more specifically, what you engage in the community, anong ginawa nyo kaiba-iba o napakaganda that the other LGUs went to benchmark with you?
Yes, sir. I think what we did was to let our host community participate in the visioning on what they would like to attain in the next 25 years. In that, we have defined it in their vision. And that now, after implementing it, after 15 years of implementation of the project, we have attained that vision of protecting the island while we are accepting tourists as their source of livelihood. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I need to. Thank you very much, Engineer Tan. To manage the time, I think we have only 2 minutes per question.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Can I already ask a question?
Okay.
Yeah, good afternoon to the officials of CESA, and I must congratulate you because I think your program has already been recognized as a very good program by other award-giving bodies. My question will center on the extent by which the practice, as you mentioned, which is engagement of the community in tourism development, but in another case, to what extent such practice has been applied or used by the organization or CESA in undertaking its other programs for economic development in the area.
Again, thank you very much, ma'am, for that question. With regards to the extent of the program, we have successfully established other sites of community-based tourism destinations within the Cagayan Freeport Zone. Namely, after we have established Palawi, other destinations were established, namely the Buakag Ecotourism Project, the Dumasag Ecotourism Project, the Kasagan Ecotourism Project, and the most recent one, which we launched in March 2022, is the Pananakpan Ecotourism Project. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. But what about outside of introducing ecotourism projects?
Yes, ma'am. With regards to outside of the Cagayan Freeport Zone, we were gone to Batanes to discuss the best practice which we implemented in Palawi Island. And also we have the Atok Tourism Office also benchmarked for Palawi. And what else? The Gonzaga municipality of Gonzaga, ma'am.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Let's proceed. Okay, we will now proceed to the next presenter.
All right. Up next is the presentation of the DOST FIVOX, or Philippine Institute of Volcanology and Seismology, with best practice title, Empowering Philippine Stakeholders on Hazards Monitoring, Damage, Assessment, Warning, and Local Advisory through the use of Rapid Earthquake Damage Assessment System, or REDAS. Let us view their presentation.
It was after the 1990 Luzon earthquake that the need for a decision support tool like REDAS was conceived. Immediately after such as damaging earthquake or even tropical cyclones, there is usually a breakdown of communication facilities. Power lines are disrupted and areas are isolated. We are often blindsided by the lack of information. We needed a tool that can tell us right away the impacts of a particular hazard so that relief and rescue operations can be guided accordingly, especially in the first golden hours. Secondly, our planners also needed a tool for use in their land use and development plans and strict implementation of the building codes. These were precisely the reasons why REDAS was conceived. Although REDAS started as a tool for earthquake damage simulation, it has branched out to other hazards as well. This was brought about by the almost regular onslaught of more frequent hydromet hazards such as floods, storm surge, rain-induced landslides, and severe wind. The continuing onslaught of death and destructions brought about by various hazards, aggravated by our rapid population growth and increase in exposure, all contribute to the problem. Therefore, a system like REDAS would aid in addressing these common problems on the ground by various stakeholders. The REDAS tool was originally just internally used by FIVOX. Various partners who learned of the tool convinced us to share this with LGUs, initially as a tool for mainstreaming disaster risk reduction into the local development planning process. The tool itself needs to be installed in one's computer as the simulation modules are memory intensive and requires a high processing power, which is difficult if implemented in a web-based setting. REDAS is an independent platform which doesn't require internet connection to run the tool. At present, REDAS is already multi-hazard in scope. This was achieved through partnerships with other NGAs like PAG-ASA, MGB, NAMRIA, and OCD, which were very important steps to ensure a one government approach in disaster preparedness. Other partners were added along the way, including partnerships with state universities and colleges and the Geoscience Australia that enrich the software. The development of REDAS is replete with collaboration, learnings, and partnerships with local and international partners. To date, the REDAS is being used extensively by FIVOX in 24/7 earthquake monitoring and issuance of earthquake information to the public, in hazard mapping, and near real-time rainfall monitoring for lahars in Pinatubo, Mayon, and Bulusan volcanoes. A key strategy to the sustained interest is the Patikim approach, where first-timers are invited to experience the training firsthand, and after which the same participant brings in their own organization to undergo the REDAS learning. This has happened so many times that slots are always given to sit-ins who eventually become the natural REDA's advertisers and its products. Special attention is also given to number of women participants, and several persons with disabilities have been trained before too. When the COVID-19 pandemic set in and when face-to-face trainings were not allowed, the 6-day REDAS training was converted to modularized and ladderized courses. The team devised ways to make the training interactive despite being online in modality. As a result, despite the pandemic, the requests for training were sustained. To date, a total of 52 provinces, 689 towns and cities, 17 NGAs, 38 SUCs, 78 private companies, and 10 NGOs have been trained in the use of the software. Through REDAS trainings, PVOX is able to reach grassroots communities and disseminate its products and services through actual interaction and simplifying scientific information for their mainstreaming DRR efforts, contingency planning, and emergency preparedness. The software and training are unique in a sense that no similar system exists in the Philippines. To ensure sustainability, REDAS partners with SUCs benchmarking technical capabilities and presence in the local level. There are also plans to produce easy-to-follow instructional videos to reach more stakeholders. The REDAS has won various awards. REDAS was awarded the Outstanding R&D Award by DOST PSHERT, both in the NCR and national levels. The REDAS team was also awarded as a 21st Gawad Kalasag Special Recognition for Group Award category. The REDAS initiative exhibits the value of partnership and innovation in the field of disaster risk reduction. From a simple earthquake simulation tool, the REDAS has grown to be multi-hazard in scope, now hosting 2 real-time hazard monitoring modules, 2 database development modules, and 6 multi-hazard impact assessment tools. Recognizing also the potential of REDAS platform, the DBM granted it as a locally funded project category, assuring of its continued budget through several years. At various instances, REDAS modules has been selected by LGU partners as platform of choice in their mainstreaming DRR efforts. In 2022, working silently and with a few fanfare and expense, the REDAS has gone beyond the Philippine borders through international partners. An example is through a current JICA project, the DRM-CEP, where REDAS is already being considered as one of the tools to calculate earthquake impacts in its pilot sites. Another one is tapping of REDAS by the Asian Disaster Preparedness Center as a platform of choice to develop a gender and human rights questionnaire tool from a DRR perspective. To attest to the usefulness and power of the REDAS system, current stakeholders include LGUs, state universities and colleges, national government agencies, NGOs, and private companies. Why do we need to teach stakeholders how to determine their own impacts? We'd like to teach communities to learn by doing, foster science-based disaster preparedness. We'd like to foster self-help and self-reliance, and therefore, communities understand, accept, and they own their impact results. Building a culture of prevention is not easy. While the costs of prevention have to be paid in the present, its benefits lie in a distant future. Moreover, the benefits are not tangible. They are the extreme natural hazards that did not result to big disasters.
Please give them a virtual round of applause. We have with us today the representatives from the Philippine Institute of Volcanology and Seismology, or PHIVOLCS. We have Ms. Maria Leonila P. Bautista, Mr. Ishmael C. Narag, and Miss Jordana Marie L. Argamosa. To manage the time and to apologize to our judges or panel of judges and to manage our time, we will be only allowing one question per presenter. Now, let's check on the judges for their question. Anyone from our judges can ask one question.
Thank you. Can I ask the first question?
Yes, ma'am.
Of course, we commend the PHIVOX for this initiative and that even for the approach that they had already employed, particularly on their capacity building programs like the Batikim approach. What we'd like to really hear from you as a very good proof of concept, perhaps you can cite is any concrete instance or specific case wherein the REDAS was utilized, and can you expound on the results that were achieved? So any of you can answer, Ms. Bautista, Mr. Narag, or Ms. Pickles.
Thank you, Director Lilian. So I'd like maybe to cite 3 examples. First is from the LGU sector. We have a lot of LGU users. We've shown some of them in the video. In particular, Lanao del Norte, Sarangani, Bulacan, and many other LGU partners who have been using REDAS for different methods, different ways, like using it for simulation, impact assessment, land use planning, and mainstreaming DRR. The second target are the private companies. So in particular, I'd like to cite Meralco, who is using REDAS for their preparedness for earthquakes and other hazards. Another is LRMC, the one who is operating our light rail transit. They're also using REDAS. And then we also have the National Irrigation Authority, the DSWD, the Department of Energy, and so many other stakeholders. So many requests come in every now and then because REDAS is the only software in the Philippines that can tell us the impacts ahead of time. So if you wanted to know how many buildings will be damaged, how many people might die or injure or get the economic loss, it is only REDAS who can do that for them. And if we would like to compare it with what COVID did to us, had we known the impacts of COVID ahead of time, maybe our preparedness would have been more science-based. So those are some of the different stakeholders that we are targeting.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right. Thank you so much, PHIVOX, for addressing that question. And thank you also to our panel of judges.
To proceed, here is the presentation of Department of Science and Technology, Philippine Council for Agriculture, Aquatic and Natural Resources Research and Development, or PCARD, with their best practice title, Enhancing Technology Transfer and Commercialization through the DOST PCARD Innovation and Technology Center, or DPI-TC. Let's view their presentation.
The life cycle of a technology does not end once it is generated to become an invention. Rather, it will be the start of its journey towards innovation. Hence, here at DOST PCARD Innovation and Technology Center, we bridge invention to innovation. I am Noel Katibog, a Technology Transfer Officer of DOST PCARD. 10 years before the DPI-TC establishment, PCARD was only able to assist 16 state universities and colleges and research and development institutions on intellectual property protection, resulting in 71 IPs filed at the Intellectual Property Office of the Philippines, or IPOPHIL. Up until 2016, only 494 IP applications covering agricultural innovations were filed and granted to SUCs, while 351 for RDIs. With the increasing amount of government resources allocated on research and development or R&D, an average of 250 new discoveries come out from PICARD-supported R&D programs every 5 years. However, low adoption and utilization rates of R&D outputs are the usual challenges. Among the reasons for this shortfall is the lack of appreciation towards IP management, which eventually limits the technology generators' leverage for negotiating with potential adopters. Insufficiency in the number and capacity of personnel assigned to handle IP and technology transfer activities was also a challenge. Before, only top SUCs had their own technology transfer offices or TTOs. These units, however, are usually dependent on external experts such as patent agents to fully deliver their services. This practice consumes a considerable amount of time and financial resources. Before, PICARD only offered short-duration training programs covering the basic topics and technical assistance on IP management and technology transfer. In 2016, PICARD took huge strides towards the vision of having a competitive innovation ecosystem in the AANR sector through the establishment of DPITC. The DPITC is designed to deliver quality services on technology commercialization and intellectual property management. Bridging inventions to innovations requires new sets of pre- and commercialization initiatives and collaboration among the actors of the innovation ecosystem to move technologies from the laboratories to the market. Hence, DOS-PICARD's technology commercialization platform, the DOS-PICARD Innovation and Technology Center or the DPITC, advocates for the creation of IP-centric technology transfer mechanisms. In essence, PICARD established DPITC in response to the following policy instruments: Global Innovation Index, Sustainable Development Goals. The life cycle of a technology does not end once it is generated to become an invention. Rather, it will be the start of its journey towards innovation. Hence, here at DOST-PICARD Innovation and Technology Center, we bridge invention to innovation. I am Noel Katibog, a technology transfer officer of DOST-PICARD. The life cycle of a technology does not end.
Thank you very much. Is the presentation already done? So may we ask the representative from PICARD to confirm is the video is already done?
The video is, I think, midway.
Okay. So may we request our team to please play again the presentation of PICARD?
Become an invention. The life cycle of a technology does not end once it is generated to become an invention. Rather, it will be the start of its journey towards innovation. Hence, here at DOST-PICARD Innovation and Technology Center, we bridge invention to innovation. I am Noel Katibog, a Technology Transfer Officer of DOST-PICARD. Years before the DPITC establishment, PICARD was only able to assist 16 state universities and colleges and research and development institutions on intellectual property protection, resulting in 71 IPs filed at the Intellectual Property Office of the Philippines, or IPOPHIL. Up until 2016, only 494 IP applications covering agricultural innovations were filed and granted to SUCs, while 351 for RDIs. With the increasing amount of government resources allocated on research and development, or R&D, an average of 250 new discoveries come out from PICARD-supported R&D programs every 5 years. However, low adoption and utilization rates of R&D outputs are the usual challenges. Among the reasons for this shortfall is the lack of appreciation towards IP management, which eventually limits the technology generators' leverage for negotiating with potential adopters. Insufficiency in the number and capacity of personnel assigned to handle IP and technology transfer activities was also a challenge. Before, only top SUCs had their own technology transfer offices, or TTOs. These units, however, are usually dependent on external experts such as patent agents to fully deliver their services. This practice consumes a considerable amount of time and financial resources. Before, PICARD only offered short-duration training programs covering the basic topics and technical assistance on IP management and technology transfer. In 2016, PICARD took huge strides towards the vision of having a competitive innovation ecosystem in the AANR sector through the establishment of DPITC. The DPITC is designed to deliver quality services on technology commercialization and intellectual property management. Bridging inventions to innovations requires new sets of pre- and commercialization initiatives and collaboration among the actors of the innovation ecosystem to move technologies from the laboratories to the market. Hence, DOS-PICARD's technology commercialization platform, the DOS-PICARD Innovation and Technology Center, or the DPITC, advocates for the creation of IP-centric technology transfer mechanisms. In essence, PICARD established DPITC in response to the following policy instruments: Global Innovation Index, Sustainable Development Goals, Intellectual Property Code of the Philippines, Philippine Technology Transfer Act of 2009, Philippine Innovation Act, Innovative Startup Act, and Farm Tourism Development Act of 2016. Our strategies include determining and assessing the commercial potential of agri-aqua technologies, protecting intellectual properties, increasing client awareness, transferring technologies, and capacitating stakeholders. The DPITC offers the whole continuum of technology transfer services that supports the packaging and utilization of technologies needed by the agriculture, aquatic, and natural resources sector to effectively compete and grow in today's global business setting. Since technology transfer does not have any fixed formula or pattern, the programs under the DPITC advocate for a collaborative approach to address the different needs of a technology, as well as the terms of the inventors, innovators, and investors. The DPITC was launched in 2016 as a one-stop information service shop and convergence hub for AANR stakeholders in the Philippines. RA 10055 or the Technology Transfer Act of 2009 has paved the way for DOST to develop new policies and guidelines to ensure that national technology transfer initiatives are implemented favorably both for the technology generators and adopters. Because of this, PICARD has enhanced its technology transfer initiatives by establishing a stronger, more visible, and well-linked local technology transfer program through the DPITC. The DPITC conscientiously and passionately endeavored to conceptualize, package, and coordinate the implementation of 252 projects, in which majority fall under the newly developed big-ticket programs of PICARD, the IPTBM program, the SICAT program, the ATBI program, and the Startup Grant program. DPITC created impact intangibles like shared communication and relationship infrastructures, such as new networks and linkages among members of the innovation ecosystem. DPITC has cultivated innovative mindsets as a game-changing asset for organizations as well as individuals. Hence, its programs are constantly being benchmarked by various organizations. The DPITC also conceptualized and led the implementation of the Regional Agri-Aqua Innovation System Enhancement or RACE program, with the initial batch composed of 83 projects across 7 regions. The RACE aims to mirror the functions and initiatives of the DPITC in the regions. Other programs in the pipeline include pre-commercialization projects, the Agri-Aqua Innovation Challenge Season 2, RACE Batch 2 involving 7 more regions, Startup Grant Fund Batch 2, and the forthcoming SNT Innovations in Agri-Aqua Award or SINAG Award. In closing, allow me to quote an old proverb reminding us that in times of crisis, the foolish build barriers while the wise build bridges. We believe that all that we have been through is for a greater purpose. We have slowly built a well-connected Agri-Aqua innovation ecosystem. Rest assured that we will continue to bridge inventions to innovations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And also thank you for your patience since we're having some technical difficulties. So let's give a round of applause to the presentation of PICARD. And we would also like to acknowledge Director Noel A. Katibog, Director of TTPD PICARD. Good afternoon, Director Katibog.
Good afternoon po.
So now let's just check the judges for their questions. Anyone from our judges?
Yeah, good afternoon.
Good
Can
afternoon.
I ask a question?
Go
Anyway,
ahead, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you very much to PICARD for that presentation, and congratulations for the increase in the number of research outputs that you have already patented or assisted to be patented. My question really is for you to at least give us an idea of a technology that has been adapted or transferred or commercialized out of these R&D outputs that have been patented, and to show how they crystallized the innovation and contributed some or generated some results for the use of those working in the agri-aqua sector. No.
Thank you very much for the question, ma'am. a prime example, allow me to give two. One is on the technology on detecting swine disease, and the other one is an algae that can be used as food for hatcheries and nurseries in the aquatic sector. First, they were assessed on what they need so that they can be more acceptable to the market or to the potential taker. The next step we did is to uh, um, file for intellectual property protection. And then they were also assisted in determining the market through a market study and then the development of business plan and feasibility study. And another aspect is on the determination whether the technology has freedom to operate. But all of this data that we've generated and services that we've conducted convinced the researchers or the inventors of these technologies. So instead of offering them for private companies as licensees, potential licensees, the researchers themselves took the initiative and established their own companies. And so they are now commercializing their own technologies, the diagnostic kit in Central Luzon State University and the algal paste in UP Visayas. What we also did is since they are just starting, DPITC programs offer them the startup grants as mandated by the Innovative Startup Act. So what we are showing here is from the development of the technology, which we supported through R&D, the DPITC then assisted from the pre-commercialization up to the commercialization part, meaning from the assessment of the technology, IP protection, up to the commercialization, they are now producing their products at the commercial level. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Maybe you can just provide us later the proportion of similar out of those who you have assisted. What proportion have similar experience? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any more questions from the panel of judges?
I have one question.
Go ahead.
I have one question.
Okay. You mentioned one of your initiative was to really establish 68 IPTBM offices across the nation. And one of the changes from before was you used to have short duration training programs for IT. And you made this 18-day and masterclass and 20-day technology commercial to be able to enhance the IP initiatives and take up. So could you just briefly tell us what was the difference in terms of before and after you did this?
The biggest difference now is that our participating state colleges and universities and R&D institutions, before our intervention, they can only file patent applications by tapping external experts, say patent agents, which they have to pay. And they also file using their own knowledge, which is not usually successful because there are intricacies in the prosecution stage of every IP application. Now they can do the IP protection and prosecution and up to
Themselves.
commercialization on their own. Yes,
Yes, because you
that
gave them this long-term 18-day, 20-day training. So they were more capable. So could you just give us numbers? Dati ito yung naan nila from 10 naging 20 na 30 na yung nag-apply, something like that. Just before this and after, just want to know the results. Before you ran these long-term courses compared to the short-term courses.
When I conducted the analysis in 2016, the SUCs and RDIs combined has less than 800 filing up to 2016. That's a historical figure. from our initiatives in 2017 up to the present, we have breached the 3,000 number of IP applications, and those are IP applications were filed by our graduates, and we are
Within a
really very
5-year
proud.
term. Within a 5-year,
Yes,
around
sir.
5-year
Yes,
period,
sir. Yes,
compared to 800 naging 2,000 na kamo, 3,000. Okay, thank you. Dramatic.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Engineer Tan. Meron pa po ba tayong mga katanungan mula po sa ating mga judges? Okay, so mukhang wala na po yatang mga katanungan. We will now proceed to the next presenter, and thank you very much, Picard.
All right. Next in line is the best practice presentation of the Department of Agriculture, Philippine Rice Research Institute, with best practice title, Gender and Development, or GAD, Mainstreaming. Let us watch their presentation.
Good day, everyone. Thank you for this great opportunity to share our best practice in ensuring gender equity, inclusivity, and sustainability in our projects and program here at the Department of Agriculture, Philippine Rice Research Institute. Allow me first to introduce our agency. PhilRice is a government corporate entity under the Department of Agriculture, mandated through Executive Order 1061 to help develop high-yielding and cost-reducing technologies so farmers can produce enough rice for all Filipinos. Our operation covers the entire nation with its 8 stations and 3 satellite offices situated in strategic areas in Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. As mandated by law, we mainstream gender and development, or GAD, in our entire operation. We mainstream gender through our 4 critical entry points in our organization, namely policy, people, programs and projects and activities, or the POPs, and enabling mechanisms. We started our journey in mainstreaming by capacitating our people from management level down to our service contractors. We ensured that all staff have been gender sensitized for them to internalize properly the significance of making our products, services, researches, and extension activities gender responsive. We believe that it is hard to share what we do not have. Hence, we invested in capacity development, initially on gender sensitivity. We went extra mile in producing our own training modules in the context of our specific operations in administration, research, and development sectors for easy comprehension and appreciation of the application of GAD in their respective projects. So far, we have conducted 50 gender sensitivity and gender analysis training, accommodating 70% of our 1,400 permanent staff and service contractors. Based on feedback, the customized training manuals help the staff better internalize and integrate the concepts of GAD mainstreaming in their programs, projects, and activities. Among its important innovation is the creation of policies to ensure GAD mainstreaming in programs and projects through the Project Review and Evaluation Committee and the inclusion of gender in technology assessments. Looking for gender and development dimensions are intentional to humanize our science as we are mostly dealing with our various stakeholders, especially the farmers. It is also our way to ensure that even the marginalized sectors can participate in our programs and projects. We also created and localized our GAD focal point system across all stations to speed up the conduct and monitoring of GAD mainstreaming activities in our different area of responsibility nationwide. Moreover, policies on the establishment of GAD enabling mechanisms such as the use of gender-fair language and standardized SDD in intake forms help PhilRice to have a more inclusive services and products. The collection of GAD-related information to both external and internal clients gave us a clearer picture on how to best respond on the specific need of male and female stakeholders. Meanwhile, the implementation of the guidelines to ensure the use of gender-fair language enables a more inclusive information, education, and communication materials, which was distributed to around 2.5 million stakeholders in 2001 alone. GAD targets and outputs of the projects are being indicated in the GAD plan and budget and GAD accomplishment report. We ensure that our GPB and accomplishment reports are endorsed by the Philippine Commission on Women to help ensure that targeted interventions to our clients are aligned with the Philippine Agenda for Women. As a result of our best practices and enabling mechanisms, our GAD budget attribution increased over the years, resulting from more gender-responsive programs and projects of the Institute. From a mere compliance in 2017 of attributing at least 5%, we significantly increased it to 44.33% in 2020 and 38.63% in 2021. Budget attribution were assessed using the harmonized GAD guidelines, and we made sure that women and the marginalized sectors will not be left behind despite the pandemic. Through GAD mainstreaming in programs, women's contribution in food production are recognized, and their active participation were ensured by giving them equal access to food production resources. Hence, all eligible women and men farmer beneficiaries, including those in vulnerable sectors, are provided with free, high-quality certified seeds of inbred rice varieties under the Rice Competitive Enhancement Fund program. Around 10.29 million bags of certified seeds were distributed during the 2020 to 2022 dry season and wet season, benefiting more than 1 million farmers cultivating approximately 1.5 million hectares per year across the target provinces. Our GAD monitoring system were also in place. For example, GAD-related data were captured through the RCEF seed monitoring system. And then gender analysis is also conducted to formulate targeted interventions and further improve the services of the program. The GAD database of Rice Competitive Enhancement Fund helps in recognizing women as farmers. While RCEF seed beneficiaries are predominantly male, number of female recipients gradually increased over the cropping seasons. A 3% increase on women's participation per season is considered a big leap amidst the Filipino cultural notion that rice farming is a male domain. In our Rice Business Innovation System community program, which conducts trainings on rice production, organizational building and management, and farm businesses school, data shows that there is an increasing trend of women's participation to the said trainings. Meanwhile, on farm business schools training in 2019, around 45% were women, 52% in 2020, and 56% in 2021. As of 2020, there were also a total of 40 rice agrobusiness enterprises venturing on brown rice and oyster mushroom, earning a total net income of 687,469 pesos. Further, as a result of our gender mainstreaming efforts, our women farmers are taking leadership roles in their associations, and they recognize the potential of other women as an effective way of increasing farm efficiency and productivity. Externally, we achieved the following recognition from different agencies. Level 3 in GAD mainstreaming by the PCW. We received COA commendation for high attribution. GAD research paper in National GAD Conference. Confirmation of GAD focal person as the new GAD resource pool member by the PCW. And we were part of the 2022 Global Summit of Women Philippines as ministerial awardee. As we move forward in gender mainstreaming, we also help other agencies in capacitating their staff, and we are sharing our best practices to inspire them in enhancing their approaches in achieving gender equality and social inclusiveness. We are doing all of this because we share the same vision that gender equality is a precondition for meeting the challenge of reducing poverty, promoting sustainable development, and building good governance. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Phil Rice. Please give them a virtual round of applause. We have with us the representatives from the DA Phil Rice. We have Dr. Jadem B. Gonzalez Esmero, Head Development Communication Division, Gender and Development Focal Point System, Technical Working Group Focal Person. We also have Dr. Aurora M. Corrales, Scientist 1 Lead, Rice Business Innovations System Community Program. Also, we have Dr. Ofelia C. Malonzo, Supervising Science Research Specialist, Phil Rice Isabella, R&D Coordinator, and GAD Focal Point System Member. Ms. Rona T. Dolientas, Supervising Science Research Specialist, Phil Rice Bicol, R&D Coordinator, and GAD Focal Point System Member. And Dr. Eduardo Jimmy P. Kilang, OIC, Executive Director for Research, GAD Focal Point System Research Sector Lead. Good afternoon po, ma'am, sir. Now, let's check on the judges for their questions.
Can I make the first question?
Go ahead, sir.
First of all, I'd like to congratulate Phil Rice for mainstreaming God. You mentioned in your documentation that the best way to enforce God is the adoption of the system itself by the management. And it looks like you were successful in doing so in mainstreaming God in at least two ways. Internally, through your attribution techniques, and also for developing a sex disaggregated data. And also externally, through your programs like the Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund Program or your Rice Business Innovation System. So my question is, since you made use of God as a tool of analysis, my question is, what would be an example of a gender-related analysis that you used as a basis for designing your program or project?
Thank you, sir, for your question. Actually, we conducted gender differential research among our rice farmers, specifically here in Nueva Ecija. So we found out in our research that most of the farmers here in Nueva Ecija are actually, more of the farmers are actually male. And the role of the farmers is actually not on the production side in terms of the value chain of the rice production, but more on the entrepreneurial activities in the value chain. So in that case, we devise our program, for example, that the production side will be more devoted to the male farmers, and then we capacitate the women farmers in terms of entrepreneurial activities and other livelihood programs, including the value chain, which we are doing actually in the Rice Business Innovation System program. Maybe Dr. Corrales can add some more on what we are doing in the rice biz communities.
Okay, through the Rice Biz program, we were able to institutionalize the God concepts and principles. And one thing that we were able to achieve through Rice Biz is that we were able to mobilize the wives of the farmers to help in increasing the income of the farming household. This is very important for us because we know that our rice farmers are still struggling on how to raise their income. Now, by being able to engage, mobilize the housewives, these housewives were able to help increase the income of the farming household.
Question? My second. You mentioned it's nice that you showed that your GAD compliant in terms of budget went up from 4% to more than 40%. And you also mentioned that ganyan yung pagbibigay nyo ng rice seeds ay more than 30% na pupunta na sa women. So that's part of your measure of GAD being compliant. But what would be your target? Because how many percent of the farmers are women? Kasi kung 30% na sila, they 100% na sila. So in terms of magnitude, on your targets in terms of GAD, are you meeting it or exceeding it? Because I don't know the profile. In your GAD, you had the differentiation between male and female, senior citizen, and likewise others, so that type. So, but specifically on women, what is your target in terms of being GAD friendly compliant? Like for rice distribution, rice seed distribution, as you mentioned.
Sir, we are actually trying to target more than 30% increase in our in the involvement or engagement of our women farmers, because as as we know, the rice farming industry is actually male dominated. So we are just trying.
So kung,
Yes,
if that's the real case, ang talaga nagfa-farm ay mga lalaki. Say if they're 80% male on 20% or 70% male, 30% na female, then yung 30% mo, 100% na-attain mo na because they will still be, di ba ang farming talaga pamilya yan?
Yes,
so
sir.
yung mga lalaki talaga doon sa bukid, yung mga babae, konti sa a little sa pagtatanim, but so it's it's a mix, but the actual exposure, this job is more of male, di ba?
Yes, sir. But
senior citizen, ganun din. Alam natin, many of the young people don't already want to go into farming at iniiwanan, matatanda na iiwan sa farm. So talagang tumataas dapat ng PWD tsaka yung mga senior citizen.
Yes, sir. Actually, nakita po namin yan sa aming sex disaggregated database that we are also, yung population po ng ating farming is very diverse already. So it's divided into senior citizens, the youth, the male, the female farmers. So right now, wala po kaming specific target, but we are trying to increase talaga yung participation ng all sectors, not just the women farmers, but also the other vulnerable sectors, including the indigenous people and the PWDs, para po walang maiiwan sa aming programa.
Pero maganda target. So you'll know if you met it already. Kasi I think at 30% na-meet na niyo eh.
Yes, sir.
Kasi kung yun talaga ang women, tama na siguro. Kasi kung exceed mo naman yun, yung mga lalaki naman hindi mabibigyan ng mga seeds.
Yes, sir.
They'll be getting the biggest part of the pie. So
That's
I think it's important to have your targets. Thank you.
Yes, sir. And
can I add something, sir? When we speak of the women involvement in rice farming, it's not actually in the production aspect because we would like to enhance the participation of the farming household in the rice value chain. So ang participation po ng women ay hindi talaga doon sa rice production, kundi we encourage them to participate in agro-enterprise development po. Kaya Dr. Desamero mentioned
but you're a field rice, diba? Sa rice talaga kayo, rice.
Rice-based po. Rice-based.
So doon sa na-report yung 30+% ang nabigyan ng seeds. That was a figure where you were showing. And women were given more than 30% of the seeds. Tama ba?
Yes.
In your presentation, you showed that more than 30% of your seeds naibigay na sa mga women na dati mababa. So I was just talking about, so anong target ninyo?
Yes, sir. Actually, ang target po talaga namin is lahat po ng mga sa Rice Competitive Enhancement Fund po kasi yun, sir.
Doon sa seeds, giving of seeds, kasi nasa 30% na kayo eh. So sa akin, baka of the market share na dapat napunta sa babae, nakuha na ninyo yun. Kasi hindi naman magiging 50, hindi equality yun, di ba? Kasi
Yeah.
hindi naman 50-50. So mas marami talagang lalaki. So the fact that you already attain 30%, baka na-meet nyo na. Kako, you met your quota or yung saturation ng giving of seeds to women farmers. Kasi the other 70 talaga male na yon. Pag ginawa mong 50-50, you're disadvantaging naman ng mga male compared sa female. Yun lang po.
If I may add, sir.
Go ahead, Dr.
Yeah. Yes, sir. We understand your concern, but actually po, when the women receive the seeds, this does not mean na sila po yung magtatanim, mag-aalaga ng bukid, because during distribution, maybe the husband is not available, so he asked his wife to go and receive the seeds for them. So yun po, sir. And then actually there's a trend now na yung mga babae po ay dumadami na nag-i-involve sa rice farming. So I think we will have a moving target. So tama po si Doc Diadem that if we see na mag-increase po yung involvement ng women, then I think that's our aim. So yun lang po, sir. Thank you po.
All right. Do we have any other questions from the panel of judges?
Well, I am not a judge, but can I ask a question? Or are you limiting the question to judges?
Yes, sir. We apologize, but only the judges.
Okay, that's okay. That's okay.
Okay. Thank
Just
you.
forget it then. And please, I will. You should make that clear.
Okay.
You
Thank
should
you
make
very
that clear then.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
All right. I think that's it. Thank you so much to DA Phil Rice, and thank you to our panel of judges. So let us proceed with the next presentation.
So, susunod na po na magpe-present ng kanilang best practice presentation ay mula sa Local Government of Mandaue. Best practice title, Mandaue City's EBPLS, Transcending Expectations. Let's watch their presentation.
Mandaue City's EBPLS, Transcending Expectations. Mandaue City is one of the 3 highly urbanized cities in Cebu Province. Together with Cebu City and Lapu-Lapu City, it is the 6th smallest local government unit in terms of land area, with 27 barangays and a population of more than 400,000. Before the pandemic, business processing was all too manual. Clients had to physically go to the business site, manually submit their requirements, manually pay business taxes, and wait for a long time before they can claim their permits. This was also due to the fact that business processing had so many steps before a business permit can be issued. That is why the Business Permit and Licensing Office of Mandaue benchmarked other local government units in the National Capital Region and implemented their internal processes. The city immediately enacted ordinances that streamlined business processing, and the 15 to 19 steps was cut down to 3 simple steps: apply, pay, claim. This simplification improved business permit issuance, and business tax collection immediately increased in its first implementation. This simplification of processing, however, was not enough to solve the new problem faced in 2020, which was the COVID-19 pandemic. Mandaue City had 16,300 registered businesses. This same number was expected to renew their permits in 2021. This posed a very huge problem during the height of COVID-19 pandemic, since that would involve processing 815 business applicants in one day. Social distancing is impossible. exposure to the virus would be very high, especially that Mandoy was one of the cities with high COVID-19 positive cases. The solution: go online. Mandoy City transformed its business processing by going digital, using the Electronic Business Permit Licensing System, or the EBPLS, a system provided by the Department of Information and Communications Technology. The Business Permit Office had the difficult task of implementing the EBPLS in only 4 months, but Mandoy City was able to do so despite the limited time. Mandoy is the first highly urbanized city that used the EBPLS. Not only that, Mandoy City was also the first highly urbanized city to implement a fully online system using the EBPLS. With the EBPLS, business application, submission of requirements, verification of application, endorsement of the regulatory offices, and assessment of taxes were all done online. Mandoy City is also the first highly urbanized city to use the online EBPLS payment via the Land Bank LinkBiz portal. With LinkBiz portal, numerous online payment options have become available to business registrants. Clients no longer need to wait for long queues to physically pay their taxes. With the EBPLS, clients can process business renewals and pay business taxes anywhere and anytime without the risk of exposing themselves to the virus. The first implementation of the system posed some challenges. Clients had a hard time adjusting to the new system. They had to create their account and fill in all the information, among others, to cater to these clients. The BPLO opens satellite areas as help desks to assist them. Clients can call, email, and use our online platforms to get more informations. These efforts to digitalize paid off. Revenue collection for Mandoy increased during the first year of implementing the EBPLS. Business registrations also increased significantly. Most importantly, the processing time improved. From an average turnaround time of 18 days, it has gone to just 3 to 5 days. And now in 2022, processing time is less than 1 day to 2 days. Embracing the digitalized platform really helped improve the business environment. The BPLO further innovated the EBPLS, optimizing what the system can do, transcending expectations. For one, we have integrated other regulatory processes in the system to further streamline business processing, including the ancillary offices that are business process related. During the onslaught of the Super Typhoon Odette that cut off power lines and internet access, Mandoy installed Wi-Fi areas and charging stations, installed laptops and tablets that business registrants can use, created self-registration kiosks to assist clients that have technical difficulties. We are proud to say that 99% of business renewals are made online, and only 1% are walk-in assisted. We also created a business one-stop site, where clients can access all information related to business permit applications. All these found in our websites. With the innovations implemented by the city of Mandoy in utilizing the EBPLS beyond what was expected, the city has received a number of awards, such as Silver Trailblazer Award and Silver Trailblazer Award for Ease of Doing Business during the Mandoy Governance Forum, Road to Resiliency Program. Third place in the Digital Governance Awards, City Category, Best in Business Empowerment Award, Most Improved City, and ranked fourth in Economic Dynamism during the 2021 Competitiveness Index by the DTI, and just recently, as the most business-friendly LGU, City Level 1B, Provincial Highly Urbanized Cities 2022, together with the Mandoy Chamber of Commerce and Industry, who was also awarded the Most Outstanding Chamber in the Philippines, and now a Hall of Famer for being the Most Outstanding Chamber for 3 consecutive periods. All such achievements were due to practicable strategies in ease of doing business, simplification of processes, digitalization of applications, departmentalization of the BPLO, and innovation of external and internal processes. These recognitions has led to Mandoy as a benchmarking destination by different LGUs in the country. We aim to further innovate. We aim to further improve the lives of Mandawahanan, and we invite everyone to visit us, follow us, and join us in our quest in
Thank you very much. Please, let's give them a virtual round of applause. From LGU Mandaue, we have with us Attorney August Lizer M. Malate. So let's check the judges for their questions.
Okay, I'll ask the first question. Congratulations for ganda na result yung 99% of your establishment already online, doing their online, the renewal of their business permit. And likewise, tumaas ang revenue nyo over the years. Ang tanong ko lang is this, alam kong ginagawa din ng ibang mga LGUs ang e-registration. Quezon City, etc. And e-payment is already very common sa government and all others. So ano yung innovative o best practice na ginagawa nyo na hindi o mas better than the others? What did you do differently in Mandaue that needs to be highlighted?
Thank you, sir, for that very good question. And would like to thank first and foremost the Development Academy of the Philippines for this opportunity. Actually, sir, hindi po, I cannot say that we have something beyond what was with other LGUs, because I believe every LGU has their own problems, has their own. It's very unique po. Kasi nung pumunta kami ng Parañaque, Makati, Valenzuela, sabi ko, they're living in the future. They are living in the future. They were, tawag nito, they have things that they're implementing na parang napakalayo naman. So the first thing na masasabi ko po, outside of the NCR, that's very unique for Mandaue City is because we are the first in the Visayas and I think in the Mindanao na ginawang department po yung BPLO. And that is a very unique best practice. Why? Because business processing needs consistency. Business clients, yung mga negosyante, gusto nila kahit nag-iiba-iba ng administration, they will have to talk with the same people, they will have to listen to the same policies. There is consistency. And unfortunately po, most na outside of the NCR, in fact, there are some in the NCR na hindi pa po departmentalized yung BPLO nila, nahihirapan. Kasi pag bago na po yung mayor, naku po, bago na naman yung kakausapin natin, bago na naman yung magpipirma, bago na naman yung mga policy, back to zero naman tayo. So that's one that I think is very unique in our city. In fact, there are so many cities right now that are asking for copies of our ordinances kasi mas nakaka-relate po kasi sila. Kasi beyond or outside the NCR, malapit kami, Visayas. Medyo connected yung mga issues namin. Second po, sir, is yung digitalization po. I agree. Other LGUs are using it. Pero po, kami yung first na nagamit ng EBPLS, which highlights the accomplishment of the Department of Information and Communications Technology. Yung problem po kasi natin ngayon, parang gusto lahat, oh, okay, bili tayo ng bagong system, bili tayo nito, bili tayo nito. Ba't pa tayo bibili? Eh, meron namang libre yung DICT. And we are espousing this to all the other LGUs. Let's do not buy. You optimize your policies. It's not a matter of buying the most expensive system. It's utilizing and optimizing what is there, and then looking at what can be done internally. Kaya nga we created this parang tsunami of tawag nito. Kaya nga I'm very thankful for this opportunity because yung ibang LGU po pag nakikita yung Mandaue City, a very small city, not even known. Kasi nga when you talk about Cebu Island, Cebu City lang po yung sikat. Cebu City lang po yung nakikilala. It's very unfair, but no matter. What I did, I told the ICT, okay po, gamitin mo kaming guinea pig. We don't mind. We want to create a change and show the change to other LGUs na kaya nga ng malaking city eh. So, yun po yung it's not just about the digitalization. It's about the idea of optimizing what's there, what's available. And the ICT, the EBPLS is free. And now, LGUs will have no question. Hindi na sila magtatanong, ay, ang mahal attorney, kukuha pa kami ng system. Hindi na, libre ang DICT. And we can give you the policies, we can share our best practices, we can tell you, you can do it. Ganito lang, ganito yung processes, ganito yung permit online, and they can replicate what we do. That's why this is very good opportunity nga. And then Actually, ngayon po, dalawa po yung speakership ko sa DILG and DICT because kami po yung kinukuha na ng best practices. That's it, sir. It's not just the digitalization. It's the idea that even the smallest, the simplest of the LGUs can utilize and can use the system that is free. And they don't have to go to Manila. They don't have to compare themselves with Makati, with NCR, with Paranaque kasi napakalayo nga talaga. Dito lang tayo sa Visayas. We are here. We will be
I see your passion, and I think I congratulate you because you're utilizing whatever resources are there. Meron ng DICT, may there, and you don't have to reinvent the wheel. I think dapat mandate ka ng DICT yan to standardize ano man yung ginagamit para ma-leverage yung software, yung platforms, etc. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. So thank you, attorney. I'll give the floor to other judges.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Can I ask the second question? Yeah. Attorney, can you just tell us, usually there's a very strong resistance from our staff to shift from the manual system to the digital or electronic system kasi yung discretion ay nawawala, no? So did you experience that, and how did you manage the resistance? And my second question, para sunod na rin, is that are there other systems that you have digitalized or plan to digitalize using also existing parang platforms provided by the ICT and whatever is available in other LGUs for use in your city government? Thank you.
Thank you for that very wonderful question, ma'am. Medyo mahirap, dalawa kasi. So I'll try my best to answer. Yung first po, totoo po yan. There is always restriction. There's always what they call this, resistance. Any change in policy, any change in what is being used, yung nasanay tayo eh. Anything that you put into, meron talagang magre-resist because they think that it will create more burden sa kanila. Actually, ganun po yung naging problema namin when we first implemented because our processes involve other regulatory offices. I really had to talk to them, and I really had I really begged them. Sabi ko, please give me a chance. Give the system a chance. Give the idea a chance. And they did. And the way to go before we go to digitalization, madam, first, we go with the word optimization. Kaya nga sinasabi ko, yung optimization po, hindi po yan digitalization. Yung optimization is finding what are the policies that you have right now and improving it to the better. Yung pag-digitalize po is just para po sang catalyst. It's like, even if you buy an iPhone 14, but you give it to a grade 1 student, yung gamit lang po niya dyan is call and text YouTube. So look at it on the user. Yung ginawa ko po, tiningnan ko po, ano yung capability natin? Ano yung capability ng office? And then we will start from there before we go inside. You have to look inside before you look outside. So before you go with digitalization, you ask, teka muna, optimize na ba yung processes natin? If it is already optimized, then maybe we can digitalize kasi mas optimize. Pero kung hindi pa po optimize yung policies natin, wag na muna natin butang ilagay sa digitalization kasi it will just create that resistance. You have to think about yung end user. Yung end user, ready na ba tayo? So, yun nga, before ginawa namin yun, tinignan natin yung kakayanin ba ito ng LGU. In any institution, before we digitalize, you have to check. Kaya nga may readiness check yung sa DICT. Ready na ba kayo? May readiness check, may mga checklist dyan. So, in our own offices, in our own institution, we have to look at that first. And then, we can optimize, then we can digitalize. So, I hope that answers your first question. Yung second question, actually, we also have kaya nga inexplain ko kay sir kanina, para kaming ginipig po ng DICT kasi whatever iba kasi yung problems namin, iba din po yung mga processes namin, not the usual process ng DICT. We are unique because we followed our own ordinances based on the ease of doing law, business law. Kaya mas mabilis. Yung iba po kasi nag-DICT pero 30 days din. Matagal din yung processing. Kaya nga yung iba pumupunta dito, tinatanong kami, anong ginawa nyo? And so we implemented internal policies like the negative list, the post audit. Now, meron po kami bagong system ngayon. It is called the Integrated Business Monitoring System. Inspection System, I'm sorry. Yung problema po kasi ngayon, kahit gano'ng kabilis yung processing mo ng business permit, matatagalan kasi nga yung problema sa inspection. Kasi nga every department, every regulatory office, gumagawa sila ng kanilang processes sa inspection. Now, we created this integrated business monitoring system na nakuha ko for free, and I already proposed this to the ICT. Kung saan it's one universal application that can be used by all regulatory offices. I'll just have to give them an account. So si Fire, si Senro, si Sanitary, si City Health, si City Vet, si City Planning, OBO can have an access, and we will be looking at the same data, the same information about the business, and kahit po hindi kami magsama-sama sa pag-inspect, kung ano po yung mga observation nila, nandun din po yun, malalagay yun. And we can help each other. Like may mga observation po yung office ko, we can tag yung other offices, hoy, walang ano to, walang fire certificate. Oy, ikaw walang, because kung office ko lang po yung titingnan natin to do the inspection for this 21,000 establishments, hindi po kaya in 1 year. So yun po yung innovation namin na ginagawa. And the other innovation po na ginawa namin is we created our internal operation systems. Kasi yung EBPLS po, yes, it's being used by other LGUs, pero meron pong limitation. Kaya gumawa po kami ng parallel na internal operations so that we can monitor everything that is being done back office, like sa claiming, sa releasing, data reports, what they call this, yung mga any information about the office, nandun po lahat. So these are the innovations that we did internally aside from the external. Kaya ngayon, tomorrow, the ICT will go here sa national, pupunta po sila dito sa amin, tapos ewan ko kung ano. Maybe they will visit our office, and we will have a meeting and then talk about the innovations that we need to do. It's really just having the idea and implementing the idea. Kasi po, if we have the idea and nobody implements it, nobody will buy your idea. Kaya ngayon po, we are in close coordination with the DACT, and again, we're very thankful with this government agency. Libre po ito, ba't po natin na ano pang ginagawa natin? Let us embrace the digital world, the digital transformation of our own LGUs. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much po, Attorney. Yeah.
Wala na po bang mga katanungan? Okay. Sige po. So maraming salamat, Attorney Malate, at marami din pong salamat sa ating mga panel of judges. Paumanhin din po sa ating mga panel reactors, hindi po namin ma-accommodate ng inyong mga katanungan ngayong araw. Ngunit maaari nyo po itong isulat sa ating chat box, and we are noting them down, and we will also be giving that to our presenters today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So now
we
will
more power.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Okay.
All right, we've heard a lot of best practices that are worth emulating and adopting. Sobrang interesting po for all of us, but please help us manage the session. Questions from participants can be accommodated later. In the meantime, we allow our judges to make their clarificatory questions. Ang tanong po for all of us right now is, which practices are the best? While we think this over, let's have a short break. See you in 10 minutes. All right, let's continue with the remaining GBPR entries for presentation. Without further ado, next in line is the best practice presentation of the Philippine National Police with best practice title, Manila Police District Mobile Library, ang Guro Kong Police. Let us watch their presentation.
Manila Police District ay ang kauna-unahang pambansang pulisya na naitatag sa buong bansa. Sa ilalim ng pamuno ng ating Game Changer General, Police Brigadier General Andre Perez Dizon, ang District Mobile Force Battalion sa pamuno ng kanilang Force Commander na si Police Colonel Julio C. Año Nuevo noong 2018, naging sentro ng balita sa buong bansa ang Maynila dahil sa viral videos na mga serye at laganap na pagnanakaw, pananakit at adiksyon sangkot ang mga kabataan na kung tawagin ay Children in Conflict with the Law o CICL. Dahil dito, naging inspirasyon ng MPD ang programang Bangketa Teacher ni Dara May Tuason at Cariton Mobile Library naman ni Efren Peña Florida. Dito nabuo ang konseptong ang Guro Kong Police Mobile Library Program sa pakikipag-ugnayan ng MPD sa pamunuan ng National Park na pasimulan ang programang ang Guro Kong Police sa Luneta Park Daycare Center upang magbigay serbisyo sa mga batang lansangan sa paligid ng Luneta. Kasunod nito, ang programang Ang Guro Kong Pulis Mobile Library naman ang napasimulan, kung saan mga batang lansangan mula sa Malate, Ermita, at mga bata mula sa Quiapo Golden Moss ang naging benepisyaryo. Ang programa ay ginagawa 2 beses kada linggo upang magbigay ng serbisyong edukasyon at feeding program. Ang simpleng konseptong ito ay pumukaw sa atensyon ng lahat ng pahayagan.
Pero hindi para manghuli, kundi para magturo sa mga batang kalye.
Yan po'y pinatunayan ng Manila Police District na may programang mobile library kung saan
gumagala sa kahabaan ng Rojas Boulevard ang mobile library ng mga pulis Maynila.
Bawat komunidad, kundi para makapagpasa at matulungan ang mga batang nasa lansangan ng Maynila.
Ito po ay nagsimula noong 2019. Nakita ng kapulisan niyo po na may mga batang nasa kalye.
Dahil sa kagandahan ng programa, maraming tumulong mula sa iba't ibang mga organisasyon, gaya na lamang ng PNP Ladies Club, na nagsagawa naman ng mga outreach activities para sa mga estudyante ng Luneta Daycare Center at mobile library students naman sa lungsod ng Maynila. Layunin nito na matulungan ang mga batang lansangan, lalo na ang tinatawag na child in conflict with the law, at maihatid sila sa formal na pag-aaral bilang pangmatagalang solusyon. Dahil sa programa ng mobile library, unti-unting nawala ang mga krimen sangkot ang mga batang lansangan dahil sa madalas na presensya ng ating mga kapulisan at pakikipag-ugnayan sa ating komunidad. Sa tulong at donasyon, mga libro at school materials ng mga universidad at kolehiyo, naging matagumpay ang ating programa. Mahigit 40 na mga dating benepisyaryo ng Ang Guro Kong Police Mobile Library at mga iba pang batang lansangan ang naging bahagi ng ALS program. Mula 2019, mahigit 20 na ang naging benepisyaryo at nakapagtapos ng elementarya at high school sa ilalim ng ating MPD ALS program.
Ako po si Mrs. Naisa Denise Reyes, ang guro po ng ALS sa Manuel G. Arroyo High School na designated sa Manila Police District. Nagsimula ang partnership ng DepEd Manila at Manila Police District dahil sa programang Ang Guro Kong Police Mobile Library upang matugunan ang pamatagalang solusyon sa mga kabenepisyaryo ng Mobile Library Program. Nabuo ang ALS program na kung saan nagkaroon tayo ng 40 students sa elementary at junior high school level. Noong 2019 ay nakapagtapos tayo ng 20 learners at ngayon ay nasa senior high school ang iba at iba naman ay nagtatrabaho gamit ang kanilang natutunan sa test training natin na partnership din siya ng ALS program.
Ako po si Miss Ayi, Admin Assistant dito sa National Parks Development Committee. Way back 2018 nung magkaroon kami ng partnership sa MPD para sa daycare dito sa loob ng Rizal Park. Dito nagsimula ang Guro Kong Police na nagtuturo 2 beses kada linggo sa loob ng park. Layunin nito na mailayo ang mga bata sa masamang bisyo at maturuan sila ng magandang asal. Sumunod nito ay nabuo ang mobile library at iba't ibang mga feeding program, medical at dental mission para sa mga kabataan dito sa loob at paligid ng park. Dahil sa programa ng Guro Kong Police, nagkaroon ng mga reading, writing materials at TV ang loob ng daycare center. Nagpapasalamat po kami sa programa dahil nabigyan ng serbisyong may malasakit ang mga batang lansangan dito sa park.
Ako po si Geraldine Dultra, isa po akong vendor. Ako po ay 28 years old. Dahil sa Ang Guro Kong Police Mobile Library Program, nakapasok ako sa Alternative Learning System. Dahil dito nakapagtapos ako ng junior high school, malaki ang pasasalamat ko sa kapulisan ng Manila Police District, DMFP. Maraming salamat po.
Ako po si Jambert Bautista, 16 years old. Isa po ako sa benepisaryo ng Guro Kong Police Mobile Library. Nagpapasalamat po ako dahil dito po ako nakagraduate ng elementarya. At ngayon naka-enroll po ako sa ALS High School. Maraming salamat po Manila Police District, DMFB. Po si Jambert Bautista, isa po akong estudyante ng Alternative Learning System. Ako ngayon po ay nagtatrabaho upang makapagtapos sa aking pag-aaral.
Ngayon, hindi lang sa Kamaynilaan makikita ang mobile library program. Ito rin ay aktibo na naisa sa katuparan sa area ng Tawi-Tawi sa pumuno ng PNP Special Action Force 51st SAC 68th Infantry Battalion mula sa Basilan, Marine Battalion Landing Team 1 mula sa Sulu, PNP Region 10 mula sa probinsya ng Cagayan de Oro, Misamis Occidental, Lanao del Norte at Iligan, Zamboanga at Cebu. Nagbigay tulong ang Manila Police District sa pagkakaloob ng mga girls sa area ng Tawi-Tawi, Sulu at Basilan upang maisakatuparan ang kanilang programa. Magpasa hanggang ngayon, ang Guro Kong Police Mobile Library Program ay nananatiling aktibong programa upang magbigay ng serbisyo sa mga kabataan ng distrito ng Maynila at tumulong ating bansa upang mapalaganap ang naturang programa. Hindi titigil ang ating programa bagkus magsusumikap pa upang makatulong sa mga kapuspalad at mga batang lansangan.
Thank you very much, PNP, for your presentation. Please give them a virtual round of applause. All right, let us now check from our panel of judges their questions.
Hi, can I raise the first question?
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Congratulations, and we find this mobile library, ang Guro Kong Police, a very novel idea in impacting, of course, the lives of batang lansangan and shifting the image of our police force. My questions are on 3 points. First, can you share distinct challenges you have encountered on the part of our policemen and other partners, and how were you able to navigate them, address these challenges? And lastly, can you also share with us how well is this embraced or understood by your relevant personnel? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. First of all, the Manila Police District would like to express our sincere gratitude to the Development Academy of the Philippines for giving us the opportunity to join in this prestige recognition. For your question, ma'am, it's hard. On the first day we launched this Guro Kong Police is napakahirap po sa akin simulan because yung mga bata po na indicator nitong activity na to is takot po sila sa mga police. So napakahirap po sa akin ipunin sila until we have to sabihin natin na arrest them or get them through the help of the DSWD. So, yung po challenges namin sa simula, and on the part of our PNP, medyo ang challenge lang sa amin din is yung fund. The fund na gagamitin namin, although we utilize those policemen na guro po natin, mga dating teacher sa public school na nag-police. So, we task them na sila yung magtuturo dito sa mga bata. So yun po yung nakita namin. When we started this, sa Luneta po nagsimula yan sa help po ng Luneta, ng National Parks Development Committee. Sinimulan namin ito sa sa center nila, yung daycare center nila, sa tulong po nila. Nakakuha namin yung mga bata. Yung una, ayaw nila because sanay sila sa kalye, very pa sila, hindi pa po sila sa vision. But with the help of these policemen, with these teachers, with with their techniques on how to persuade these children na sumama, naging matagumpay naman po kami. Una-una po is, ang una po namin offer sa kanila is papakainin namin sila after ng klase nyo. And then we will give some rice sa yung mga pangulam para sa pamilya nyo. So yung mga bata, later on ma'am, sila na yung pumupunta sa amin. We are doing this twice a week, every Tuesday, Thursday, ginagawa namin ito. Yun po ma'am. And I think ma'am, may sasabihin po yung kasama ko rito because kami po mga commission officers, mga police commission officers, like me, palipat-lipat po kami ng assignment eh. Ito pong kasama ko po rito, si PSMS, Dennis Bendo. Siya po talaga, since the start of this ang guro ng police, siya po talaga yung nandito. Siya po nagsimula niyan, siya po yung hanggang dito, simula i-launch po yung ang guro ng police, magkaroon ng mobile library, magkaroon ng alternative learning system. Nandito po ito si PSMS Bendo. I think, para po mabigyan din natin po ng si Dennis Bendo, baka pwede po siya magsalita ng with your permission po ma'am.
Yeah, sure, certainly. Yeah.
Hello po ma'am. Hello ma'am. Yes ma'am.
Patayin mo na lang dyan sir, dito ka na lang, mag-echo kasi.
Hello ma'am. Yan. Double tap. Question mo na. Okay na. Double tap. Question mo.
Hello ma'am. Since na-launch po namin itong programa na ito, marami po talaga naging struggle. Una, doon po namin na-discover na yung mga street children, kahit po natin na pag-aralin sila, pag-bihisi natin, pero doon po namin yung root cause ng problema kapag yung pamilya po disrangle at walang support ng pamilya, kahit po na pinaaral namin, bumabalik pa rin siya sa mga bisyo niya as long na pag hindi po maayos sa pamilya niya, kahit ibigay po natin ng kumpletong service sa isang bata, kahit ibigay po ng government ang lahat, pero pag hindi po kinaya ng isang bata yung pressure sa pamilya, magpe-fail din po yung program ng PNP. Kaya kinakailangan po talaga ng intervention dito ng pamilya. So yun po yung mga causes, kaya medyo nag-i-struggle din po kami kasi nahahatak ang bata sa mga masamang bisyo dahil epekto na rin ng pamilya at yung background po nila. That's all po ma'am.
Just a follow-up lang, I'd just like to know, given that kind of challenge, despite sabi niyo holistic na nga yung naging approach, because of that kind of pressure, how were you able to navigate that kind of challenge as you had just cited?
Yes, thank you po ma'am. Well, siguro po yung eagerness namin, yung ano po namin na talagang mahirap, kahit mahirap. Basta pilitin natin yung batang mga yung identify natin yung mga matitigas yung ulo, yung laging nasa kalye, yung laging nakakumit ng petty crimes. Ito po kasi yung mga accident in conflict with the law. So, pinipilit namin araw-araw, or I mean, kapag nag-start yung mobile library, yung ang guro kong police, na makuha itong mga batang to. Alam namin po sino sa kanila yung mga taong to. Although yung iba, nakakasama na, may mga harden talaga na matitigas sa ulo. Tama po yung sinasabi ni PSMS Bendo. And then the latter part, talagang kinala na rin namin yung mga magulang nila na kinaunsiling na rin po namin sila to the help of the PSWD, with the city government. So, yun po, yung siguro nakikita ko po na nagtsaga talaga po kami yung sakripisyo po ng mga pulis natin, yung mga pulis po namin, is nandun po na kailangan umuwi sila ng magkano. May mga kanya-kanya rin po sila pamilya, but still, we have to take time to spend time with these children na nakikita namin na talagang sila yung gumagawa ng hindi maganda sa kalye. Some of this is na-experience natin sa public, yung tinatawag natin mga wiper, yung mga nag-aano po sa sasakyan, yung mga windshield, inaan na yan, yan po yung inuuna namin alisin sa kalye. Yan po yung nag-benefit. Itong ang gurong bulsa, dinadala namin sa luneta, sa daycare center nila. So ito po mga batang ito po ay nakita namin talaga na kailangan alasin sa kalye dahil later on ito yung magiging problema ng Kalakhang, Maynila. So yun po yung nakikita namin, yung patience po ng mga pulis namin, yung kagustuhan namin, yung eagerness namin na tulungan ng mga batang to. At una-una po yung sacrifice. Police service, I think, lagi po sinasabi sa mga tao namin, we have to sacrifice. Police service is sacrifice. Yun po, ma'am. Thank you po, ma'am.
Thank you, Colonel. I really understand the sacrifice that you are talking about. But how well is this embraced within the police force? I think that was my last question.
Actually, ma'am, ng 2019, we've been recognized by the National Capital Region Police Office. So, nanalo po kami na best practice of the year dito sa NCRPO po, ma'am.
Sige, thank you very much.
Thank you po, ma'am.
That's all.
All right, do we have any other questions from our panel of judges?
Good afternoon po sa Manila Police District and congratulations po sa initiative ninyo. Meron na po akong pang dagdag lang naman na tanong. Kasi nasabi nyo na sana makatulong sa pagpapababa ng kriminalidad yung ginawa nyong mobile library program. Maari po ba kaming bigyan ninyo ng data or some figures kung paano natin napababa yung kriminalidad dahil dito sa programa natin, at meron din po ba tayong datos kung ilan yung mga parang tinatawag nyo na children in conflict with the law na nabawas dahil sa programang nilunsad ninyo? Thank you po.
Ma'am, sa amin po, na-discover po namin dun sa mga CICL, doon po kami nakakita na within 9 years old, nagiging addict na po. Kasi nga po, minomonitor namin sila araw-araw. So, by the use of solvent, worth 50 pesos, kaya niya na po yung, alimbawa yung isang classroom, kaya niya nang pagamitin yung mga bata by the use of 50 pesos dahil available po siya sa Divisoria, sa mga palengke, within Tondo. Yun po ang mahirap kasi nakakabili ang bata ng mga ganung soluble in public. So dapat po magbigay po siguro ng protection dito sa mga bata na hindi basta nakakabili. Dapat po yung importation dito maghihigit tayo. At the same time, yung mga paggamit po, siguro dapat in long term, dapat meron tayong mga facility po sa mga ganung bata. Kasi nga po, paulit-ulit na nga lang po, kung nare-rescue sila ng DSWD at paulit-ulit lang din po, so napapagod lang din po ang PNP. So kailangan magkaroon po kayo ng mga programa na long term para sa mga ganung bata na addiction. So marami po kami na-discover ng mga bata na kaya na nilang magnakaw o pumatay. So by the use of solvent pa lang po yan na pinag-uusapan natin, hindi pa po siya po. So sa within Manila, nung inaano po namin itong program na to, sa Malate area, meron po kami mga 50 beneficiaries. Simula po nung nagkaroon na kami ng activity roon, yung mga reported po ng mga bata na yun, ng mga nagnanakaw, unti-unti na po nawala kasi nandun na po kami. So pag nandun po ang presence ng police, hindi na po sila makakapagnakaw. At the same time, yung coordination namin sa mga magulang at yung mga surrounding sa community, nagbibigay na po sila ng information na nandito na naman yung mga bata na possible magnakaw. So, ini-prevent na po namin, kaya pinupuntahan din po namin agad yung mga bata na yun para hindi na po maulit.
That's all, ma'am.
Sige po, salamat po sa sagot ninyo.
All right, once again.
Can I?
Yes, sir. Go ahead,
Thank you,
please.
ma'am. Yes, thank you po, sir. In addition po, ma'am, actually, ma'am, yung system po na nangyayari is dito sa Manila po, hindi ko po alam kung same with the other cities. Kapag po kasi may rescue ng bata together with the DSWD, with the local government, is dinadala po sa Rehabilitation Action Center. Yung po ng NDSWD dito sa Manila, Department of Social Welfare and Development. So sometimes po, yung mga batang po, after ng week or ano, makikita na naman po namin, nasa karin na po. Kaya based on record po, ma'am, kami po dito sa DNLB, dito po i-check po sa Angulo kong Police, we are just monitoring kung sino yung mga batang ito na paulit-ulit na lang na nakukuha ng nare-rescue ng DSWD together with the Philippine National Police. So yun lang po yung record na may namin. But with the statistics of kung na-commit sila ng crime, I think wala pong record na kasi yun nga po ang nagiging system. Tinitake over na namin sa DSWD. But without any complaint from the citizen, hindi po natin sila mapapailan po ng criminal case or ano. So the record lang po is with the MDSWD na dinala yung bata doon, then afterwards, lalabas na naman po, ma'am. So, ganun lang po namin. So, kami naman po, on our part, we are just monitoring these kids, these children. At pag nakita na namin, kayo na naman, ano ba talagang gusto niyo mangyari sa buhay nyo? Ganun lang po, ma'am. Sabihan lang namin. And later on yun po, yung kanina na-interview po, ma'am. Dati pong yung kanina po in-interview, talagang CICL po yung bata niya. At least ngayon po, nakagraduate na po siya sa alternative learning system. Thank you po, ma'am.
All right. Thank you so much to our panel of judges. And thank you also to our representative from the PNP. We have Police Colonel Julius C. Añonuevo and Police Senior Master Sergeant Denise Bendo.
Next in line is the best practice presentation na nagmula sa Provincial Veterinary Office of Marinduque. Their best practice title is Marinduque Veterinary Field Hospital. Let's watch their presentation.
Field Hospital. Paanong nagdulot ito ng pagbabago at positibong impact pagdating sa usaping wildlife, animal domestication at livestock sa Marinduque? The Marinduque Veterinary Field Hospital, a program with the Provincial Veterinary Office of Marinduque. The Provincial Veterinary Office of Marinduque was created and separated from its umbrella organization, the Provincial Agriculture Office, where the two offices become co-equal with distinct function by virtue of Sangguniang Panlalawigan Resolution Number 092 Series of 1994. The office leads the front line of veterinary-related activities such as in the outbreak of highly contagious and deadly animal diseases with economic and public health importance and in situations resulting in the depletion of animals arising from man-made and natural calamities. The office was also mandated to enforce all laws for the prevention of cruelty to animals, tasked to institute measures to eradicate, prevent, or cure all forms of animal diseases and to regulate the keeping of domestic animals. Noong 90s hanggang early 2000s, 7 hanggang 12 tao ang namamatay sa Marinduque dulot ng rabies, higit na mataas na bilang para sa maliit na probinsya. Bagamat pumalo sa 7,000 ang nabakunahang pusa at aso sa mga unang taon ng 2000, mababa pa rin ang people participation sa mga programang inilaan ng pamahalaan, isa sa mga naging ugat ng patuloy na pagdagdag ng bilang ng rabies deaths. Kaya taong 2004, inilunsad ang Veterinary Field Services. sa pagpapatuloy ng programa at pag-adapt nito sa mga makabagong methodology at radical approaches, taong 2006 wala nang naitalang kaso ng rabies ang probinsya. Taong 2013, nabuo ang pakikipagtulungan sa mga international organizations na ipagpatuloy ang pagpapanatili ng zero case of rabies sa probinsya, gayon din ang paghahatid ng veterinary services. Nag-evolve ang programa mula Mobile Veterinary Service patungong Marinduque Veterinary Field Hospital o MVFH. Isa sa pinagtuunan ng pansin ay ang technical skills development sa pamamagitan ng mga training. Nagkaroon rin ng technology and equipment upgrades ang programa. Bunga ng upgrades, mas naging efficient, effective at conducive ang pagsasagawa ng spay and neuter procedures kaya tumaas ang community participation sa programa. Nakuha ng programa ang suporta ng mga opisyal na mas nagpaibayan ng innovations. Nagkaroon ng modern mobile tents, advanced medical tools, mas naging sistematiko at epektibo ang communication and coordination sa mga local officials at higit sa lahat, nagkaroon ng intensification pagdating sa information dissemination sa daily deployment ng programa. Kalaunan na idagdag sa programa ang Animal Health and Welfare Services, Animal Disease Diagnostic, Animal and Wildlife Rescues and Calamity Veterinary Missions, bunga ng mataas na public confidence at participation. Sa patuloy na pag-arangkada ng programa, samot-saring milestones ang na-achieve nito. Ang pagtaas ng naitalang kaso ng dog bite sa probinsya na pumalo sa 2,115 noong 2018. Ibig sabihin, mas maraming tao na ang nagtungo sa mga paggamutan. Sa ilalim ng spay and castration services, nag-peak ito noong 2018 with 3,157 cases, subalit na-disrupt ito dulot ng COVID-19 pandemic. Ngayong 2022, may average na 60 to 100 na aso at pusa ang sumailalim sa procedure, kabilang din ang iba pang hayop na dinadala para sa iba pang veterinary treatment and medical consultation. Pagdating sa livestock animals, noong 2018, 5,059 ang sumailalim sa deworming at prophylactic treatment, 3,473 ang nabigyan ng vitamina, 4,362 naman ang nabigyan ng veterinary intervention. Buhat nito, mas naging convenient para sa mga nag-aalaga ng hayop ang pagtugon sa veterinary services. Nagbunga ang programa ng General Community Awareness at Empowerment patungkol sa animal and wildlife healthcare at sa mga kaugnay na batas at pulisiya sa tulong na rin ng mainstream media. Nagsilbi itong hub para sa mga internships ng mga estudyante mula sa Central Luzon University at De La Salle Araneta University at training areas veterinarian. Nag-e-extend din ng programa sa labas ng probinsya kung saan tumugon ito sa mga pangangailangan ng mga hayop na naapektuhan ng mga kalamidad. Pagkalipas ng bagyong Yolanda, Taal eruption, bird flu outbreak sa Luzon at Operation Saving Laguna Pitbull. Sa kasalukuyan, ang programang ito ay inadapt na rin ng iba't ibang LGUs. Ang pinakamatagal ng problema na FH katulad ng Marinduque ay rabies-free na. Hindi lamang sa iba't ibang universities at LGUs umani ng papuri ang programa. Noong September 28, 2012, magkatuwang ang DA, DOH at NRPCC na opisyal nang dineklara ang Marinduque bilang rabies-free zone. At noong 2016 at 2018 ay naulit muli ang parangal. Noong 2014, naging semi-finalist ang team ng programa para sa Search for Outstanding Public Officials and Employees bilang kauna-unahang animal welfare group na tumuntong sa Leyte matapos ang pananalasa ng Super Typhoon Yolanda. Equipped with proper tools, medicines, and basic facilities, ang MVFH ay nakapagbigay ng karampatang serbisyo na convenient at libre para sa mga rural at marginalized communities. Ito ay dinedeploy mula Martes hanggang Huwebes upang makapagbigay serbisyo. Tulong ito upang mamonitor ang health conditions ng mga hayop at malaman ang mga pattern at disease distribution para sa quick and effective response ng opisina. Sa tulong ng MVFH na ihahatid sa mga komunidad ang veterinary services,
Ang serbisyo ang lumalapit sa tao. Dito, napag-iibayo ang kooperasyon ng gobyerno at tao. Na-achieve ang community awareness at people empowerment upang maging malay ang bawat komunidad sa usaping wildlife, animal domestication at livestock.
Let's give them a virtual round of applause. At kasama po natin mula sa Provincial Veterinary Office of Marinduque, Dr. Josue M. Victoria, DVM. Magandang hapon po, sir. Maaari na pong magtanong ang ating mga panel of judges para po kay Dr. Victoria.
Magandang hapon po. Salamat sa presentation ng Marinduque and congratulations sa award nyo being an LGU with zero rabies incidents recently. Maganda yung idea ng pagkakaroon ng mobile service, lalo na itong veterinary services. Ang gusto ko pong itanong sa inyo is that, di ba alam naman natin yung agriculture and veterinary services ay basic function ng mga local government units. Ano naman po ang ginagawa ng Marinduque para proactively ma-transfer or ma-alam sa other local government units itong very successful program ninyo?
Una po, gusto ko lang ipaalam na ang probinsya ng Marinduque ay Port Plus Province. Financially handicapped, insufficient ang aming personnel, but in spite of the fact na may kakulangan kami sa pondo, maraming organizations ang tumulong sa simula ng aming pag-uumpisa ng aming mobile hospital at naipaparating namin ito sa ibang local government units sa ibang lugar, hindi lamang sa Mimaropa, sa pamamagitan ng volunteerism. Una nga po dito ay nung magkaroon ng bagyong Yolanda, ang naiparating po namin yung kahalagahan ng mobile veterinary hospital dun sa pagtugon namin sa pangangailangan ng mga farm animals na tinamaan ng bagyo. At mula po nun, ang provincial veterinary mobile hospital ng Marinduque ay naging usap-usapan. At isa pa po dito ay naiparating din namin sa kanila yung pagtulong namin sa Romblon para ma-achieve din yung kanilang rabies freedom. Sharing of practices po.
Merong follow-up question sa inyo, but tanong ko lang po, sir, inabutan po ba ng African swine fever ang Marinduque nitong mga nakaraang taon? Kasi isa ito sa malaking problema ng bansa natin, di ba? At papaano po nakatulong yung inyong mobile hospital or veterinary service para sagutin itong hamon na ito?
Opo. Ang Marinduque po ay tinamaan ng African swine fever. Sa katotohanan po kami ang pang-51 probinsya na hindi pinatawad ng salot na ASF. At sa pamamagitan po ng veterinary mobile hospital, madali po namin na i-deploy ang aming mga equipment para sa blood collections para matukoy kung saan lugar may mga positive na baboy at mabilis naming napaprocess yung mga samples at madali naming natutugunan yung depopulation para mabilis na makontrol yung pagkalat ng ASF. At sa kasalukuyan po sa pamamagitan ng Veterinary Feed Hospital, isa po ang Marinduque sa may pinakamabilis na sistema ng pagsugpo sa African swine fever. Sa katunayan po, ang lalawigan ng Marinduque ay patungo na po magmula sa pagiging red zone to pink zone. Base po sa mga blood samples na nakuha namin sa mga kabaranggayan, nagpapatunay po ang Marinduque ay unti-unti nang nakakabangon sa pinsalang dulot ng ASF At sa pamamagitan po ng Veterinary Field Hospital at yung mabilis na deployment ng aming mga personnel at mga kasangkapan, mga gamit, equipment sa field, ay siyang naging dahilan kung bakit isa ito sa mga tinitignan naming contributory factor kung bakit na kumpara sa ibang lalawigan na hanggang ngayon ay sinasalanta ng ASF, ang probinsya ng Marinduque ay unti-unti nang nakakabangon gawa nung aming mobile hospital.
And congrats.
Another question from our panel of judges.
Yes po.
Go ahead.
May tanong lang po ako. Kasi po, the way yung programa po is being described is parang reactive siya kapag ka meron. Ano po yung component ng program that would say na proactive talaga yung program na yun instead of being reactive?
Actually po, yung program namin ay preventive. At masasabi din po namin na sa kabuuan ito ay proactive. Dahil po sa kabila ng kakulangan ng pondo, nakapag-set up kami ng isang mobile veterinary hospital na nagpataas sa kamalayan ng mga mamamayan para maging aware sila kung ano yung mga dapat iwasan at kung ano yung mga pamamaraan para masugpo ang pagkalat ng mga sakit ng hayop na nakakaapekto sa ekonomiya at kalusugan ng mga tao. Sa isang banda po, ito rin ay reactive dahil may mga pagkakataon, lalo na pagkapanahon ng kalamidad na biglaan yung pagtugon ng aming tanggapan sa mga lugar kung saan yung kanilang mga disaster preventions, yung mga disaster operators ay hindi rin makagalaw dahil equally affected sila noong kalamidad. Kami po yung nag-augment sa mga lugar kung saan may mga nasasalanta.
Salamat, sir.
Follow-up question po.
I have a question. Again, nakakatuwa because if you address first yung mortality ng mga tao because of rabies, dahan-dahan, naging zero siya, sustained. And after that, you shifted your focus sa reporting nyo towards other interventions ng mobile veterinary, like deworming, giving of vitamins, at tumaas din ang reporting ng mga nagagasgasan because natatakot the awareness is there. So you were successful in the rabies program. Ang tanong ko lang right now is, because you're focusing on two basic programs, the deworming of other areas, tapos may rescue of animals, and even yung giving of vitamins. So I'm sure very limited lang to, but do you have a target number that versus what you have accomplished? Because alam ko this might be sa litang budget nyo, hindi nyo ma-cover lahat. But it's nice to know ilang percent kunyari ng mga animals ang na-cover nyo na rabies kaya wala na rabies ngayon, and sa others naman na nahihirapan, marginalized sa mga farmers, sino doon na nakakapag-intervene kayo in terms of giving deworming and in terms of giving vitamins?
Opo, may target kami. Sa rabies po ay sa national standards, kinakailangan 75% ng population ang aming ma-vaccinate. Pero at sa kakulangan nga po ng budget, hindi na imposible na ma-achieve namin yon. Pero nag-devise po kami ng isang pamamaraan para ma-complement yung kakulangan ng aming probinsya. Ito pa sa pamamagitan ng counterparting. Hindi po sinolo ng provincial government yung pondo. At meron kaming 50-50 sharing sa local government at nag-outsource din po kami. Sa katunayan po, nung makita po ng ibang non-government organizations at saka ng mga foreign funding institutions, yung aming initiative na mobile hospital, marami po ang tumulong sa amin. At hanggang sa ngayon po ay tinutulungan kami nito mga funding institutions na yon.
So doon po sa 75% dapat na-vaccinate ko sa ano, ilan po ang na-attain nyo ngayon with all the support from those who came in because of your networking?
Before pandemic po, na-achieve namin ang 92%. na accomplishment. Mas mataas po doon sa standard na isinet ng national government.
Okay, so very good. I think that's one of the things you just highlight because sabi niyo you're fourth class provincial and limited resources, and yet you were able to yun ang best practice. Paano yung best practice? Paano niyo nagawa yun na nakakuha kayo resources to fund your activities? Kasi ginagawa niyo man pare-pareho lang naman, di ba? But the way you did it is differently lang.
Yes po. Ginamit po namin yung kahirapan ng aming probinsya para mapansin po ng ibang ng mga funding institution tulad ng JICA. At nung sa simula po, walang naniniwala. Pagka nasa field po kami, wala kaming gamit. Ang una po namin ginamit dito ay yung mga natirang equipment nung ako'y college student. At ang ginagamit naming drapes pagka nagkakandak ng surgery ay mga dyaryo o kay Manila paper na pinaplantsa ko sa gabi. At yun po ay na-capture sa isang National Animal Health Forum at nakita sa presentation.
Naging viral po sa social media, naging viral yan, kaya ganon.
Yes po.
Ayun. Isang best practice yun, dapat mag-social media kayo para yung volunteerism tsaka tulong na mga lumakas.
Yes
I think that's one of your best
Opo.
Marami pong salamat, Dr. Victoria, at sa ating mga katanungan mula sa ating panel of judges.
Thank you po. Maraming salamat.
Maraming salamat po.
All right, next in line to present the best practice entitled Nang Dahil sa Kahon, Plastic Bags to Family Food Pack Boxes, the innovations of DSWD's Regional Resource Operations Section. From the Department of Social Welfare and Development, Region 8. Let us watch their presentation.
Ang simbolo na ang tulong ng pamahalaan ay nakarating na sa anumang kalamidad o sakuna.
Ito ang pangunahing tugon ng Philippine government sa mga pamilya at individual na apektado ng kalamidad.
Ang kahon, at mas kilala natin sa tawag na Family Food Pack.
Malugod na ipinipresenta sa inyo ang Government Mission Entry ng DSWD Field Office 8 Eastern Visayas Region. Nang dahil sa kahon.
Dahil sa katangi-tanging innovation na ito ng Regional Resource Operations Section, kinilalang Best Knowledge Management Initiative ang Disaster Response Management Divisions ng Dahil sa Kahon noong March 4, 2022 sa pinagdiriwang na 71st DSWD Founding Anniversary Celebration na ginanap sa The Oriental Hotel, Palo, Leyte.
Tinanghal ding Best Knowledge Management Initiative ang Nang Dahil sa Kahon, Transition from Plastic Bags to Family ng National na iginawad noong January 21, 2022.
Nagsimula ang lahat sa isang oportunidad. Oportunidad mula sa mga slotted boxes ng family food packs. Isang pagkakataong nakita para mabigyan ng bagong anyo at pakinabang ang mga nagamit ng mga kahon upang matupad ang isang makabuluhang adhikain.
Ang pagnanais ng DSWD Field Office 8 na magkaroon ng inobasyon ay mula sa inspirasyon ng Mechanized Production System ng National Resource Operations Center ng DSWD Central Office at Visayas Disaster Resource Center na nakakapag-produce ng 50,000 family food packs sa isang araw na sapat para mapakain ang 250,000 katao sa loob ng 3 araw.
Bago ipatupad ang Mechanized Production System, nakakapag-imbak lamang ng 1,500 na family food packs ang DSWD. Ito ay dahil sa kakulangan ng tao, paggamit lamang ng plastic bags at mga sako ko bilang lalagyan ng mga family food packs. At dahil sa may kamahalan at walang nakalaan na pondo, ang mechanized production system ay hindi agarang na ipatupad sa mga field office level sa panahong iyon.
Ang pagnanais ng DSWD Field Office 8 na magkaroon ng
Ngunit nagsimulang magbago ang lahat nang dahil sa isang nakitang oportunidad.
Nakapag-outsource ang DSWD Field Office 8 ng 51,777 na peraso ng slotted cartons na katumbas ng 167,526 pesos. Ito ay malaking mahalagang natipid ng ahensya dahil sa hindi kahon.
Kasabay ng pagbabago mula sa plastic at sako-sakong pag-iimbak mula sa paraan ng packaging ng family food packs, mapanatili ang kaayusan ng kondisyon ng lahat ng ito.
Nung una, ang proseso namin ng repacking ng family food packs, mano-mano lang siya. Binubutang na namin ang mga raw materials, mga dilata, kape, bigas, plastic bags lang siya.
Ang problema na kasilopin, ang mga canned goods, madali magkakipi-kipi. Tapos ito, ang kape, madali liwat maburit kaya nagkakadarod na.
Kita kasi namin production in NROC sa NROC in Pasay at saka sa BDRC in Cebu. Naging challenge namin kahit mayroon na kaming slotted carton para sa family food pack. Naging challenge namin yung sa assembly line. Tutulak siya medyo lalo na kung mabigat na. And so without the funds to procure the roller system which is costly, nag-devise ang RROS ng roller system utilizing whatever available materials.
Bali, nakita ko kasi kasi puro lalamisaan gamit namon, wala pa mga roller. Kuha namon nga, pagdudusuhan karton, baga matigal, labi na kung baga, kuha na, masapnot ya, mga kaya naman ito nga nakauna-una ko nga mag-himoy ni nga roller. Bali, may da kasi mga materialis nga nakikita ko nga di rin nagagamit. Asya nga gingamit ko na laya. Mga natipitig ba nga materialis nga pwede natong gamiton, gingamit ko. Halimbawa ini mga PVC pipe, mga purlins, ngayon ang mga bolt nga iyagin. Kukuan siya na akong kuan paggamit para magama bugos iniya nga roller table. Kaya na kuan la lamisa lang nga simple la adiya para baga bisan napupuno hiya mahumok lagi po niya igduso kay nakaroon na roller man niya baga nabiris man niya may da kuan baga diri mabugat pagduso.
Nang dahil sa matagumpay na pagkikipag-ugnayan, pagkikipagnegosasyon at networking sa isang international non-government organization, nakapag-outsource ng libre ang DSWD Field Office 8 ng mga kinakailangang materyales para sa paggawa ng racking system. Dahil dito, nakatipid ang ahensya ng halagang 231,034 pesos and 40 centavos. Umabot sa 11,551 pesos and 72 centavos ang isang set ng racking system.
Dahil sa kagustuhang mas maging maayos ang production system para sa family food packs ng DSWD Field Office 8, nagkaroon ng tinatawag na assembly line system. Naka-streamline at consolidated ang mga gawain sa pagre-repack ng family food packs.
Ngayong taon, sa layong mapalapit at mapabilis ang pagresponde ng DSWD sa mga nasalanta at biktima ng kalamidad, nakipag-ugnayan ng DSWD Field Office 8 sa iba't ibang lokal na pamahalaan sa warehousing at prepositioning ng family food packs.
Office of Civil Defense, Allen, Northern Samar.
LGU o Peri, Northern Samar.
Philippine Army Camp Lukban, Maulong, Catbalogan, Samar.
Municipality of Almagro, Samar.
Municipality of Santo Niño, Samar.
LGU of Hipapad, Eastern Samar.
LGU of Hiporlos, Eastern Samar.
All right, please give them a virtual round of applause. All right, we are just having
LGU of
technical
Taft,
difficulty.
Eastern Samar.
LGU of Borongan, Eastern Samar.
Province of Biliran.
LGU of Sugod, Southern Leyte.
Dala ang kahong ito, magpapatuloy ang DSWD sa paghatid ng maagap at mapagkalingang serbisyo sa anumang sakuna at kalamidad.
Okay, thank you so much, DSWD Region 8. Let us give them a virtual round of applause. And we have with us the representatives from the DSWD Region 8, Mr. Orville Berino and Miss Lucia G. Balantad. Good afternoon, ma'am and sir.
Good afternoon po. Magandang hapon sa lahat.
Okay, now let's check the judges for their questions.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Opo. Pagdating po sa sustainability ng innovation natin, ano po yung nasa isip ninyo? Considering that, for example po, may iba-ibang pangangailangan at iba-ibang pangangailangan ng isang lugar na may sakuna, for example, o maaari magbago yung mga nilalaman ng isang package at maaaring ding magbago yung scenario, no? So for example, sa isang lugar na ongoing yung bagyo, baka hindi pwede yung karton. Ganun po. For purposes of sustainability, if we have already established the process, ano po yung plans ng DSWD?
Thank you po, Attorney Gilbert. For sustainability, we are looking at the replication of the local government units. In fact, meron pong mga local government units ngayon na nagtatanong na kung paano namin ginagawa at saka nagbe-benchmark na rin sila sa amin. In fact, may mga LGUs na nagtatanong na rin kung paano ang magandang packaging. Ito naman po kasing packaging na ginagamit namin ngayon ay for the moment, ito yung nakikita namin na best option for now. And we continuously innovate. In fact, pati ngayong laman ay mayroong mga pagbabago through the implementation ng aming packaging.
Can I have a follow-up question? Okay. Matanong ko lang po yung goods na nakita ko sa bodega nyo. Are you the one purchasing it or does it come from the national office at pinapadala sa inyo?
Karamihan doon, sir, ay kami ang gumagawa, kami ang nag-procure dito sa aming office. But pag may hindi na kaya ng aming stockpile, nag-augment na po ang central office namin.
So ako very familiar ako sa production process. I've been into a lot of those. Nakita ko ibang produkto ko yan dati. Nakita ko Argentina, Fresca. So anyway, I was Formula Plant Manager. So kita ko lang yung production line ninyo. So natutuwa lang ako. But so you get products, you pack it in boxes, right? Yun yung innovative nyo. Kesa mag-plastic, naka-pollution pa at least ito na recycle. But I was just thinking on a higher level, sana pagdating sa inyo ng goods, naka-box na, no? para hindi na kayo may problema gano'n at pinaparipak nyo. Not only at your level, even at the national level. Kasi the production areas niya ay galing sa mga planta ng mga at pwede pagawa. But anyway, I see it as a very good improvement from yung plastic dati na damage. But the second tanong ko is, isa pa maganda yung nakita ko, binanggit po ninyo na naka-networking po kayo para makakuha ng facilities. May nag-donate ng mga racking system nyo and your people are very innovative in making those bearings with PVC pipe for your roller conveyors, etc. So I think that is part of na dapat may highlight na in spite of you are very resourceful, but ano po yung ginawa nyo para maka-network para makuha ng support like your racks na binigay na libre sa inyo? Pati forklifts ninyo, nakita ko forklifts ninyo.
Yun po ay sabi mo nga sir kanina is ang continued linkaging namin with other agencies at saka sa international organizations. And through our advocacy, napapansin din po kasi ng other government agencies na nag-aambag na rin sa amin. In fact, si OCD nung nakita nilang may kakulangan kami ng storage capacity in one province, pinahiram sa amin yung isang buong warehouse nila para sa aming stockpile purposes. Pre-proposition namin yung mga relief goods dun sa malalayong area so that when this calamity strikes, hindi na namin ita-travel from Tacloban, dun na namin kukunin mismo sa area.
With your stakeholders doon, yung warehousing libre.
Yes sir, yes sir. May MOA kami with government agencies, the camps, military camps, even the academe. Nagipag-MOA kami dahil ang academe po dito sa amin, maluluwag po yung mga campuses nila. We utilize their storage capacities para sa aming family food packs.
That's a very good. Yung dapat i-replicate kasi iba, nagbabayad pa ng warehousing, etc. Dito na-engage yung community ninyo and other government like universities para magamit yung empty bodegas or excess space. Thank you.
Thank you rin, sir.
Any other question from the panel of judges?
None na po.
All right, thank you so much. And thank you to our panel of judges and DSWD Region 8.
Next in line is the best practice presentation from Zamboanga del Sur Persons with Disability Affairs Office. Their best practice title, Persons with Disability Affairs Office, Zambo Sur Best Practices. Please give them a virtual round of applause.
Hi, let me tell you about PDAO Zambo Sur Best Practices. The only paid DAO managing a 24-hour center, the first and only residential care facility for PW. This in the country today. It started with only 2 staff. Now it has 14 competent personnel, with an approved budget of 2 million in 2020, 7 million in 2021, and 10 million in 2022.
Mission: to implement disability inclusive programs, and vision: the PDAO envisions the province of Zamboanga del Sur to serve as a model province in promoting a disability inclusive local and national laws in favor of the persons with disability, including children with disability. Let me walk you through our facilities. PDAO transportation, interview or assessment area, male and female dormitory, dining area, conference area, mini library corner, mini clinic, TWD News Corner. On April 30th, 2020, our office was approved to be the very first PDAO in Mindanao that reached the department level, with 3 divisions, namely 1. Center-based division, 2. Administrative division, and finally 3. Community-based division that serves 14,618 PWDs and 64,000 senior citizens, headed by a registered social worker with disability. Provincial PDAO is managing a 24/7 facility that is fully funded by local government unit and accepts clients through walk-in referral clients from other LGUs and booked for overnight stay by partners agencies. In arrival, should clients decide to stay overnight, we give them 1. Provisions include shelter, hygiene kit, humian, food, snacks, and meals, beds and bath, clothing as needed only. For Libreng Chinilas, we partnered with the Uto family. For Libreng Zapatos and giveaways, we established a partnership with the Sun's Variety Store. For Libreng Blankets, we tapped individual donor. 2. Prepares case study for record and tracking purposes. 3. Stress debriefing and counseling services. These 4. Medical and dental services are provided to PWDs who require medical assistance without means. 5. Support services that cover and aftercare through client monitoring based on progress reports. For cleft operations, giving new smiles and new hope. Rated about 158 PWDs recipients by Smile Train, ZDSMC, ACCPI, DE4. After Pap Smear, 20 for recipients, ZDSMC Zambonguli. 31 recipients for Libreng Tuli P. Dao Zambos or established partnership with the Eagles Club. Eye checkup. 60 recipients, free eyeglasses. With 61 recipients, in coordination with Lions Club International. Medical certification and clearance needed for a VRC training. 41 recipients sent out our PWDs of Zamboanga del Sur to avail of the acquisitions of skills training. Free medication, maintenance for hypertension pills, vitamins and other medicines. 2,065 recipients, DOH and Lions Department of Health and Lions Club International. For Libreng vitamins, particularly vitamin C, we tapped Herbalife. 2. For supplemental feeding, T-Dao Zambos are established a partnership with Members Church of God International. For our tree planting, T-Dao Zambos are partnered with Department of Environment, Natural Resources and Support Services Facilitator's Office. While the vegetable seeds, we tap the Provincial Agriculture. T-Dao Zambos are also tapped the LGBTQ in promoting HIV awareness. Manage Provincial P-Dao Office and oversee the efficient operations of the Persons with Disabilities Affairs offices in the different municipalities and monitoring the implementation of policies enacted by the Sangguniang Panlalawigan, also by the national and internal governance, develop, promote, and monitor the implementation of policies, plans, programs, and services for the development of persons with disabilities in coordination with national and local government agencies. T-Dao Zambosur conducts unscheduled, random visits to the different LGUs within the province of Zamboanga del Sur to really check the actual status of disability implementation in the LGU level. Ensure representation of persons with disabilities in the local development councils and other special bodies. One who regularly attends meetings of the Regional Committee on Disability Affairs and represents the province to the national level, attending meetings and gatherings initiated by the national governments such as NCDA and DSWD. Building up the capacity of non-government organizations and people's organizations to participate in the implementation of all disability-related laws and policies. We also received awards by ABSNet for its best practices and tapped the Baobao operators and drivers in promoting accessibility in our public transportation. T-Dao Zambos are advocates for genuine disability inclusion at the LGU level by strongly lobbying for the establishment of local P-Dao offices directly in the Mayor's office pursuant to the implementing rules and regulations of Republic Act 10070. We believe that the best practice that is currently being implemented by P-Dao with full cooperation from the LGU for the Arayang Zamboanga del Sur year 2022. We bring together all government and non-government organizations that have. This is one way of ensuring that PWDs in the municipality are provided with equal rights and attention by local executives, and that, last but not least, Zambosur P-Dao has received numerous honors from various stakeholders. Here are some of them.
From ABSNet, other agencies, from provincial government and from other LGU. And P-Dao Miriam Lianos elected as P-Dao National President. Started in 2020 with no other P-Dao offices in this part of the region. Today, it resulted to the existence of 26 local paid DAC officers in the different component LGUs that serve and will focus in pushing for genuine inclusion. With the best practices of Persons with Disability Affairs Office, the Zamboanga del Sur has been awarded by Director Geniero Fratijas of NCDA as Model Disability-Friendly Province, the first to receive such prestigious distinction from the National Council Disability Affairs. The Persons with Disability sector is indeed grateful to the Honorable Governor Victor J. Yu for the all-out support to the sector, making all these things possible and attracted other regions to come and benchmark in our province, such as Region 13, Region 10, R12. Part of next steps passage of ordinances, institutionalizing the employment opportunities. Ordinance requiring compliance of BP 344, creation of plantilla positions from 6 to 17.
Marami pong salamat mula sa PWD, Zambo del Sur. Yan. At kasama po natin ngayong hapon ay ang National President nila na si Ms. Miriam Acosta Llanos. Magandang hapon, Ms. Miriam. Our panel of judges. Panel of judges, do you have questions?
Okay, I'll give the first question. Ma'am Miriam, you mentioned that you have around 16,000 PWD. Tama po ba sa area ninyo?
14,000. 14,000 po. 680.
Okay, so, 14,000 pala. Okay, but so of that po, ilan na po dyan ang inyong na-servisyuan sa 14,000 na po yan?
Actually, yung 14,000 are the registered persons with disability in our province. Directly and indirectly, we have already served them through our local counterparts. We have started in 2020 with no other now in the province. But today, we now have 26 local persons with disability around the province who can help us in serving our target clientele. So we can say that we have served in directly and directly our 14,618 through various activities programs in the community level.
So ilang percent na po sa target ninyo na meet nyo in terms of your target to be able to service them, their needs?
As of today, depende po kung anong programa ang aming ina-target. Halimbawa, in our advocacy to really have a local PDAO in the municipality, then we can say we have served the 14,000. But as to the livelihood, dahan-dahan pa namin ina-target at pinipili namin yung mga field. At saka yung walang field, pinakadala ka namin sa training. At ang uwi nila, nare-refer namin for livelihood field. Kaya hindi pa pwede mabigyan lahat ng livelihood at depende kung hanggang saan ang pwede natin ipasok. Saan sila applicable.
Okay.
Pero ako, advocacy, yung dahan-dahan natin kunin yung inferiority complex nila para lumabas sila sa society at maging empowered. Target namin yun, nakuha na namin yun. At yung we always, naligot na namin ang lahat ng probinsya, nakanak na kami ng mga assemblies, at lumalabas na sila. At a matter of fact, naman na po sila ng mga balita sa mga radyo dito sa aming locality dahil ramdam na po ang pagbabago ng pinag-policy sector sa aming probinsya.
Okay, thank you po.
May katanungan pa po ba mula sa ating panel of judges?
Pwede po bang maliwanagan? Kasi meron kayong nasabi na meron kayong 24-hour residential care facility. Para saan po ito at papaano natin na ipapatakbo ang residential care facility ng tuloy-tuloy?
Okay po. As of today, the National Council on Disability Affairs has considered that Cambodia Doctor is the only ilaw na nasa department level po. And the only ilaw na merong managing a 24-hour residential care facility. Yan po ang nakita ng mga candidate na person with disability na hindi matulong sila kung saan-saan kapag nakanda sila, they can come, they can take refuge in our center. We have house parents, we have social workers, we have registered nurse, at marami kaming 14 kami na lahat na staff, 6 na social workers na manning sa center. At pangalawa, yung mga abuse na person with disability, na kailangan ng temporary shelter, dito namin sinahouse, libre yung pagkain, libre lahat. Habang nandito sila sa center at tinutulungan namin na makatransition at mabigyan sila ng mga training na pwede nilang makabil sa center.
Follow-up question na po. Yeah. Mga ilan po kaya yung mga pwedeng i-accommodate ng inyong residential care facility? And on the average, mga ilan po yung mga gumagamit noon?
Ang na pwede namin ma-accommodate, ma'am, naka 20 pa lang po. At maliit pa yung facility namin, but we are hoping to have a bigger facility in the future. At maganda naman ang feedback, maganda naman ang impact sa community, kahit yung mga na-take na board income, pwede silang dito matulong, magpa-person with disability. At hindi po, kahit may pera sila, hindi naman accessible ang ating mga hotel, hindi accessible ang ating likunan. Kaya nandito po yung ilaw namin para mag-interest galing ng mga person with disability. Sana po lahat ng LGU merong ganito para lahat po ng person with disability ang access na program ng Pilipinas, may privado man o publiko. Kahit may pera ang person with disability, kung ang hotel ay walang ramp, hindi pa rin siya makapunta doon. Kaya dito pa rin babagsak sa amin.
Maraming salamat po sa sagutin niyo.
Maraming salamat, Ms. Lanyos. At marami pong salamat.
Salamat po. Salamat po kapag ito ninyo sa amin ito. Alam po, magiging, magiging ikaw po sa lahat ng panahon na po, magigyan ng implementasyon ng lahat ng bata, lahat ng natin ay hanggang lamang. Sana ma-implement po ang buong Pilipinas. We are the only department level now accompanied at confirmed by the FDA.
Maraming salamat po muli, Ms. Lanyos. Palakpakan po natin siya.
All right. And next in line is the best practice presentation of the Department of Science and Technology, Technology Application and Promotion Institute, or the DOST TAPI, with their best practice title, Pre-Commercialization Due Diligence Mechanism of the DOST Technology Application and Promotion Institute, DOST TAPI. Let's watch their presentation.
Due diligence is the process organizations carry out to identify, prevent, mitigate, and account for various circumstances that may impact the success of their operations. In the case of the Republic Act No. 10055, otherwise known as the Philippine Technology Transfer Act, due diligence can be seen in Rule 11 for the requirement for a fairness opinion report on the tech trans government-funded research projects. While the purpose of the rule is to provide check and balance for the government, technology proponents and adopters, it might be perceived as a barrier that slows down the process of tech trends. Consequently, this requirement is a unique feature in the tech trends ecosystem of the Philippines. First of its kind around the world, there are no other framework of due diligence specific to tech trends. Without an established framework, the implementation of Rule 11 may expose all parties to waste of resources, failed negotiations, or unnecessary legal battles. As a solution, in 2015, specialists from DOST-TAPI developed the first compliance mechanisms from scratch to serve as a guide to the Fairness Opinion Board and FOB secretariats in facilitating tech trends in the Philippines. This is the DOST-TAPI pre-commercialization due diligence mechanism. The due diligence mechanism is a model for the operating procedure that guides the FOB and its secretariat from the initial receipt of the FOR request, the constitution of the FOB, the submission of FOR, and finally the issuance of the fairness opinion. Coinciding these major procedures are also detailed guidelines on the specific processes of due diligence activities. This mechanism was implemented for the first time in 2015 by the FOB Secretariat in processing the technology transfer of DOST-generated technologies. In addition, DOST-TAPI also developed various materials to help capacitate facilitators and the FOB. Among these materials are 2 FOB booklets, 2 editions of guidelines for fast-track issuance, 7 industry standards, 4 revised industry standards, and 1 IP valuation book. Through this system, DOST-TAPI was able to operationalize the FOB and streamline processes such as IP valuation reports, freedom to operate reports, licensing agreements and term sheet reports, and written recommendation as commissioned by the DOST. Eventually, the 90-day target for the process of acquiring fairness opinion was fast-tracked into an overwhelming 30-day period. With its successful implementation, the due diligence mechanism inspired the revisions to the implementing rules and regulation of RA 10055. This decentralized the role of DOST-TAPI as the FOB Secretariat and distribute its function to all DOST regional offices. Our efforts in providing a system of technology transfer are not without its result. DOST-TAPI was able to operationalize the FOB and created streamlined processes of technology transfer. This also motivated the launching of a technology transfer fellowship known as HIRAM, Honing Innovations, Research, Agreements and Negotiations of the Government-Funded Technologies Internship Program. This led to the provision of 23 technology transfer interns and the signing of 12 term sheets and licensing agreements. And in 2017, the pioneering team was nominated as the first BCYF in Malacanang for developing the process of FOR issuance that guided the very first FOB in assessing the tech trends of various DOST-generated technologies. Similar activities are now being observed within the DOST system. For instance, the Philippine Council for Agriculture, Aquatic and Natural Resources Research and Development included TAPI's freedom to operate and IP valuation modules in their capacity building activities. Likewise, the adoption of our mechanism is now taking off in various organizations outside the DOST system. In fact, DOST-TAPI has already undergone benchmarking dialogues with organizations such as the Department of Agriculture Bureau of Agricultural Researches, the Philippine Rice Research Institute, and the University of the Philippines system.
As part of the first ever Fairness Opinion Board, or FOB, to comply with the due diligence requirements of the Technology Transfer Act, I saw how mechanisms and platforms were created by the DOST Technology Application and Promotion Institute as the then FOB Secretariat. I'm glad that we now have a working due diligence mechanism in the Philippines because of the team.
Our agency, the Philippine Nuclear Research Institute, is a beneficiary of DOST-TAPI's due diligence mechanisms and support. Our initial commercialization income through several licensing agreements of an agricultural technology amounted to 3 million pesos in upfront fees. DOST-TAPI helped us fast-track our deals. It also helped us in securing fairness opinion reports, which we thought before to be cumbersome and circuitous. The team of DOST-TAPI made the processes simpler and more efficient, this despite our bureaucratic routines. So, I just want to say thank you DOST-TAPI for all the valuable support.
We are thankful to the DOST-TAPI for setting up the mechanisms to issue fairness opinion reports as due diligence of our Technology Transfer Act and in fast-tracking the requirements to institutionalize IP valuation, freedom to operate, and other IP due diligence requirements to assist our Fairness Opinion Board or FOB. I fully understand that our Technology Transfer Act is very unique in the Philippines, and I am glad that our regional offices, as the present secretary, are adopting the best practices of the DOST TAPI.
Indeed, our efforts have paved the way in progressing the field of tech trends here in the country. However, our work is not yet finished, and the due diligence mechanism is only a part of the vast innovation ecosystem. Currently, our efforts are now geared towards the institutionalizing of a due diligence unit here in the OST TAPI. As the center of the due diligence practice, the unit shall focus on the nationwide implementation of due diligence, such as capacity building and IP enforcement, and more.
All right, thank you so much to DOST TAPI. Please give them a virtual round of applause. Now, let's check on our judges for their questions. Do we have any representative from DOST TAPI?
Yes, sir. I'm here. I'm Kaisar Arceo.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm with Engineer Rich Kahanap Malaay. One of our other member po, si Attorney Marion IVD Desena, she cannot make it today because she's still in Korea and on travel. The last time she updated us, nahirapan daw po sa signal niya. So yun po. I'm and Rich will be presenting po.
Mm-hmm.
And
good afternoon, sir and ma'am.
For a few notes din po pala, kahit hindi na po i-play siguro yung official entry namin, may mga additionals din po kasi doon na hindi rin po na-highlight kasi dito. So, kasama na rin po doon yung from 90-day period po na required ng old IRR po ng Tech Trans Act natin. Nagawan po ng paraan ng team na maging 30 days na lang sila. Then, during technology transfer events po ng DOST, we can issue fairness opinion reports for within 1 day po, during that day din. So, isa po yun dun sa mga in-update po namin doon sa original na na-submit po. Thank you.
All right, sir. Thank you so much for that clarification. And to our panel of judges, any question?
Good afternoon. Yes, congratulations to the OST TAPI. That is duly noted in terms of the improvements that you've made, particularly on the turnaround time. But at this point, what I'd like also to commend, aside from coming up with this good mechanism for due diligence, we'd like to hear from you, particularly the very distinct transformative and some sort of disruptive change that this improvement has introduced. Can you share that with us? And also, let me also mention the second question. This is on the best measures or KPIs that can be used as metrics to gauge quantifiable results in terms of its ratio, for instance, on valuation. I read in your report, particularly the license agreements numbers, among others, as well as, of course, the valuation. But out of the universe or the applications, how much was the improvement in terms of its ratio? So I think those two clarifications can be shared as you would respond to the transformative change that you've made in this due diligence mechanism and the measure or the gauge that we can cite this results. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Salong. I'll answer the first question po muna while my colleague Rich will be preparing for the statistics po. For the first question, ma'am, you're asking what were the impacts of the best practice. As already mentioned in the video, during the before the Tech Trans Act of the Philippines was implemented, ang nangyari po kasi there are no due diligence mechanisms that can be used. Even the requirement for the fairness opinion report that's embedded in the Rule 11 of the IRR, wala rin po kami makita. This is novel in the Philippines. We can't find any country model on this. So paano namin siya ma-implement? Yun isang malaki din naming problem. So we did benchmarking activities local and abroad, and we consolidated experts. This is also one of the better stories din po siguro na nakuha natin out of this due diligence mechanism. Prior to the enactment of the Tech Trans Act po kasi, there is no pool of technology transfer experts in the country. So ito rin yung isa naging issue kung paano po ma-implement yung fairness opinion mechanism kung wala rin yung expert. So nag-start din kami doon. Right now, meron na tayong ready database. Ginagamit na rin po ito ng mga regional offices. And then yung mga experts na aming originally na engage para po rito, hanggang ngayon po tinatap pa rin po sila ng mga regional offices natin in the entire country po. So ibig sabihin kahit may expert po tayo from Central Luzon or from Ilocos region, nakakarating po hanggang sa Mindanao po saka sa Visayas yung kanilang engagement kasi nga po siguro dahil nga sa pandemic mabilis-bilis po. Pero even before the pandemic, ginagastusan din sila ng mga regional offices para doon. Then another thing po, when it comes to IP valuation and the freedom to operate, ito po yung mga major events po or accomplishments that we can claim na naiambag po namin sa vast universe of what we're doing in the government. Before po kasi wala pong mechanism for IP valuation. This is to value the technology or specifically po the IP, hindi po yung business ang binavalue rito, yung po mismong patent, yung po mismong intellectual property, utility model man yan o industrial design man yan. And during that time po kasi wala po tayong magamit. So nagcapacitate din po ang TAPI for this in support po originally for the Fairness Opinion Board kasi sila rin nagtatanong din sila, nagpa-validate din ng mga figures na nakukuha coming from the licensee saka sa licensor, yung mga transacting parties. And then kasama na rin po doon sa freedom to operate, which is to determine if there are blocking patents ng isang technology na i-up po sa market. For example, baka meron itong mga blocking patents in a particular jurisdiction, halimbawa dito sa Pilipinas. And there are instances kasi sa abroad po siya, meron po nagko-commercialize sa abroad meron po kaming na-handle na mga ganun na abroad. So doon po mismo sa jurisdiction na yun, ma'am, dinetermine din yung value ng IP at saka po yung freedom to operate niya doon. And very very useful po ang nangyari kasi ang Fairness Opinion Board, nandun actually ma'am sa hindi na-view na video, meron din kami mga testimonials coming from the actual beneficiaries of the best practice po, coming from the regional office na director namin dito sa NCR. And then we also have from a non-DOST government agency. And then another one, yung pong kauna-unahan pong agency na na-issue ng Fairness Opinion Report, nagsabi rin po sa yung mga naging benefits po sa kanila. So yung mga yun po yun, ma'am. Rich, do you have the data na?
Yes, sir. In addition, ma'am, hello po. Good afternoon. So, as to the number po, yung hinihingi nyo pong matrix or stats, as mentioned by Sir Kai, initially po, this is the first ever FOR. So, wala po kaming binabanggaan na data. But I am pleased to say po na we being the Secretariat, we are able po to accomplish 159 Fairness Opinion Report from none po. since kami po ang nagsimula nito. And as to the valuation report po, we are able po to prepare 102 valuation report, and dun po sa freedom to operate na nabanggit ni Sir Kai, we are able to accomplish 123, of which that surpass po yung targeted namin dun po sa program. So almost 100% po, 143% FOR to be exact, yung amin pong naging accomplishment.
Yeah, thank you for citing those statistics, as I already read that in the report. But I think my question can be clarified by really explaining to us, given this kind of mechanism, how were you, my question was more on how, but not really that was already stated in the report. How was it able to deter, for instance, those that are not qualified? Or I fully understand coming from BTI what valuation of IP is and how it's being done. So my question is not really on what you've done, but how this mechanism was able to screen or deter the other projects that are not qualified. Perhaps on the negative description, you can make it more understandable. That's why I was asking, it's unique or distinct transformative change that you were able to introduce.
Okay, ma'am. One thing kasi, ma'am, we were able to weed out fly-by-night transactions, yung mga galing po sa mga dubious na mga potential licensees. That's one benefit na nagawa po nitong due diligence mechanism. Another, ma'am, is we were able to fast track the requirements kasi we were able to develop the tools, the processes, the references that the licensees and the licensors need in order to help the Fairness Opinion Board to assess the fairness opinion of their proposed transactions. We were also able to help other agencies to develop their own mechanisms kasi in reality kasi, ma'am, kahit ako po noong i-implement pa lang sana namin ito sa DOST, hindi po ako nag-agree na makakatulong itong fairness opinion requirement na ito because it actually impedes commercialization. It delays, it slows down. It slows down the process kasi nga po meron siyang isang layer, and ito po yung naging motivation namin. Kaya noong na-turn over na po sa regional offices ang Fairness Opinion Board Secretariat functions, lahat po ng mga gains na nakuha namin out of the experience in putting up the mechanisms, sila na po ang nakikinabang po ngayon. Also, ma'am, it also, nandoon rin po sa report, ma'am, it also inspired the revision of the IRR. Marami pong mga key points na nandoon na mention po sa report doon, ma'am. Kasama na rin po doon na naging clear kung ano yung mga kailangan sa ating mga clients, naging clear ano yung dapat na lalabas. Tapos nagkaroon ng delineation, ang Fairness Opinion Report ay manggagaling sa isang third party group of experts or body of experts yung Fairness Opinion Board, and they will only focus on the financials, and then all other aspects will be coming from the DOST Secretary. Kasi nun, ma'am, ang isang naging hurdle namin ay nagiging parang impression, ma'am, ay nagiging clearing house ang Fairness Opinion Board mechanism or the Fairness Opinion Report requirement nung mga transactions na papasok, kasi naging requirement po for any research project that was funded by the government na mag-undergo na Fairness Opinion requirement. And nagkaroon ng mga exemptions din po dun sa revised IRR nang dahil din po sa experiences namin. And then at the same time, na-decentralize po sa TAPI. Dati-rati TAPI po yung nagre-receive ng lahat sa buong Pilipinas. Ngayon, ma'am, nasa mga regional offices, and mas, kumbaga, ma'am, ramdam ni Juan tuloy siya dahil yung mga regional offices, mga partners natin sa region, sila na rin po mismo yung nakikipag-usap na rin doon sa mga transactions na ito, mga parties to the transactions. Mas lalo siya napabilis, ma'am.
Yeah, I understand the process of standardizing it, but my other question was on the metrics that you use as part of the due diligence process that you're doing. Can you cite those kind of metrics or KPIs?
Okay. Sa amin kasi ma'am, siguro ma'am, the way I understand your question, KPIs for us in terms of this mechanism would be in the TAT, on the top of our process. Halimbawa, when we receive the transaction, hanggang gaano katagal bago sa mapalabas. So yun yung isang naging inspiration namin ma'am, na dapat mabilis lang siya kasi nga kami nga mismo originally hindi kami agree dito dahil isa siyang layer. So yung nandun po sa old IRR na 90 days, naging 30 days na lang siya ma'am. And during technology transfer days, 1 day na lang siya. So that's one of the KPIs. And then dun naman po ma'am sa commercialization ng mga technologies, during technology transfer day events, for example, we provide the metrics, si DOC Secretary po mismo ang nag-a-announce during the closing program of the technology transfer event. Magkano lahat po yung total na upfront fees na na-collect during that day. Ilan yung na-issuehan ng fairness opinion report. So ibig sabihin ma'am, diretso commercialization na sila. Ilan yung mga pending na tututukan pa ng DOS, yung mga ganun ma'am. And hindi po yun magiging possible kung wala pong mechanism na na-put up for that. Kasi during technology transfer days, nagkakaroon ng negotiation sa mga parties. And during that day din, pag natapos yung araw, dapat kompleto kami sa mga statistics na i-announce po mismo ni Secretary during the closing of the event po. I hope that
Okay, thank you.
answered your
Yeah.
question po.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ayan, may mga katanungan pa po ba tayo mula sa ating panel of judges? All right, I think okay na tayo with DOST Tapi. Again, thank you so much, DOST Tapi, and to our panel of judges.
Thank you po.
All right, next in line is the best practice presentation of the Southern Latest State University with best practice title, Publishing of ASEAN Citation Index, ACI, refereed journals and at Southern Latest State University. Let us watch their presentation.
A blessed day to all. We are happy to share with you the salient features of Southern Latest State U's best practice, the publishing of ASEAN Citation Indexed refereed journals. Southern Latest State U publishes 2 refereed scientific journals, the Journal of Educational and Human Resource Development, or JERD, and the Journal of Science, Engineering, and Technology, or JSET. Journals were established by the Southern Latest State U to provide researchers within and outside of the university access to reputable and high-quality publishing platform for their research, innovations, and other knowledge products. It operates on the principle that making research freely available to the public global exchange knowledge. Latest State U's JSET and JERD were first published in 2013. JSET considers papers focused on science, engineering, technology, and other related fields. JERD, on the other hand, considers papers focused on education, resource development, economics, business, tourism, and other related fields. JSET has already published a total of 116 papers, and JERD has already published a total 29 papers, 2020. As of November 2022, Southern Latest State U Journals Online has recorded more than 3,000 views in the Open Journal Systems Platform, or OJS. The OJS platform of JSET and JERD is called Southern Lady State U Journals Online. It is laid on the Open Journal Systems Create Project, or PKP. All layout of JSET and JERD were created using the LaTeX. The papers submitted to JSET and JERD undergo peer review evaluation, and the exhibit papers published through the online journal platform. To increase the chance of getting published, we provide mentoring support to our authors for free. We conduct a regular mentoring webinar on making your journal paper shine. This is our intervention program to help our authors polish their papers prior to the peer review process. JSET and JERD are recognized by the Philippine Commission on Higher Education, or CHED. In 2014, JERD was chosen by CHED as Category B journal under the Journal Accreditation Service, or JAS program by virtue of CMO number 15 series of 2014. In the year 2015, JSET has been enlisted as Category B journal by virtue of CMO number 22 series of 2015. In the year 2017, both JERD and JSET became recipients under the Journal Incentive Program by virtue of CMO number 66 series of 2017. This makes Southern Lady State U as the only state university outside the University of the Philippines in the country with 2 CHED accredited journals. Moreover, JSET and JERD are indexed in the ASEAN Citation Database in Thailand since 2018. This gives pride to Southern Lady State U, as it is the first and the only SUC in the Philippines with 2 ASEAN Citation Index journals. JSET and JERD are getting cited by other researchers during the past few years. This is evident in the citation count registered at the Google Scholar platform and at the website of the ACI database. The journal staff of JSET and JERD have also been tapped as resource persons and consultants in journal management, online journal system, and journal typesetting by the different SUCs in the Philippines. Although the Southern Lady State U has invested a lot of its resources for journal publishing, the university has already generated funds from the publishing fee, plagiarism Grammarly fee, and the incentive subsidy from the CHED. The publication of JSET and JERD has immensely helped not only the Southern Lady State University, but also the other HEIs in the Philippines in accomplishing the annual targets of published research papers in refereed journals. Moreover, a number of faculty members have been promoted because of their journal publications, and several full-fledged professors in state universities and colleges nationwide have been accredited by the PASOK and CHED because of their published research papers in the JSET and JERD. The JSET and JERD have already the JI, or Journal Impact Factor, which is an index that measures the frequency with which the average article on a journal has been cited in a particular time period. In 2019, Southern Lady State team was adjudged as the Civil Service Commission Pag-asa Award Group Category Regional Winner for its outstanding contribution and performance. The major stakeholders of JSET and JERD, the authors who had published their papers, have forwarded their positive feedback as a result of their published papers in the journal.
I submitted and published several articles in the Journal of Education and Human Resource Development. These publications significantly influenced my promotion and accreditation to Professor 5.
With JERD being a CHED accredited and an ACI indexed journal, I was and I am assured of my professional credibility in the field of my expertise. And of course, my publication engagements with JERD had afforded me a pleasant, a professional, and an intellectually rewarding experience of journal publication.
I
I have published a number of research articles, both in the Journal of Educational and Human Resource Development and the Journal of Science, Engineering, and Technology. Eventually, other people recognized my expertise, and currently I am a peer reviewer in a number of national and international research journals, including those which are indexed by the Web of Science.
With the quality of outputs and the major accomplishments of the Southern Lady State U Journals Online, several institutions have conducted their benchmarking activities. The processes from journal submission to publication have been institutionalized following the approved editorial policy, quality procedures, and quality forms of the JSET and JERD. Moving forward, JSET and JERD are now being prepared for the application of indexing at the Scopus and the Emerging Sources citation of the Clarivate Analytics in the year 2023. May God continually bless the Southern Lady State University and the Southern Lady State U Journals Online.
Let's give SLSU a virtual round of applause. We have today is we have this afternoon a representative from SLSU, Dr. Ludito V. Ramirez, Head Journal Management. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon po. Thank you for this opportunity.
Questions from our judges.
Okay, can I ask the first question?
Go ahead, ma'am.
Yeah. First of all, congratulations to the Southern Lady State University for having 2 journals cited in the or included in the ASEAN Citation Index. I noted in your presentation that you took several activities in order to realize or achieve this target of the university, but then may I ask in I think maybe if you can recall or summarize what is the specific innovation that the university introduced in order to get these journals recognized in the ACI?
Thank you very much, ma'am, for the question. First, we upheld the high standard, the high standard quality in journal publishing. We adopted a double-blind review process wherein the authors and the referees don't know each other, and we tapped only the most qualified reviewers from all over in our country and even from abroad. And we utilized the open source softwares or resources for our journal. We use the open journal system or the OJS of the Public Knowledge Project. And for our layout, we use the LaTeX typesetting openware. We are doing this so that we will qualify for the high standard being required by the accrediting agencies. And then we provide assistance to the journal authors for free mentoring sessions so that their papers before getting into the peer review process will have the chance to get polished, and by doing so we will increase the chances of getting published. And of course, we established not just 1 but 2 journals, and that's what made our university in a better position, especially in our region. And this initiative was started by our university president. And I would like to acknowledge the presence of our university president, Dr. Pros Ivy Yepes, because she was the one who initiated this when she was still the vice president for research and extension in the year 2013. So yun po ma'am, we did not just establish one, but 2 journals, and we are happy that we have maintained its high standard and quality. And this time we are still surviving because even though the CHED has stopped recognizing journals, and also the ACI, the database in Thailand, they already stopped accrediting of journals, and I don't know what will happen to the journals of the different HEIs in the country because nobody is now accrediting their journals.
Thank you very much. But you mentioned several activities. May I ask, of those activities, which do you consider as the one that really contributed the highest value in terms of getting those journals included in the ACI? Because the activities that you mentioned are, I think, I would say, part of the usual journal management. But what is that approach that really made a difference, no, in making sure that they are ACI, I would say, accredited?
Yeah, ma'am. The highest standard in terms of quality in journal publishing, we do the double-blind review, which is not done by other journals in the country. Only those that are adhering to the high standard of publishing will pass the evaluation. And because of limited resources of the university, we utilize the open software so that we will not be spending a lot for coming up with the OGS, because it's expensive to establish a journal utilizing with the commercial value. And for the journal layout, which is very important so that we can maintain the consistency in terms of its appearance, we use the LaTeX typesetting openware. And in the Philippines, I don't know, only those that were assisted by us, I think for now, that's based on my knowledge, are using the LaTeX typesetting openware, which is used by the international journals that are indexed in Scopus and Web of Science.
Thank you.
Thank you, po.
My last question really is that, of course, we saw in your report how this accreditation or how this practice contributed to the promotion of your faculty members, as well as the accreditation of your professors and other organizational results. But my question is that in terms of the impact to the external stakeholders or to the key stakeholders of the university, can you tell us how this accomplishment contributed to the mission of the SLSU to provide quality education to your students? Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. We are happy to inform you that we are advocating for the publication of reputable and quality scientific publications. And we are happy to inform you that we are not part of the Bell's list of predatory journals. And because of this, we have contributed to the research publication performance of the Philippines. because we are lagging behind our neighbors, and we have been overtaken just lately by Vietnam in terms of publishing performance in the publication index in the ASEAN region. So by doing this, we are contributing to the performance of the country in terms of not only in Human Development Index, in which publication is part of it, but also in the innovation performance of the Philippines. So that's one thing that we are proud to say that we are contributing. This is not helping only SLSU, because our journals online are international level. These are not local journals. That's why the professorial requirement in the Philippines, based by virtue of NBC 461, requires publication in reputable journals, and our 2 journals at the Southern Leyte State University are among those listed in the list recognized by the Philippine Association of State Universities and Colleges in the Philippines and the Commission on Higher Education.
Thank you for your answer, sir.
I have a last question, Sir Ramirez. You mentioned kanina that Thailand has stopped accrediting ACI. Tama ba?
Opo, sir. Since 2020, in 2021, they stopped accrediting, and they are now doing delisting. And only those that are active, those that are getting cited, and those that are maintaining the high standard of quality will be retained.
So in your case, in terms of sustainability, are you saying that from now on, ACI won't be accrediting, so hindi sila magdadagdag ng journals in the future kahit na you have a 3rd or 4th journal you'd like to publish in your university, hindi sila mag-accredit, gano'n?
Sir, yung accreditation in the ACI is based on the journal entries. So
Yes,
in our case, mayroon na kaming dalawa. It's already part. So meaning to say, yung lahat ng mga institutions in the Philippines and other Asian countries could no longer apply for.
In your university, you might have a 3rd college that might have their own publications, say in accountancy or in agriculture, your journal for agriculture. So hindi na magtatanggap ang ACI ng ganon?
Opo, sir.
Oh, so para sinasabi mo, kasi I'm very familiar with other accreditation, ISO, etc. So parang nag-stop na yung negosyo ng ISO, parang gano'n, or in your case, ACI. So
Opo, sir. And
ano next step nyo doon? Because I'm sure there must be other accrediting bodies internationally to replace ACI kung gusto nyo magdagdag ng journals.
Opo, so punta kami po sa Clarivate Analytics ng Web of Science, and we will start from the emerging sources citation indexing, and also to, yes sir,
may
and
other
also
bodies na nag-accredit. Okay.
Opo, at saka yung Scopus, sir. Scopus.
So since this is a best practice, marami, I'm sure other universities who might be watching this right now and they'd like to ask, how can you help us? Wala pa kami journals. What should we do? Kasi yan ang best practice. This is what we've done differently. Now we have 2 journals. Iba wala pa. Ang binanggit mo, ang UP lang may 2 na sa ACI. So ano yung gagayahin dapat sa inyo para magkaroon? Wala na ACI ngayon.
Kaya nga sir, we have to start establishing a journal management staff na that will be adopting the standard.
So you tip mo to other universities. That's what I'm trying to answer. So you tell the other, this is what you should do.
Yes, they should.
This is what we have done. This is what you should do to have your journals accredited. Kahit na wala ng ACI.
Opo, they should start it right, sir. They should start it right para hindi masasayang yung kanilang resources. So dapat tama yung nasa OGS sila kasi hindi sila tatanggapin pag hindi OGS yung journal mo. Then dapat okay yung typeset kasi kapag hindi consistent babagsak talaga. And then yung managing editors nila yung are competent, they have a highly qualified editorial board, at saka yung chief editors are also highly published and highly cited. Otherwise, walang mangyayari sa kanilang journals.
Sige. Thank you.
We are welcome po, sir.
Maraming salamat po, Southern Leyte State University, and to our panel of judges. Since medyo mahaba na po ang ating naging discussion and question and answer portion, let us have a 5-minute health break po muna. See you after 5 minutes. All right, welcome back, everyone. Let us continue with our remaining entries. Up next is the best practice presentation of the Department of Science and Technology, Science and Technology Information Institute, or DOST-STII, with best practice title, Science and Technology Academic and Research-Based Openly Operated Kiosk, or Starbooks. Let us watch their presentation.
This is the story of Starbooks, the Philippines' first S&T digital library in a box. In 2011, a survey revealed that only 26% of public schools throughout the Philippines had access to the internet due to poverty or geographical location. Moreover, 95% of these public schools have no functional libraries, disenfranchising a great number of students from resource-challenged schools. It is upon this backdrop that Starbooks was conceived and actualized on June 24, 2011. Starbooks, or Science and Technology Academic and Research-Based Openly Operated Kiosks, is a standalone information source designed to reach those with limited or no access to S&T information resources. Tagged as the country's first S&T digital library in a box, Starbooks contains thousands of digitized science, technology, and innovations, resources in text, audio, and video formats, which are saved in this amazing pod or kiosk, making it transportable even to the remotest communities in the country and can be used without internet connection. Developed by the Department of Science and Technology, Science and Technology Information Institute, or DOST-STII, Starbooks has become a shining hope for inclusion by bringing S&T information and knowledge resources to marginalized communities for educational advancement, disaster readiness, and even entrepreneurial opportunities. A transportable, standalone, and free science and technology digital library for all. During the early years, with no provisions for budgetary support and as demand grew over time, as evidenced by the increasing number of requests, DOST-STII partnered with DOST regional offices for the deployment and installation of Starbooks kiosks, especially outside Metro Manila. DOST-STII conducted series of training of trainers to equip the Starbooks deployment officers in the regions and provinces with technical know-how on installation, configuration, and troubleshooting of Starbooks system. The DOST-STII also regularly convene the Starbooks deployment officers through a summit to involve everyone in the development, planning, and road mapping of Starbooks. Because of these, Starbooks has eventually became an integral part of the scope of extension activities among DOST regional offices as part of their S&T and technical advisory services. As of November 21, 2022, Starbooks has been installed in 6,209 sites in 700 regions and 81 provinces across the country. From its humble beginning as an in-house spin-off project of DOST-STII, Starbooks has flown far and wide over the years. Starbooks has attracted numerous valued partners both from the public and private sectors. Working together with our generous partners who sponsor hardware components for Starbooks, we were able to reach remote, marginalized communities with hardly any access to learning materials and STI information. We were even privileged to provide solar-powered Starbooks to off-grid communities. From 2017 to 2022, Starbooks has linked with 34 valuable partners and received more than 13 million pesos worth of donation from them. Our landmark partnership was a memorandum of agreement signed in February 2020 between the Department of Education and the Department of Science and Technology. Under this MOA, Starbucks content shall initially be preloaded to learning devices deployed to priority public learning institutions through the DepEd computerization program. The Education Department shall also include its STEM content in their online learning commons, making it available especially to public school teachers. To date, the OST-STAI has conducted training orientation on Starbucks administration to DepEd regional and division information technology officers in preparation for the deployment of Starbucks to DCP beneficiary schools. When the COVID pandemic struck, Starbucks was able to quickly pivot to the new realities by making its learning resources accessible outside school premises. Starbucks is committed to bring science, technology, and innovations information in both offline and online formats. Aside from its offline kiosk, Starbucks can also be accessed even at home via www.starbucks.ph. And our on-the-go users, there are 3 Starbucks mobile app that they can download at Google Play Store. Starbucks app, Starbucks Quiz app, a gamified Starbucks quiz, and Starbucks Geomap, a locator of Starbucks offline kiosks. The availability of Starbucks on the offline, online, and mobile platforms opens more opportunities for users to access S&D resources at hand. Our efforts and passion to bring science to the people through Starbucks have been recognized as we receive numerous awards and recognition here and abroad. Starbucks has been consistently part of the National Economic Development Authority or NEDA National Priority Plan for 6 consecutive years from 2017 to 2022. This is a testament that Starbucks significantly contributes to the national development, particularly in the education sector. Recently, Starbucks was named a regional winner of the 2022 Presidential Lingkod Bayan Award group category in the search for outstanding government workers of the Civil Service Commission, and consequently earned a berth in the national finals as one of the 8 finalists. Beyond these achievements and constant shifts, Starbucks takes the greatest pride in the number of lives it has touched, most especially the underprivileged students who are given the opportunity to improve their condition through their interest in science and the technical fields. Since its launch over 10 years ago, Starbucks embodied the mission of the Department of Science and Technology of delivering science closer to the people, and will continue to fulfill this mission in the coming years and beyond. Starbucks, your access to a wealth of science and technology information at your
Thank you so much
This
for
is the
that
story of
presentation. Please give them a virtual round of applause. With us now from the DOST-STII, we have Mr. Richard P. Burgos, Mr. Alan C. Taule, and Ms. Marivic V. Narquita. Good afternoon, ma'am and sir.
Good afternoon.
Now let's check to our panel of judges for their questions.
Okay. I'll be the one asking the questions. Thank you. First, tanong ko lang because you made Starbucks, not Starbucks, Starbucks to cater to the needs of, you mentioned it, the DepEd. Aside from DepEd, the basic education group, is there other users of the Starbucks?
Yes, sir. The acronym Starbucks is a deliberate attempt to popularize the project. So it sounds like a popular coffee brand. And so today, if you come to our library, you will actually find a Starbucks coffee kiosk, and it's fully digital. You use your card or your GCash to pay for your coffee, which will come out to be 20 to 30% cheaper than in-store prices. Now, going to the users of Starbucks, yes, the primary target users are students in public schools located in very remote areas who do not have access to the internet, because we started digitizing our library 11 years ago, but not everybody has access to the internet. All right, so we started putting a copy of our library in a box and distributing that to public schools. Now, are there other users? Certainly there are. There are users from the LGUs who prefer that their taxpayers, while waiting in line to pay for their taxes, can have access to, let's say, our livelihood videos and learn a few things in order to earn better and pay more taxes. So it makes a lot of sense. We also have, of course, state colleges and universities who have made sure that Starbucks is part of their library collection, and in the process, they get better accreditation points in their applications. All right, we have, of course, partners from NGOs also put Starbucks there to better serve their constituents. So Starbucks is, well, it's primarily targeted to be used by public school students. It's used by many other people.
So of the 6,000 that you have installed it on, how many % are the ones for DepEd, for the schools, and for the others? Ano yung pinakamalaki?
Oh, I think DepEd is the biggest. Because
roughly
right
this year.
I should say about 85-90% of our users are coming from the DepEd. That is why we made it a priority target to sign a memorandum of agreement with DepEd.
So if it was 90% of 6,000, roughly mga 5,000 na at least yun, di ba? Do you have a target in terms of ilan ba ang schools ng DepEd, and how many have you installed it in?
All right. Remember, our target is only the remote areas without internet connection. I think that will still account for a majority.
But you're available both online, di ba?
About...
Yung Starbucks is good for both online tsaka offline. So it could be used for both.
Sir.
So ideally, shouldn't it be part, para sabi mo library siya, para siyang encyclopedia kung offline, pero kung hindi naman, para siyang internet na naka-on siya anytime pwede. So
that's right po.
So,
more than 2 million people access our online library on a year-to-year basis.
Yes, but in terms of schools na install nyo yung Starbucks, I just want Starbucks. I want to know ilan ang sabi mo mga 5,000 nalagay nyo, but so far in your journey in terms of deployment, because it's a good thing, di ba? So I used to be a consultant for DepEd, so alam ko are there around 20,000 to 30,000 schools right now ng DepEd. So kung 5,000 pa lang yan,
48,000 schools.
Ilan?
48,000 schools.
So basically almost a little over 10% lang ang nalalagyan nyo ng Starbucks.
Yes, sir, because I think that paints a very good picture of our challenges. We operate under extreme challenges. You know, we are one of the smallest agencies of GOST. We only have 60 people in our plantilla. Our budget is very small.
So what stops them from replicating? Di ba dapat kokopyahin na lang to in terms, No, I mean, diba dapat ang DepEd mag-replicate, no?
Correct.
Kayo ang technology provided. Kumbaga sa US, kayong NASA. Here's the technology, multiply it. So, ano ba?
Yes, sir. In fact, on February 14, 2020, just a month before the lockdown, we signed a memorandum of agreement with DepEd, whereby, number one, they adopted Starbucks and included it in their learning commons. So it's now available to all DepEd staff and officers, all right? So they can access it there. Now,
but not all.
in addition,
paano yung mga schools na wala pa? Kasi 5,000 pala na-implement yan.
Correct,
so
correct.
The other 40,000 still don't have it.
Yeah, I will proceed to the next part of my statement, which is that in addition to the adoption in their learning commons, DepEd committed that they will preload our content on all computers and gadgets that they will deploy throughout the country, right? Okay.
So forward-looking forward-looking.
Yes, yes. So that was our target because we are not in the business of delivering educational content, really. We want to promote science and technology, but there's a proper department that does instruction, and that is DepEd. So we work with them, all right? So right now, because the pandemic came in and we could not immediately operationalize plans, right now, our people are invited to participate in all the trainings at the regional level of DepEd personnel who receive these donations. So, ano po, we are right there with them.
Last question. Do you have any measure of dun sa na-deploy yung 5,000 sites in terms of the impact of Starbucks have had quantitatively or whether in their learnings, baka tumaas ang MPS scores ng mga in science and technology nila because of all your modules, something like that? Would you have any metrics? Before Starbucks, ito yung performance ng mga schools na to. After that, ito na.
Yes,
or some other metrics.
We actually monitored 5 theses, the results or papers or publications implying that Starbucks has been an effective tool for learning, all right, in the places where they are deployed. Given a lack of resources, we could not still afford to conduct an impact study of Starbucks across the land. But we're working on it. We want to include that in our budget proposal, but it has not yet been approved, right?
Or maybe you should push it to DepEd because sila gumamit para it's a collaboration between you and them. Let them be the one. Yeah.
That's a great idea.
Sayang, kasi you started it and you also provide the content, tama ba? You're the one who provide the content.
Yes,
para
sir,
yung,
but
yung mga listener skills nila madagdag doon sa loob.
You can imagine the trouble they're in now for their overpriced computers.
Yeah, and our ranking in the 60 countries, we're one of the lowest, di ba? Recent ranking of the DepEd in terms of yung competencies of the kids. So you could help a lot.
The PISA study, yes, the PISA.
At least sa science and technology,
yes,
di ba?
Sir. That is our objective.
Okay, thank you.
Sir.
Thank you.
My additional question pa po.
Thank you, and thank you also to the organizers of this forum. This is
Additional
our story.
question po from one of the judges.
Yeah. All right, go ahead.
Good afternoon, sir. Do you have any information or statistic with respect to parang the attrition rate ng mga online user of the interface? Because one of the common problems with respect to online platforms is a very high attrition rate, and in fact, the problem that most entities running an online learning platform is to find mechanisms by which they can reduce this attrition rate. So, any information in that regard, sir?
Thank you. I may not have the exact figure, and I will ask Alan or Mavi to supply them. But let me say this. We do have a mechanism to ensure that our deployment officers, which mostly come from the regional offices and provincial offices of GOST, continue to be in touch with our beneficiaries. And we have regular conferences with them. We have annual and semi-annual meetings and conferences with our deployment officers to ensure that, number one, they're updated with our content, number two, with our technology, and number three, that we also get feedback from them about usability or user figures and any untoward reports from the users themselves that are brought to our attention, and we can address them very quickly. So maybe Alan and Mavi can supply the figures.
Good afternoon po. I'm Mavi Nartita. So as to the figure, we don't really have the figure yet, but what we do po is we are nag-move po kami to cloud hosting for more secured services to our users. And of course, we always upgrade our infrastructure as even in the offline platform, we always upgrade po. And of course, mayroon kaming mechanism po, security mechanism na nirun regularly to check the security po ng system as well as ng aming databases. And can I answer po the previous question of other judge? So sa DepEd po, actually there is an ongoing, as mentioned by Director Richard, there is an ongoing training po with the DepEd regional and divisional information technology officers regarding po sa deployment ng Starbooks sa mga DepEd computerized program units. So, ang beneficiaries po ng kanilang DCP program is 35,000 schools, wherein yun po yung na-installa na namin ng Starbooks, preloaded Starbooks sa kanilang unit. So, the coming years po, titrain na po kami sa mga users talaga sa mga schools na yon, the 35,000 schools po. So, more or less po, makukover na namin yung 48,000 public schools in the entire country po. Thank you po.
Thank you, Mavi. Let me add one thing more about ensuring that people continue to use our platform. We also partner with other organizations. We already have about 34 program partners, all right? And if I may cite the example of ASMEP, this is the Association of Science and Mathematics Educators of Private Schools in the Philippines. They have been a staunch advocate of Starbooks. They promote it in their national and regional science and math quizzes. All right, and wherever they go, they help us talk about Starbooks. So while they do not need to have the standalone kiosks, they do raise awareness about Starbooks as an online resource for people who want to learn more about science and technology. So they are a good example because our partners really enable us to get things done. Without our partners, this could not have reached the scale that we have reached so far, okay? So our partners, especially because Starbooks is included in the National Priority Plan of NEDA, all right? Our partners have donated something in excess of 13 million pesos to the program, whereas we initially didn't even have funding to make it grow bigger. Today, it is a locally funded project by, of course, the DBM, and we hope that this will be sustained in the future. There, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Any more questions from our panel of judges?
None po.
All right. Thank you so much. And thank you to our DOST SDII team and to our panel of judges. Next in line is the best practice presentation of the Department of Social Welfare and Development, Caraga, with best practice title, Social Pension Information System, or SPINS. Let us watch their presentation.
Social Pension Information System, SPINS, kalidad na sistema alay kay lolo at lola. The Department of Social Welfare and Development, DSWD, is responsible for the protection of the social welfare of the rights of Filipinos and in promoting social development. While handling the different sectors of the community in the regional level, DSWD Field Office Caraga acknowledges the challenges encountered. One of the biggest programs of the agency is the Social Pension for Indigent Senior Citizens, a government platform in aiding senior citizens through a 500 peso monthly stipend. With more than hundreds of thousands of regular beneficiaries come numerous concerns. Internal issues identified were data accuracy, payment, and report generation. Due to manual checking of reports with a limited technical working staff, data was compromised, such as multiple entries of names, double payments, slow generation of reports and payrolls, and difficulty in cross-checking to verify paid beneficiaries. External issues, on the other hand, involved the local government units, partners, and stakeholders. The concern was on the source of information as to history and status of the beneficiary, and in determining whether one has unclaimed pension for previous quarters or has a record of personal information. Moreover, it was not easy to access approved documents for every transaction finding it hard to respond to queries swiftly. It is safe to say that the challenges exhausted both the staff and partners. This was a problem that needed to be addressed. Thus, the creation of the Social Pension Information System, or SPINS. With the initiative of one of the former official of DSWD Field Office Caraga, Mr. Pio Hapitana, the approval of the knowledge management team, and the efforts of the Information Technology Officer, Mr. Kevin Bagaipo, Field Office Caraga was able to launch SPINS in the year 2016. It is an improved quality and cost-effective provision of the social pension for indigent senior citizen services that enabled a brief trip to accurate data information that can now be easily analyzed and understood by the end users. This is to help alleviate the heavy load of work to make the process more effective and the staff more efficient to secure delivery of stipend to the recipients. SPINS, being the first developed information system for the social pension program of DSWD in the entire Philippines, has the essential and much advanced features that greatly assists in decreasing human labor and human error while increasing data accuracy and staff productivity. Here are its features. Single sign-on through system integration that unifies and safeguards the user data. Master list management that easily sorts and identifies beneficiaries, either they are active or waitlisted. Payroll management is much convenient as generation, tagging, and replacement is simpler and faster through the system. Scanned documents are also integrated in the system to ensure the integrity of the data it holds. Mobile companion app that helps the staff to easily identify and verify the beneficiaries to be able to efficiently respond to queries wherever they are. Level of deployment. In 2017, DSWD Field Office Caraga did not stop exploring and innovating. Hence, an offline version of SPINS was formulated. By 2018, 33 out of 73 local government units in the region utilized the SPINS with 37,361 registered beneficiaries. By 2022, there is a total of 57,830 registered beneficiaries. Since the implementation of the Social Pension Information System, there is a significant improvement in the performance of the office. This initiative has garnered various awards. Benchmarking was also conducted by DSWD Region 11 in the year 2019 and DSWD Field Office 10 last August 3, 2022. From the academe, Caraga State University is a prime university in the region offering Bachelor of Science in Social Work, also benchmarked on SPINS last October 12, 2022 as one of the best practices in the field of social work. Last August 25, 2022, the Program Management Bureau of DSWD Central Office commended the Information System Initiative, especially after witnessing the swift release of stipends. As technology continues to evolve, SPINS aims to level up its contributions to the agency in delivering social services as it sets its way forward with the goals to create information kiosk down to LGU level and satellite offices, conduct validation through the mobile companion app, allow public access to the program information such as physical and financial accomplishments, and allow LGU to submit waitlisted and delisted report through the desktop application. As an agency that centers on the protection of the social welfare of the rights of Filipinos and in promoting social development, the creation of SPINS not only ensures the best quality of service to the social pensioners, but also safeguards the welfare of the staff who mobilizes the delivery of the program to its beneficiaries. This is DSWD Field Office Caraga's way of delivering ang maagap at mapaggalingang serbisyo. Ang kalidad na sistema alay kay lolo at lola through the Social Pension Information System, or SPINS.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Let us give them a virtual round of applause. With us from the DSWD Caraga is Mr. Kevin Bagaypo. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon po.
Now let's check the judges for their questions.
Okay, I'll throw the first question. Impressive yung results niyo because na-plug niyo yung leaks in terms of multiple payments and double, etc., etc. And 95% yung ngayon accuracy ng yung mga payroll ninyo. Tama po ba?
Yes
As a
po.
report. Nice. So, but on the best practices point of view, I'm sure what's happening in your area is also happening in the other areas outside you. So pareho lang siguro ng problema. Kung may problema kayo on multiple or double payments, may ganun din siguro sa ibang area. Were you able to, again, benchmark or compare notes with other LGUs or other in terms of yung problema nyo? And even, kasi I believe you made your own softwares to track it, tama, no? So maybe why reinvent the wheel kung meron na sa iba, unless you were the first one who did it and sila dapat ang kumopya sa inyo. Could you answer that?
Okay, thank you, sir. Regarding sa systems or sa software, actually it's yung system namin is the first developed nationally with regards to address the concern of the social pension beneficiaries. So what happened then is every time my national conference with the DSWD in a national level, which all the other regions are invited, DSWD Caragas is always commended because of that, because it has already the system. So what happened then is other regions are suggesting to why not just use the system instead of developing another. So, but we are only limited to what with regards to DSWD Caraga. So we have to wait formal request or formal something document that will allow us to scale in a national level. So, but sad to say, unfortunately, that didn't happen. So
okay.
That's it.
So you're not aware of any replication of the use of your applications? Wala, no?
Actually, sir, they are the one who benchmark with us. We are not the one benchmark. I mean, like that.
Because recently, as announced by your DSW Secretary, si Tulfo, na doon even sa 4Ps nila, marami na natanggal sa listahan, di ba? More than 1 million. Mga ba? They were cleaning up the list. But in your case, you're focused only on the senior citizen. Hindi kasama yung mga indigent, only the senior citizens. Tama ba?
With regards to the social pension programs, sir, it caters the indigent senior citizens.
So pero not necessarily non-senior citizen.
Yes, sir. Not senior citizen.
So one segment lang siya. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So what is innovative with what you did? Kasi gumawa kayong program. I'm sure others could also make the same program. But what made it more effective, or that they should follow yours?
There are a lot of highlight features, sir, that I would say that would stand out among the others. One is the possible matching that allows us or any users of the system to cross match any possible matches. When we say possible matches, that means that it does not limit it to the exact same spelling of the name, because with regards to the LGU reports, we already accepted that they are really fall short with regards to submitting accurate data. So they are really problems with the data they are submitting, such as not exact spelling, such as letter I becomes letter E, and interchange names such as first name turned into last name and last name change into first name. So the system can track that type of mistakes within the data, but also it has some limitations. So it will able to track accurately possible matches within 95%.
Okay, thank you. All right, any more question from our panel of judges?
Yes po.
Yeah. Can I have the opportunity to ask questions? So congratulations to the DSWD Caraga Field Office for this pension information system. Of course, we affirm you because you have demonstrated that this practice improved your productivity and also enhanced the integrity of your parang payout list. The other member of the panel already asked about the intention to have the system adopted by the entire department, not just one office or unit within the DSWD. So what do you think will prevent the other field offices or units of DSWD in adopting this system that you have developed?
So very good question po, ma'am. I appreciate the question. Because right now, we really wanted to give the system in a national level, but we are, as I said, we are limited to what we are allowed to do, especially with the system, because the Disability Central Office also has its own system. But our problem with their system is that it does not provide those features that we need. So if we will use their system, our productivity level will nearly goes into zero. I can say that. So we are trying to negotiate with them to somehow create a bridge that will allow us to communicate with their system without actually using their system. So such as in technical terms, it's a web API that allows us to communicate with their system without actually using the system. So we can provide the data to their system without actually using it. Something like that now.
Okay. So you explained kung ano yung barrier
Yes.
on your part, but I would also like to know what is it that will prevent the others, the other field offices or the other regional offices of the DSWD in using the system that you have developed?
Okay, so maybe, ma'am, I can say is they are also limited of what they are allowed to do. Actually, a lot of the most of the regions already told us that they will submit requests for us to. Actually, the term is not adapt the system; it's just a benchmarking. I don't know with what really the problem with them. Maybe because there are some technicalities. Maybe I really also don't know. So, but on our side, we are really willing to give it to them. So we are just waiting, especially now that the disability, especially with the senior citizen programs, we are about to transition to the National Commission on Senior Citizens. So that is another issue to be faced because another management will take over.
Okay, so I have a second question. We know very well that the national government is already fast tracking the issuance of the national ID, no? So how will you parang link, or do you have any plans on how you will link the current system with once ano na siguro tapos na yung pag-issue ng national ID, kasi this will be a common reference na, no, for every citizen in the Philippines, including the indigent senior citizens that you are serving?
In a short answer, ma'am, we can just add one field that inputs their national ID number. But on a long term, it would be better to let us, for the national ID, to let us connect with their system, as I said, a while ago, it would be better to have a bridge to communicate. So it's like a system integration. So it's a system-to-system communication. It's a back end that can send data and retrieve data from an existing system to another system. And hopefully that will happen, because as of now, we can't see that will happen unless someone will make it happen.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, po.
All right. Do we still have any other questions from our panel of judges?
None na po.
All right. Thank you so much to our panel of judges and to DSWD Caraga. Down to our last best practice presentation. We have the Quezon City government with best practice title, Your Mental Health Matters, the Quezon City Community-Based Mental Health Program, or CBMHP. Let us watch their presentation.
Mental illness is the third most common form of disability in the Philippines, with over 3.5 million Filipinos suffering from mental health issues. This number grows as we continue to face challenges brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic, with the unfortunate realization that access to affordable and reliable mental health care remains uneven throughout the country. Quezon City developed the Community-Based Mental Health Program, or CBMHP, in 2017. This provides our citizens a holistic and comprehensive mental health care program accessible to our communities. The main objective is to promote a shift from hospital-based care to a community-based mental health care delivery system. This was achieved by integrating mental health in primary healthcare services, prevention, control, and treatment of mental illness at all levels, and promotion of mental wellness in the community. This program ensures that mental health services are delivered by primary mental health care facilities which support or treat people with mental disorders in a home setting instead of a psychiatric hospital. The CBMHP Ordinance of Quezon City was passed in 2015, way ahead of the Mental Health Act of 2018. And the city has been investing in its implementation for the past 5 years. Innovative strategies cited in the ordinance include community services such as integration of mental health services in primary health care and in all centers of the city, diagnosis and initiation of treatment by specialists in hospital settings or through community outreach activities, and scaling up of psychiatric wards in general hospitals. Program strategies include capacity building of health center staff and community leaders, promotion of mental health in the workplace and in the community through interactive learning, decentralization of patients from the Quezon City General Hospital through the Mental Wellness Access Hubs, outreach mentoring sessions in the community for diagnosis and treatment of patients with mental disorders, and provision of psychosocial support in HOPE facilities and the communities in lockdown areas. At present, the program has achieved the following: training for city and barangay healthcare workers so they may conduct lectures and recognize symptoms of mental illness. This resulted in having at least one trained staff in all health centers of the city. Health promotion. For the staff, lectures on stress management, online webinar series on self-care, and psychosocial counseling group sessions were conducted. For the community, regular monthly pre-clinic lectures in health centers, interactive learning for adolescents, and mentoring outreach activities for patients were also implemented. Hospitals, especially the local government unit-owned Quezon City General Hospital, were engaged to integrate mental health care in the community through coordination with mental wellness access hubs. These facilities keep an inventory of medicines and maintain a mental health registry in all 6 districts of the city. During the height of the pandemic, psychosocial support was provided to thousands of patients in several HOPE facilities, with basic services like temporary shelter and food. Since Quezon City is the first local government unit in the National Capital Region that enacted a mental health ordinance and implemented innovative strategies, the CBMHP is being benchmarked by the Regional Department of Health Mental Health Program. In fact, in October 2019, this program was awarded by the Department of Health for its best practices in the implementation of mental health program, likewise recognized by the Healthy Pilipinas Awards in the priority area of mental health last March 2022. The risks for development of mental illness spare no one, as experienced by many during the pandemic. In replicating this practice, a mental health program can be tailor-made and focused to meet the ends of a specific community. In replicating this practice, a mental health program can be tailor-made and focused to meet the needs of a specific community. Barangays all over the country must have health facilities where mental health services can be integrated with proper training of health workers. To encourage this behavior and prevent stigma, residents must be taught to see mental illness as equally important as any other disease that is being treated in health centers. The Department of Health and other agencies can also be engaged in providing technical and funding support for training, health promotion materials, and medicines. The initiative must come from the community to create opportunities in strengthening health governance. While the CBMHP of Quezon City is focused on promoting mental health in the community, other sectors of society also have mental health needs that have to be addressed. In scaling up, there are plans to expand the CBMHP services such as institutionalizing outreach mentoring activities, developing online materials for community lectures, establishing an acute inpatient service in hospitals, and developing policies with other health institutions for a more comprehensive and accurate data collection. The CBMHP is also adopting other provisions of the Mental Health Act in collaboration with key agencies such as the Department of Health, the National Center for Mental Health, the Civil Service Commission, and the Quezon City Schools Division Office. By doing so, mental health care services in workplaces and schools can be improved, while a crisis management framework for suicide prevention strategy shall be developed.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Let us give them a virtual round of applause. And with us from the Quezon City government, we have Dr. Esperanza Arias, OIC, City Health Department. We also have Dr. Maria Leticia de Guzman, Mental Health Coordinator. We are joined also by Dr. Joan Nera, Mental Health Medicine Access Program Coordinator, and Dr. Mike Marasigan, San Francisco del Monte, PWD Coordinator. Good afternoon. Sorry, good evening, ma'am and sir. Now let us check with our judges for their questions.
Hi, good evening. Can I also throw the first question?
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Yes, of course, congratulations for having this initiative in recognizing the importance of community-based mental health program. Perhaps any of the panel can enlighten us, or at least expound on what key factors of success would you consider that really led to the implementation of this as a best practice or something that can be benchmarked really or worthy of emulation by other LGUs? Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you very much for the opportunity to discuss our best practice. I would say that the indicator that we are looking into, so that we can say that our our initiative can be considered best practice, is the increasing number of patients availing of the services since we started in 2019, when the medicines became available in the health centers. We started the program with through a strategy in partnership with the Quezon City General Hospital. We called it the decentralization program, wherein patients who were stable, recognized as stable by the psychiatrist, would be referred to the health center and be managed by the health center. And we started with a small number of patients being decentralized. In fact, in 2019, I think we only had around 60 plus patients. And then the pandemic came in 2020 and 2021. And we were thinking that patients will no longer avail of our services because of the pandemic. But we were surprised, no, that even though the numbers were still small, they still came for the medicines and the services. So we still had new patients coming in 2020 and 2021. And now in 2022, there was a marked increase in the number of patients because this year we were able to do the outreach program in partnership with Unilab. And through social media, the patients came in, and we were surprised that there was really a need for the services that we were providing, and there was really a demand, no, especially for the medicine access program. So I think there was more than 300% increase from 2021 to 2022. In the demand for the service.
Can I just add, ma'am? I think what is also important is that the city was able to utilize the resources that are already there. Now, both provided by the national government, okay, in terms of training of our health workers on identifying people with red flags on mental health issues. No, that's a module that is already with the Department of Health. So we use that, identifying possible community partners, both in the public and private sector. That's also one. And just really using the resources that are there that would make both the services and the logistics available to people in the community. So you actually, as Dr. Aleti said, improve access, improve the system by empowering your service providers, whether they're formally in the health sector or they're in the communities. No? At the same time, also trying to minimize the stigma, because like the patients and their families are already comfortable going to the health centers and getting their medicines as if they're getting their maintenance medicines for hypertension, for diabetes, and the persons who actually do dispense the medicines to them are already trained on how they would protect also the confidentiality and the privacy of the patient. So I think that's it. We really did not outsource anything nor need big funds to be able to run the program, no? And the support of the legislative arm of the city is also important because right now in 2022, we're in the final reading of the mental health, the revised mental health ordinance, which is more extensive than the original ordinance that we passed, and which put also emphasis on the preventive promotive aspect as important as the treatment, rehabilitation, and reintegration of the patient in the community. So yun po yan, ma'am.
Thank you very much for highlighting not only the number of patients availing the services, but more importantly, even in addressing the stigma in the collaboration among other partners. Thank you for that response. I have no other questions. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. Do we have any other questions from the panel of judges?
Yes.
All right.
Good afternoon, and thank you for sharing your Quezon City community-based mental health program. I noted you emphasized that the CBMHP, is an integrated and comprehensive approach to deliver the appropriate mental health services at the community level using the primary healthcare facilities. I think that's very notable. But maybe you can elaborate more about your concept of the community-based mental health program, because I was looking for a discussion in the paper on how the community itself or the family is engaged or actively involved in managing mental health parang situations or problems together with our healthcare providers. So maybe you can give us a little more discussion on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am, for that question. Yes, community-based because we know that we need the family and the community to be able to deal with patients with these illnesses. So since, as we have discussed, there is at least one health center personnel who are trained on the MH gap or the program for the treatment, rehabilitation, and prevention of mental health illness. We usually do family sessions at least during the initiation of treatment when they were decentralized from the Quezon City General Hospital or other mental health institutions, and then we visit them with the help of our barangay health workers. So we ask them about compliance with medications. We also ask them if they have other new problems arising, but because we know that mental health illness remains as an illness that needs to be sustained with regards to management and treatment. So we involve the families and the community-based barangay health workers so that these patients would not be lost in the treatment. And in our health centers, we do monthly health education sessions. Kahit po wala pong mga probable mental health patients with mental health illness in the audience, those are availing of other services. We just teach them about mental illness and mental health right away, just in case kasi malaking bagay po yung word of mouth eh. So we used social media through the Quezon City government Facebook page and informing the community that we have available medicines for mental health. And true enough, even other citizens from other LGUs are asking if they can also avail of the mental health medications. But of course, we want to prioritize our constituents in Quezon City.
I have a follow-up question. Since you mentioned that from other LGUs gusto magpunta ng Quezon City para umingi ng gamot, ito yung testimonial kasi sa report niyo that malaking bagay po hindi kami natitigil sa gamot dito. Tapos importante yung may gamot. So apparently may supply ang Quezon City ng mental medicines that are needed, and these are very expensive. You mentioned that Unilab was partnering with you. Sila ba nagsusupply ng gamot? Parang gano'n?
No.
No.
No, yeah. Quezon City, one of the health centers in Quezon City, the Batasan Super Health Center, which is one of the mental wellness access hubs, is the first health center in NCR approved by the Department of Health as a medicine access site. In addition to the fact that the LGU is also purchasing mental health medicine.
So kayo bumibili ng medicine. So ano yung involvement ng Unilab? Gusto ko malaman lang. Parang yung partner niyo doon.
Lingap Diwa.
There are Unilab has a program that's Lingap Diwa, no? Wherein they field some of their psychiatrists to
Your doctors to help you in that area.
and with this, no, they're able to follow up the patients that they saw in the previous sessions. That's one. Two, also identify or assess, diagnose new patients. And three, what is more important is when we do the Lingap Diwa, there's always health center physicians who are there beside the experts, and they get to mentor. The mentoring also does not happen just in that outreach activity. There are times when the experts from Unilab would also call our health center physicians and ask how they are, what are their difficulties. No? So it's actually both a service delivery and a mentoring activity that's ongoing. So it's like a CME for our physicians also. It's just that it's more on a practical basis rather than just didactics.
So napakaganda po sa Quezon City because you were able to network, you had connections, and hindi lang yun, I think Quezon City is one of the LGUs with the biggest income, di ba? In terms of assets, kaya kaya nang bumili ng gamot. So ang tanong ko po next is, paano po, anong marerekomenda nyo sa ibang mga LGUs na mas mahirap compared sa Quezon City? How could they replicate this knowing na mahal ang gamot ng for this type of diseases?
The Department of Health now is expanding the medicine access program. Unlike before, no, the medicine access program has been implemented only in agencies, in hospitals. And this is the time now after Batasan was approved. Batasan Health Center was approved as a medicine access site. The Department of Health now is expanding the medicine access program to other health centers. So other LGUs can access this program for the supply of medicine.
The Department of Health, sir, actually has, they provide medicines to the local government units under I think it's one of the programs that will not be affected by the decentralization under the Mandanas Garcia ruling, no? Because there are some medicines that the DOH will no longer provide. Because it's just a matter of, especially if you go to the experts, just a matter of really convincing them to see what they can use as far as the medicines of DOH is concerned. Kasi some would prefer the higher generation meds. While in fact, under the DOH program, ito itong mga gamot na to pwede. So, in the training of the physicians, no, it's very important that we really tell them na, magagamit ito yung mga gamot na to sa na pinoprovide ng DOH.
Yan ang meron nyo yung gamitin ninyo. I think maganda yung strategy nyo when you started just to pilot initially during the pandemic and later on roll it out on a bigger scale. So yun ang magandang steps nyo. Hindi kayo jumping in talagang full blast but dahan-dahan but surely. Thank you.
Thank you.
May follow-up question po ako. Since pioneer kayo sa pag-promote ng mental health, I would just like to know kasi sabi nyo kusang pumupunta yung mga pasyente doon sa inyong facilities para mag-consult about their mental health concerns. Sa totoo lang po, nadidinig ko sa ibang mga entities, hindi ganong kadali dahil ayaw magpa-identify ng mga individuals kasi merong stigma associated to yung ano no, pag meron kang pag mag-consult ka pa lang and then later on meron ka ng regular treatment for mental health. So ano po ang naiiba sa programa ng Quezon City para po anong tawag dito mawala yung stigma or hindi matakot yung mga tao sa stigma ng mental health concern, no, para mag-consult sila sa inyo. Yun po.
Thank you again, ma'am, for that question. I believe that stigma would still be a challenge in the future, but for me, since our mayor, with our political will, really pushed with the free medicine, malaki pong bagay na mayroong available medicine. Sa tingin ko, yun po yung malaking dahilan kung bakit pumupunta po sila. Malaking bagay po na meron silang makukuhang libreng gamot sa lahat ng oras na gusto po nila. And on our part, like me and Dr. Joanne are the ones who are doing the mentoring at our ends in our health centers. Nakikita po namin eye to eye yung mga pasyenteng yan po. And as much as we can with our humble trainings, alam po namin how to deal with them just like any normal patient na may tuberculosis, COVID, cough and colds, and so on and so forth. And again, yung family po nila, yun po yung aming kasangga para po ma-encourage sila to continue the treatment po in our primary healthcare facilities.
Thank you po.
Thank you po.
Do we still have some more questions from our panel of judges? All right, I think okay na tayo. Thank you so much, Quezon City Government, and to our panel of judges.
Maraming salamat po muli at maraming salamat din, Ed. In the forum today, we were able to discuss several aspects, starting from the key challenges that the public sector is facing, key options that we can undertake based on the direction provided by NEDA, and the strategies presented by MPC and FTPI. Also, the year 2022 finds us transitioning into uncharted territory that has presented our organizations with a myriad of hurdles that were addressed through various approaches presented in the GPPR. The presented best practices today have definitely inspired us and boosted our confidence as we face the uncertainties of the coming year. This is a great benchmarking opportunity that will aid our organizations in identifying quick wins, new approaches, and better strategies. Not only were we amazed by these breakthrough practices, we were also reminded that innovation comes in different forms. Digitization, policy improvements, and even simple process enhancements can result in high impact outcomes. Definitely, the showcase has inspired us and has presented various benchmarking points that we can take with us as we go back to our offices. Given the innovative nature of the public sector, the increasing use of data-driven service levels, and the adoption of the latest technological options in the industry, will be able to bring forth new opportunities to improve efficiency and productivity. The situation caused by the impact of post-COVID-19 has propelled an overhaul of working practices that have introduced new ways of doing things, breakthrough technologies, and better mindsets. Once again, Congratulations to our finalists, and you are inspiration to all of us.
Nakakatuwa po na ang daming comments sa ating chat boxes both on Zoom and in YouTube. We are able to validate how interested everyone is in the presentations. But to manage the time, we have now come to the close of the GBPR presentation of the finalists. Thank you to the finalists and judges and everyone who attended today. We have a total of 637 participants from Zoom and YouTube. And we would like to say thank you also. Maraming salamat po sa mga hindi bumitaw sa atin from the morning session up until the afternoon session. We have 160 plus participants still in our Zoom and 20 participants plus in our YouTube. We hope to see you all tomorrow as the topics will be equally as important and informative. Also, don't miss the acclaimed recognition of the GBPR recipients.
And as mentioned this morning, all the presentation materials of the forum will be made available after the event. You may access them at the public Google Drive folder shown on screen and the chat box. For further information, please contact us via email at ido@dap.edu.ph for forum-related matters or govbestpractices@dap.edu.ph for GBPR-related concerns, including questions regarding the best practices presented. For the e-certificate of attendance will only be issued to participants who have logged their attendance and filled out the daily evaluation form. Here is the link to the Day 1 evaluation form. Please make sure that you have provided us the correct name, spelling in the attendance sheet, as it will be the basis for the issuance of certificate. And again, tag us in your photos and stories with the hashtag GQMP2022 when uploading your photos on Facebook and other social media platforms. So we want to see you all tomorrow and have a safe trip back home. Good night.